Okay, so today I'm going to try to create a very short and flowy track. I usually get hung up in doing some long tracks that take a long time to complete, but I'd like to do something here, maybe within like an hour and a half at most, and just kind of make it a kind of fun, up and down, nothing crazy kind of track, just for fun, like time trials and stuff like that. So I'm going to start with the start piece a little bit raised, because I would like to be able to like have some like platforms underneath it so it looks a little bit natural. Let's see, how high do we want to go here? That looks about good. Okay, so right off the hop, it's kind of fun, like just getting right into it. I've came across this video about making Trackmania tracks better, and one of the cool things they're talking about is like kind of just having a feature piece right off the beginning, which kind of makes the track a little bit more interesting. I thought that was kind of a cool idea, and I thought like, okay, well, let's try that. So I'm going to try to avoid loops this track. What I try to do is like some twisty turns and curves and stuff like that, but if I can, I'm going to try to avoid like vertical loops like that. Side loops like this, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So I'd like to be able to twist. Do I want to twist? I kind of want to like a twisty turn. This is a banked turn. Can we get a banked slope here? Yeah, we can. But this goes down, and what about this one? This one's pretty aggressive. These are all pretty aggressive, and we're pretty close to the ground now. So we might need to... What we might need to do is, instead of going so aggressive with the first feature piece, we'll go medium instead. That looks nice. Okay, and then let's do a bank. And get right into our first turn. So we're going to do a small one. I don't want to overwhelm people with like long turns. I want to try to keep this track as tight and minimalistic as possible. Okay, now we need the exit. All right, and then let's do a bit more of an aggressive slope up right off the hop. Get a little bit of height here. I want to avoid anything that like sends you on a massive jump. That looks alright. What happens if you do like a two, one after the other? Ooh, that looks cool. Like that. Can we do a little slope here too? How far down does this bring? That brings us pretty far down, so we can't really go too far. What if instead of an aggressive one, we do a small one and we work our way up to like a kind of like a back and forth? Not a back and forth, but a one jump leading into the other in a very flow way. We're optimizing for flow here. Okay, so this one's pretty chill. Is that the right piece? That doesn't feel like the right piece. Yet, I think it is. Okay, let's go for a medium one, because that doesn't look right. Oh, that's why. Silly me. Okay, I need to smooth it out first with this. There we go. And then we can go back down again. Let's try going down with a medium one. Go up with a medium one. So that, I don't know how much speed that's going to give you. We're going to find out. I want to just test this first and see how this rides. Okay, that's a little bit too low. I'm getting a little bit farther away from where I'd like to be, so let's take it back a bit. Let's get another turn in right about here. Let's do... just do a regular turn. Ooh, this is a curved turn. That's kind of nice, actually. I like that. Let's try this first. Let's just test it out, see how it feels. Feels pretty good. I like it. Okay, and now for some fun, maybe we will add a ramp in here, but we will keep it chill. Nothing too wild. And we can come through there later, which would be kind of fun. Now let's return from there into bank, and can we jump our start location? And if we do that, let's move this back a bit. And let's do a ramp. So it's a pretty aggressive ramp, and I don't know if we're gonna clear it in time. Let's see what happens if we add a couple slopes here. Oh, that's not the most aggressive ramp, actually. This is the most aggressive ramp. There we go. Now that looks like you'll get a pretty good jump there, and then we just need to figure out where you're gonna land. So far, I'm liking this track. Oops. Okay, we're gonna need to restart that. I usually like the bumper camera. Ooh. We might need to add a little lip. Okay, so that feature does not work the way we wanted it to. I'm not sure if I'm crazy on this dip here, because after this dip, you kind of come right too hard into the turn. Oops. So what we'll do is maybe we'll push it back a bit and give you some time to land it. What we'll try is a curve. Maybe this one. No. Let's try this one. Yeah, this looks nice. Like that. And then we'll try to do the turn here, but maybe we do a little bit tighter. Let's see if that works. See how that flows. Not bad. There was a little bit of a skip there. That skip is pretty, excuse me, negligible. But what we can do, can we make it smoother somehow? I'm not sure. Maybe if we add a single straight piece, that would smoothen it out just a bit, so that skip doesn't happen. Let's try that. That feels a little bit smoother. It definitely feels a little bit smoother. I like that. Okay, cool. Now, coming off here, and that's not too far away from the start. Coming off here, we need to figure out how we're going to land on the next piece. So, if this one's here... I'd like to be able to do this. Okay, let's move you... Oh, okay, let's just get a different piece here. Let's get... Ooh, a loop. A loop could be cool on sideways. A loop could be cool sideways. But that's getting up pretty high. That does give us a lot of height, which is kind of cool for like another jump. We're already jumping the track, which is kind of neat. Can we make that transition nicely? Very cool. So we could also put a hole here, which would be kind of fun. Don't need to keep it bare, which will look a little bit nicer too. We can use that hole to jump through it later. We also have this hole, which is a little bit smaller, but we'll keep it with the big one for now. Okay, so we're going to jump the track here. Where do we want to put our next slope? I think probably right up here. And let's see, how do we want it to look? Let's go with... I'm going to go with the flow of the arc here of the jump trajectory. I think it'd be kind of neat having the this part right above this track piece here, because we can add some scenery later to make that look nice. But that is not the angle we need. We need something a lot softer. That angle should work pretty good. And we're coming off right in the middle there, so it should be a pretty easy transition to make. And what we can do is we can just slope it down a little bit. Then we can add the elevation leveler right there. That looks pretty cool. Okay, so now what if we add a difficult feature piece? No, I'm not really crazy on this piece because it looks pretty hard to use. I'm interested in maybe another bank, and a soft bank could work pretty nice here when we loop back. Yeah, we have tilted turns over here, I believe. Oops. Okay, so these ones are... That's not the one turn I'm looking for. Banked turns. Ah, okay, here we go. That looks pretty good. Oh, but this one's tighter. And that'll be a bit more interesting to jump into. So you kind of come down and then start to raid away into a turn. Like that. I might actually make that sharper. Oh, or we could turn that into a larger one here. That's kind of cool. It's pretty long though, but without any action happening, which makes it a bit boring unless we did the short turn here. Full U-turn, which could be kind of fun. And then we could leave that as a jump and do a slope down maybe underneath the track here. See how the car flies out of there first. Cool. So I lost a lot of speed there. That turn is so sharp that you pretty much have to hit the brake, which I'm not against. I kind of like being able to hold the gas button down though as you just steer. Oh wow, we really shot over that. Okay. This jump's a little bit trickier, so I think we're gonna need to get like 1 or 2 more pieces of data before we really know for sure where we're gonna put the following slope. Nice, okay. Do it one more time just to be sure, based on how we're braking. Oops. So the distance you get on that jump depends on how high you ride the side loop here. So if you want a lot of distance, you ride it high. Okay. We'll take a look at that. See where we end up. So we kind of have a variety here, but what looks like the most common line, because this one I ended up hitting in the middle, is right about here, and we do come down just underneath this, which is going to be pretty fun because I think we can actually make that work with an aggressive ramp. Aggressive slope. So if we add you about here, see, we kind of line you up a little bit. So that's going to bring us underneath. I'd like it to be a little bit lower like this, so we're going to be right on the ground. But if we do this, we're going to need to bring the slope out a little farther. And we also want the line to land like into the slope, so it doesn't, so it feels smooth. Okay. That so far looks pretty good. And we can do a straight piece here. We can actually use a booster maybe. But let's leave it for now. Let's go a flat piece first. Let you land the jump, and then we'll go back into a curve. Aggressive out. Let's see where we end up here. So far, so good. overshot to the left. So that's a tricky part about that jump, is it doesn't feel super flowy coming out of that turn unless you know it ahead of time. But I don't want to make it so easy that, you know, there's no challenge. Okay. So you pretty much clear the slope down. We might need to move it up a bit. Oh. That was a mistake. That was also a mistake. Okay, I need to ride that jump a little bit higher. There we go. Wow, you get a lot of distance. Especially if you come out of that corner with speed. So you don't want to make it so that the player feels punished for having a lot of speed in the track. They should feel rewarded for maintaining a high volume speed. That transition was a little bit better. Okay, I'm going to do one more time just to be sure what we're going to do about that piece, but I might remove that sequence altogether there. And if you hit the wall, you kind of bump in. Okay. So the bumps we got to kind of ignore. We got to kind of the pieces that came off. They landed pretty far in. We could either move the slope further underneath, or we could just forget it entirely and continue the track above right here, which might be the better play. So this turn, the jump right after this turn feels a little more angled than it does straight, and that kind of pulls us away from doing something kind of quick here, quick and fun to make. So let's bring us out of this bank. There we go. Now here we could do a jump, which would be fun, into another loop going the opposite way, which could be kind of interesting. That's pretty aggressive. Let's do a medium one there. And let's get more data. Okay, that was nice. Get maybe 2 more runs just to be sure where we're landing, roughly. Nice. And one more. and that was a slower one, so give us some insight there. All right, so we are roughly up here. It's pretty straight, and I wouldn't mind putting the next... we could put a loop here. That would be pretty cool. What else would be cool? This could be cool. A tilted turn. How about in this direction? Move it up. No. Try moving it to the side a bit more. Okay, interesting. So it works better if there's a little bit of a gap, just not too much of a gap. I'm not sure if I'm crazy on breaking that up there, though. I don't know if I really want to go up more. I kind of want to go back down now. And I think probably the best way to do that would be either a turned corner. Ooh, this could work. Where you get sent into a side and then have to turn out of it. That actually could work pretty nice. But I don't want a giant turn like this. This would be a little bit too much. I would rather have a short one or a medium one. Like so. This one doesn't look too bad. You're landing about here, so we're going to need to bring you up because we want to try to make you land right about at the beginning of the track piece. So that looks a little better. But that still doesn't bring us down, unfortunately. It would be nice to go down. A loop would bring us down, so perhaps we should do a loop instead. This loop goes down, and it goes down in the opposite direction. Where does that take us, though? It takes us into conflict with that track. And if we go the loop in the other direction, this could work. Possibly. A little bit about to clip this track piece here, and I don't really want to conflict with that either. We could go up. Try going up this way. This also could work. Don't mind this. That feels pretty good. So you're going to come out of the exit here, most likely on the inside of the track, and going to be exiting out a little bit. So yeah, that could work. Okay. Now can we from here turn us downwards with a piece like so? Yes, but it's going to be very aggressive. And I don't know if we have a loop that's going to work well enough to do that, but we're going to try. And that might be too close to the ground. I believe that is too close to the ground to do that sharp of a turn there. What if we did a medium? The medium's going to be the same thing. So how do we solve this problem? We want to go down. perhaps we back up. And instead, we do a bank out. Or we do this piece with the larger bank here, and we try a bank out here. Ooh, this is a little bit more interesting because this brings us right back to the track here. This is very interesting. And we could slope downwards. Very aggressively. But the car will clip, so we won't go that aggressive, but we could go about medium. And the car should be able to go underneath this without much of an issue. Then our line is going to be on the inside here, and then starting to fall down, starting to go downwards, which is what we wanted to do in the first place. So how far down can we go? Can we go right to the bottom? I don't think we can. I think we're up a little bit too high. We're up a little too high, so we can go here. That's okay, this works. So we already have a pretty awesome system here for the track. This would be a good spot for a checkpoint. I like how this flows, and we can figure out a way to bring the car through this hole later. Right now we have these two pieces which kind of float the car in the air. Excuse me. Let's see, what do we want to do next? So, corkscrews are pretty aggressive pieces. I'm not a big fan of corkscrews. We do have ramps. And we do have these. We could do a quarter turn. Something like that. Maybe this way. Or maybe we go to another bank. Let's try another bank. This time we'll go bank right sideways. Oh, we're a little bit low for the sideways one. So we'll do the less aggressive bank. And we're looking for a tilted turn. So now what we could do is we could do this large one we had before, which is kind of like the opposite of this S-bend we were doing, and then make it go tight. Like this. That looks kind of cool. Would that be fun to ride on? Probably. But what other options do we have? So there's 3 different turns here. We have this one. Ooh, this one's a little bit more shorter. And I think this is the piece we were... No, this is a long piece. And we have a short one. And what would happen if we put a long one here? Okay, that's not going to work too well. We do have the long piece. Can we go short twice, or is that too tight? Let's see what happens. That puts us underneath the track. But we could go this way. Do we have an angled piece? We might. That's not the piece we need. That's also not the piece we need. I don't think we have this piece. So instead, let's go short to long. Let's try that. So let's see if we do this. And then we put a long one in. That's pretty interesting. Come right underneath the start there. I like that. Short into a longer curve, and then we can do something fun. Let's try it and see how this works. Oh, okay. We gotta master our own jump. Ooh, that was a rough fail. Yeah, let's try that again. We might need to adjust some of the track pieces up earlier so we can get a little bit more of a flow. So you can completely skip the checkpoint, which isn't a great thing, so we should back this up a bit. Unfortunately, we may need to delete these pieces here, but that's okay, we can come back to that later. So we did want to go down, but since we have so much speed, it would be better if we instead let the speed take us down, and then put a slope down. So we'll do a ramp here. And we will do probably a medium piece into where we're looking to go. So that one hit the wall. This one looked like that would be right on the money, so it would be a little bit too close, so we should go right there. That should be a soft enough landing for the car. Let's see how that works. And then we'll do a bank here. Let's do a bank. And now we can do the more aggressive... Can we do the more aggressive sideways bank? We can't. We're still too low. So we'll go back to the soft bank. Let's try that. Very smooth, very smooth. I like that. Okay. That was really nice. Okay, so now we're good. We will now go back into banked and do some funky turns. I like this short to long. It felt kind of cool going underneath the start location there. However, it does make me want to pull the start back a bit because I want it to like have supports later. So what we'll do is we'll add a straight here, and hopefully this doesn't change the flow of the game too much. That's a bump. We need a straight. Okay. We land in here, and what I'm thinking of doing is, while I like this piece, I'm thinking of putting instead a checkpoint here, because then we're going to make sure that the player is going to actually play this sequence out. They have to at least get to this checkpoint, which means it's in their best interest to continue following this path for now. Okay. So we're kind of back to where we were before. We can come under the bank. Or is it possible for us to bank more? Maybe it is. I believe it might be. Let's see what happens when we rotate. Okay, that brings us flat. What happens if we use this? Interesting. Start at corkscrew. That's pretty cool. Could use that as a corkscrew later. Does that mean we can also use this as a corkscrew? What happens? I'm curious. We can. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're not going to use that for now. And we're going to come out of the bank. Let's do a slope down. We are now on the ground floor. So you're probably going to have a lot of speed coming out of this. So instead of an aggressive slope, let's do a small one. And we will make it pretty, a lot more smoother here. Hopefully that we don't overshoot that massively. Okay. Now we're on the ground. We could do something interesting. How about we take a left turn instead? We're going to have a fair bit of speed, so it'd probably be better if we had at least a medium left turn here. Not too sharp of one, and we'll go into a sharper turn right here. Let's try, do an S-bend. Where's our S-bends? That could be cool. I like that. That's nice. Okay, but it would be nice to have another jump here. I feel like instead it would be better to just turn right and turn us back into the track than turn outwards. That looks good. Now, we could still do the same thing. An S-bend might be interesting here. Then turn or something sharper. But this area is kind of boring. Like, we have this slope down, and it would probably be better to leave the track like so and then see where it catches us. Maybe even let that happen here. And we might need to move. I'm going to bet you anything we're going to need to move this guy back a bit. Because you're going to probably have a lot of speed coming out of there. That makes it a lot more interesting. Breaks it up a bit. Makes it more interesting. And on top of that, we can actually move this. Oh no, never mind. We're at the bottom already. Okay. And here, what do we do next? Well, we could do our own custom S-bend. This isn't too bad. But if we are going to come here, we should have another jump. Or at least a hill. And we'll do it, the medium piece. We'll give you an actual hill this time. Oh, that's not a medium piece. This is. Now, maybe instead we jump this track right here, which would be kind of cool. That is going to require a much more aggressive slope. We might be able to do it from here. We'll see. Let's try it. Checkpoint's nice. Coming in with a lot of speed there, you got to adjust. And we were almost right on the landing there. Almost right. We're gonna have to adjust that first before we do our jump. So that should bring us on. We're gonna find out. We can't go over more than one, so if this doesn't work, we only have one more adjustment, but that shouldn't be an issue. The landing was super smooth. This turn is super fun. I like this. Okay, and then right here, what we could do is we need a booster for sure. The question is, if we put the booster beforehand, do we still have enough arc for the jump? How close are we going to cut it? And that is going to be fun to find out. Because we got to put you here. And from what I can tell, you're getting boosted almost directly into the track, so hopefully not. We're gonna find out. It's gonna be interesting if you just barely clip it. Oops. Didn't nail that jump. It's nice having the checkpoint here now. It's also helpful for testing. Ooh, I don't know if we have enough speed now. We do. Okay, we're gonna have to restart that. We have plenty of speed. And we just clear it. speed. We do. Awesome. I think we can definitely use that. We have not hit the bottom of that track yet, especially with that booster there. That gives us plenty of juice. Very nice. Okay. Look how much speed that gives us. That's crazy. Okay, so now for the fun part, we can now put something else right here. And we're getting so much air here, so we're kind of probably looking for perhaps a quick... I think it would be kind of nice to have a loop right above. Like right here. However, we don't want it to intersect with this. Now that's getting pretty high, but we could make the loop go down instead, which would be also pretty awesome. However, that does bring us into a conflict, but what we could do instead is a ramp. Now we're going to have a lot of speed, so we're probably not going to want to put in a short ramp or a small ramp. Now I'm curious how smooth it will be to land on that. Might be super easy, it might be kind of difficult. And here, having it right here will be kind of interesting because you're going to be almost clipping it as you're coming off, so it's going to be a bit more of a precision jump to get it through that little crack, which might be kind of fun. It also looks kind of cool there in the sky. Oh yeah, that's cool. I like that. Now, does it work on the booster? This is the moment of truth we'll need to find out. Please excuse my shoddy driving skills at the moment. Ooh. We're gonna need to try that from back here. So as it stands right now, it is a little bit tricky to land that jump, and it might be too tricky that we take out the flow. Oh, it's actually not bad at all. Okay. I'll do one more to be certain. You're just gonna have to know how to land it. Oh, and you can overshoot it, that's for sure. Get one more for data. Oops. Uh-oh. Depending on how much you brake, you can actually make it quite smooth. So if you're coming with a lot of speed, it might be a different story, which is going to be making it a little tricky. They can just knock you forward and keep your speed. I love how thin that that jump feels though. That feels pretty cool. I do want to keep that piece there. I really like it. Gives it an extra added moment of tension that wouldn't have otherwise been there. Okay, I think we're gonna keep it. It works. Now, it'll be interesting to see, can we even fit another loop in here? That would be this loop. We cannot. We could go up if we wanted to, but we cannot go down yet. And when we look at the spray here, yeah, it connects pretty good. Not too bad. It wouldn't be a bad idea having a checkpoint here somewhere. Can we make that? I suppose we could. Excuse me. I think we should. Actually. Probably right here. And we'll do a straight piece here. Just having that checkpoint there forces you to keep going down the line. Okay, I don't love this turn sequence here. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm wondering if we could do something a little crazier. Like, what do we have? What options do we have? We have that. We have this. Here we go. Hold on. So I don't mind this turn in, but what if we had it go out like that? That's too long. But we could go here. That would maintain speed. And we could do something. So we also want to have some speed here, but we could make this turn sharp and then add a straight. And I think this feels a little bit more interesting. It's a little bit more, you're going to come in with a lot of speed. You have enough time to slow down, do a hard right, and then you can gain enough speed to get into the next sequence. I like that. I like that more than the flow. Well, we do want to keep the flow too. This is tough. What if instead we come out first? We give you a little time to warm up. We go in and we go tight. And then we do an S-bend. Ooh, let's do a straight and then an S-bend. Where's our straight? Do a straight, then we'll do an S-bend. Oops. Back to our straight. Now, we have can do a turn in like so. That feels pretty neat. I like that. Does make it feel like it comes out a little bit more. Adds a technical turn into the mix, and then you have some S's that you're gonna have to work around to get to this point here. Maintain speed. Okay, let's try it, see how it feels. overshot. Definitely overshot. Oops. Didn't do the restart from that checkpoint we needed to. Oh, that was close. That was close. Here we go again. Narrow. Oh! What happened to our speed? There we go. Wasn't bad. Ooh, and you come in with so much speed there. I actually like that. That is a technical turn. You do have to brake, but it is doable. Oh man, that's tough. I don't know if the e-brake is the right move here. I don't know if I love the U-turn. I feel like the U-turn over there is just so tight that, like, it's going to be really hard to nail that. Like, it's almost too difficult to consider it, like, a flowy turn. But if we did make it straight, or what can we do here? Could do this. And we could make it so you are now, you have to turn sharper. Then as you're turning sharper, you're going to see that we could add this U-turn here. So you're going to see it coming. You're going to like, I got to slow down, turn, and then go back into it. That might work a little bit nicer. Let's try that. It should feel intuitive. That's what we're going for. If it feels jarring, like the track, like the first time you play the track, I want it to feel like, oh, okay, this feels good. Somehow, we made that. Oh boy, okay. We should be able to get enough speed still. Nope. Oh, okay, that's annoying. Not bad if you know it's there. I'd have to put some signs up, that's for sure. You're 100% going to need to brake. But that's not a major deal. It feels a bit more like natural than it was before, so I'm okay with it. Let's take a look at the line. Okay, yeah, you're going to try to come in here and do a turn. This turn isn't going to be easy, but it is interesting. I could... Can I S-bend? Can I S-bend? I could S-bend. That actually might be more fun to do. Because then you're not getting cut off so sharp here. I mean, it is still pretty sharp, but it's not as sharp as it was before. And then here we can probably bring this over. And might have a long one here, actually. Oh yeah, look at that. It actually used a long one. That looks pretty awesome. I like that. I think that's going to feel way more smoother. This turn is still going to be a challenge, but it's not going to be as much of a challenge as it was before. It's sharp, but not too sharp, especially with that speed. Okay. Probably still need to put some signposts there, but yeah, for now, I think that's good. I'm pretty happy with how the track has turned out so far. It's pretty flowy. We haven't even done that many track pieces yet, to be honest, but it's coming along. Building tracks in this game does take time, but it's a pretty enjoyable process. I added these 3 pillars to the track before I logged off the other day, and they are kind of like the beginning of the scenery, more or less. This one needs a little bit more editing, probably. I haven't really figured out how I'm going to do that yet, but this is where we start. And as you can see, if you come inside here, you can see the inside. I learned this little trick with object placement. So if you place this block naturally at this level, it'll end up clipping with the road. But you can just move it down like a fraction or a hair and it stops clipping, and simultaneously you can still put blocks next to it and it doesn't even look like it's below them. It's like not even noticeable unless you're really examining this little seam here. So yeah, I like it. I think it looks kind of cool. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that throughout the rest of the track. I'm going to have to figure out how that's going to look as we go. But I did want to add some scenery to this area. So I ended up doing it with this pillar, and I was thinking of doing it with this one as well. However, that might come into conflict with this piece. And this piece is not on the grid. I could just move it over there and it shouldn't be an issue. I might have to do like a joined section here for both this area and this. What I'm trying to do here is make it look so that the track has supports where it makes sense and isn't just, you know, free floating in the air like some nonsense track would be. That's just for this style. I'm not going to do that for every track, but for this one, I'm thinking about it just because it's pretty close to the ground here. And I'm not sure how I'm going to do that for this piece. We'll have to figure that out, especially since it's kind of on it's going sideways here. But the track itself is not complete yet either. We start here, come into the loop, checkpoint loop, bank turn into a kind of a U-turn, and then up a ramp into another loop here. I'm not sure how long I want to make this track, but I don't really want to exceed it past this like square area. I kind of want to keep it tight here, and I think the natural progression for the ending of this track is probably going to be in this area as we fill it up. I'm not going to try to make this track super long. I just want it to be flowy, short, small, kind of fun, kind of a cool, nice little scenery to drive around and race for a fun time. I want to make the track easy enough that challenging it for world records is enjoyable. And yeah, we're gonna kind of go with that flow. So as you can see here, I put this piece underneath, this curved piece underneath the track here because the track is curved. Because if I put a square, it wouldn't work so well. And the supports here are not really connected, but I don't mind that so much. I think it looks okay. I could make a couple more additions. I could make a couple more additions here, and I should move this one back just a little bit to make it kind of a little bit more lined up with the other two. Try to put it somewhere in the middle between these two guys. That might look a little better. Okay, so let's get started with a couple other, I'm calling these gnome huts, and I named the track Gnome Man's Land. And yeah, I'll be including it in the description below. I'm starting to learn how to do the editing for these videos a little bit better. They actually, they do require a lot of work to edit, but I think the work is worth putting in because it's just going to be a higher quality video overall, so it's worth doing. Okay, so let's start with this side and put a piece here, 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 and here. So you can kind of see how I started building these as well. And okay, we're only using these for supports. We don't have feet. So this is going to bite into the track a little bit. I'm not super worried about that. It's pretty minimal. However, I could move it out more, but this one is a little bit annoying, but this one's also biting into it as well. So it's not the biggest deal. You can still take that turn pretty close. It shouldn't be a problem. We'll test it to be sure. If it's really annoying, we'll change it. Okay, so I also need to figure out the right height for the other ones. I want them all to be at the same height. That looks like it's at the same height. Okay, so this is going to be joined with this one as well, so we might as well put this one here. Oh. Okay. Maybe that's not going to work the way we hope it would, but we could do this. We have to. We might need to come back to how this is going to work. For now, I'm going to leave this area alone, and we'll just keep working on this pillar. So I did have someone in another video make a comment about how you place the tracks here. You can place it so the clipping isn't freaking out. And yeah, I'll try to pay a little bit more attention to that as we go. The clipping's freaking out here, but you're not going to see that. Oh no, if I put that there, ooh, that is kind of biting into the track a little bit. It's not major. It's pretty minimal. We have to sacrifice a little bit of track for scenery. Just a little bit. Now we need our gnome hut. Okay, so... Wait, did we place it directly on top? I think we did, yeah. I think it's placed directly on top, if I remember correctly. It is, okay. And now we need That. There. There. That covers the glitching area. Okay, great. That one's significantly higher than these two. This one's lower. Oh, this one is lower. Okay. We might need to fix that. We should fix that. Yeah, we need to bring that up a bit. I didn't even realize. That would make it look a little bit nicer when you pass under it anyway. So we'll just delete these ones. Ah, that's not the piece I need. Rid of these. Okay. That one there. This should be going down. Like so. Then, now we can put it here. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Not perfect, but better. Is it totally holding the track up? I don't know if I can answer that question. I guess I could put it here. It would look like a support. Could. Let's see what it looks like. Not bad. Not bad. Honestly, that looks pretty good. I like that. I like that. Okay. But we're missing a piece here. I think we'll do the same thing right here as well. When you're doing scenery, it's nice to make everything look as nice as possible, but sometimes you can end up obsessing about it for too much and then it doesn't look as good. I like that transition. That looks really nice. Okay. Ooh, so I would like to put one here, but unfortunately, that is going to clip with the track, unless we can move it down enough that it does not clip, which it might not. Take up the snapping. Let's see. Where's this one? Okay, so if we do that, the track ends where? It's unclear. I'm not crazy on that. I'm going to leave that. I'm not going to put that in. That's okay that you're going to see this lip here. There's not much we can do about that. Like, I could try to hide it with more block, but I just don't know if that's worth it. That's kind of getting a little bit... That's what I mean by you can get a little bit too obsessive about your scenery. So this part here is a little bit challenging because it doesn't completely line up with this section. This track piece is a little bit, it needs to be like one piece over, like butt up against this one. And to do that, we would probably need to be doing some clipping, and I don't really want to, excuse me, adjust anything here at the moment. I mean, I could, but yeah, there's no, unfortunately, there's no, uh-oh, what did I do? Okay, there's no straight pieces that are like little slivers. That would be kind of a nice piece to have, but we don't have that for little tiny corrections. We actually have to clip the track, and then when you do clip the track, it is very noticeable. Okay, so that's one gnome hut done. And oh, is this one still taller? Oh, it is because we made this one taller so it could line up with this track piece. Ah. And this one is also taller than this one. I guess they don't all need to be the same height. It would be nice, but they don't all need to be the same height. We might end up adjusting all of them now because I would like them all to be the same height. But the issue with that is if we make these ones all the same height, we have to make them all the same height everywhere else. And I don't know if I really want to do that. And considering we've already made a few of these, I don't know if I want to build a whole bunch more. I think I might take out that middle one, actually. That's a little bit less work, and then we don't necessarily need it there either. That just, like, this is going to be supported, obviously, via these two pillars. Okay. So we do need one here, which is going to be odd. We don't have track data. I'm thinking it would be better to move this piece back. Oops. So you don't have to clear it as you would usually. That jump. The reason why being that we're going to put a little gnome hut here. And I kind of don't want it to be in the way of this piece. So this is kind of the part where we're starting to build the scenery with the track, and we should try to figure that out for pieces of the track we do want to keep and are currently working, and new areas we can be a little bit more experimental with. So we should try it for this area here next, and this one we might have to do a little bit of clipping. So we have our block here. So I put the block over the track piece, and then I start to move it down off grid. So this works. Like, that looks pretty nice, right? But there's this seam here, but we can hide it with this block. So what we're gonna do first is add these guys. This is a really thick one. We need a smaller one. Okay, let's put these down. So this is going to be our tallest of the gnome huts so far. So the height of this one is kind of up to our own discretion. It doesn't have to match the others. Okay. This is our very tall gnome hut. We should test the track to see where we're going to land here, so hopefully we don't... Oh, we can still fly underneath this, actually. We could still have a very short... like a little window we can fly through, which is kind of cool. I like that. Let's see, does this work? Let's test our track before we continue. Another piece right here. Try it out. So those track pieces are there. It's not a huge deal so far. I don't mind it. It does cut into the line a little bit. Like if you want to have a really close line. Okay, we definitely need to move it down a bit. Well, do we? I don't know if we do. Actually, no, we don't. It's kind of a technical jump, because you gotta line it up. You gotta know exactly where you're hitting. I already made it 2 out of 3 times here. Okay, super easy jump, not that bad. You just gotta know what you're aiming for there. Nice. Okay, I don't mind it. It works. It works. I only hit that once, and that was just because we went a little too high. But that now it actually kind of forces you to land into the slope a bit more, which is nice. It's going to be a more satisfying jump when you do land it. I am happy with that. The only thing we could change here is this piece. Like, do we need to have this here? Probably not. Does it look nicer? I think so. So we're going to add it back. We're going to add it back. Okay. I can't put it here, obviously. That's not going to work. Okay, nice. Now we can put our little hut on. We should also do the supports right here as well. Now, would it look better if we did a layer up? Actually, it would. Okay, we're going to do it a little higher. And you can see how that already effectively hides the seam we had underneath here that was showing just by doing that. Like, you can kind of see it a little bit, but pretty marginal. We could move this down a bit. Off grid. But I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't want to obsess about it. Well, let's see. What happens when we turn this to night? Because we're going to end up doing that later. So you can see the glow of the track. Honestly, that looks pretty good. I don't mind it. Okay, we're going to go back to day. 9:32. Okay. So now we need our hut. Our hut block. Oh. Got a little bit issue bug there. Okay. Nope, we gotta move you down. That is incorrect. We gotta replace that. There is another issue where there's a bug where, like, when you go up and down with the movement tool, it moves, it doesn't correctly move on the right plane. Oh. That's confusing. Why is it doing that? There should be, like, more space here. Yeah, see, it should stop right here, but it's not. It's, like, coming all the way in. Okay, we're gonna move you off grid then. Yeah, it should stop right there. There we go. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, like these ones. Okay, they all stop right there. Sometimes, here, this one, here's an example. It didn't do that. It's not always landing on where it should land when you're moving it on the grid. There's a bug there. Okay. We now have a taller gnome tower. I like it. It works. Do we want to add anything else to this? Can we add anything else to this, or do we leave it as it is? I mean, we could add little poles inside here, but I don't know if that's going to look very good. No, I don't really like that. A ring? No. Balls? We could put balls. Oh, we could put balls in the center. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know if I love that. We could put balls on the top as well. Nah. Ooh, this is kind of a cool piece we could use. Oh, like a tunnel. Interesting. Like that. Use that later. Is there anything else we could do to this to make it look cool? We could add these pieces, but I don't see how I would really like to make that work. We could add scaffolding. Scaffolding here could look neat. Actually, scaffolding as windows could be kind of cool. I don't mind that, honestly. It does feel a little bit cramped when you're inside of it, though. I think when you pass through it as the car, it looks a little bit nicer as like an open window. Might leave it as the open window. Okay. So the next challenge is this jump here, and maybe we don't jump here, or maybe we land not sideways, but we land a different way. I also want to put a support here, and that might get a little bit strange, because I think what we'll need to do is we'll need to get rid of this one. And I don't want to overhang. I want it to be on the edge of here. But the problem is if we do this way, we're going to need to align this track over a piece, which makes things a little bit more tricky. Not the hugest deal. I could probably find a place to clip. That wouldn't be a big issue. Let's see what happens. This is the S-bend. I could clip right here. No. Okay. Oh. Super easy clip. I mean, you're going to see it on the checkpoint, but that does solve the problem. Okay, great. Problem solved. Okay, so now we can do this section, which will join the two, and also be right here as well, under that you will pass underneath the track. So let's line this up. Okay. Our next gnome tower. So here we're basically continuing this gnome tower upwards. And I think this should be a height that's fine enough. Let's take it down a notch. Let's go there. Yeah, you can travel underneath that, no problem. Okay, now to do the support. Okay, nice. We're also going to add one here. Actually, here's the tricky part. So I think we'll add it a block up. So you're going to see a little bit of a red ledge underneath, but if we do that, it's going to kind of blend this area a bit better together. And it matches with this line, which looks a lot nicer. Nice. Okay, I like it. Hopefully coming out of the bend there is not going to be an issue, but it looks like that, yeah, you're going to be wanting to take the inside of the circle anyway for the track. Shouldn't be an issue. We'll add our gnome hut. So maybe this one will snap correctly. Looks like it did. It did, because you can see the white line here. Okay. Very cool. I like that. I like that they're actually at different heights. That's not a bad thing. We'll embrace that a bit more. So down here, are we missing anything? Not really. We could... No, I think it's good. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Drive underneath. This piece, however, I'm not sure how to do gnome huts for a sideways piece. I think this is going to be our new challenge. And maybe we should play around with this end first before we continue to figure out how we're going to do that. So what the idea behind this is to make it look like these pieces are supported naturally by structure. So this could be like, you know, stapled on there somehow. And we could just have a red pillar. On top of the red pillar, we could have the gnome hut. Where are you? There we go. Okay, we don't want to clip that. That's not going to look very good if we do. That looks like it supports it. Like, not perfectly. Obviously, we should draw out some scaffolding, but if we did this, it might be okay. So problem here is we might conflict with the track when we're drawing this, so we're going to find out. Okay, so far so good. How about this piece though? This is the moment of truth. No. Well, Not quite yes, but we can do this. Does that look right? Debatable. Heavily debatable. Yeah, like I'm on the fence about that. I'm on the fence about that. I don't know. Let's see. See, we can't put this here. Can't do that. I think we need to come up with a different system for sideways tracks. We need to come up with a different system that feels like we're supporting the sideways track somehow. And that's going to be tricky. We need to come up with some sort of gnome hut-like feature that supports this. What could we do? Well, how about we try this with the supports first? Let's try this again. And let's see if we can find the middle of the track here. Okay. Oh, no. That's the middle. Okay, so what we could try doing is make like a scaffolding kind of feel. And see how that looks. Okay, it's intersecting here, but not a big deal. Right there. And, okay, if we put a piece here, yeah, that's definitely going to cross on the track. But we could skip the piece there. And do this. It looks like it's a little bit more part of the track now. Looks like the scaffolding and the track are starting to merge. Don't know for sure yet. Let's just take a look at what this might look like. Okay, that actually doesn't look too bad. However, we do not have a pillar here. So if we do put our gnome tower on the top, we're missing a little bump. But could we make it up with this? Good. Can we do this? We could do that. We could do this instead. Get rid of all these top little bumps. And instead put these little boxes because of out of necessity. That actually could solve our problem. Ooh, I like how you can make this pattern here. That's kind of cool. Actually, I like that. It feels kind of cultured. I don't want to incorrectly use some cultural appropriation there. It looks cool. Is it? It does give it more detail that it didn't have before. So we have this as well. Is this? Okay, it's really easy. That the hitbox on that is actually very accurate. It's not just a plain little wall. It's actually an X. And you have to be very careful about deleting it if you're trying to delete just that and not the whatever's behind it. Okay, so gnome tower, back. Let's see. Oops, can we move this down a little bit? Oh, see, it's starting to do that glitch again. And Sometimes it doesn't do it when you're placing it, but it only happens when you're using the move tool. It's a little weird. Okay. All right, let's see, instead of the white boxes, what does it look like with... Oops. Gotta be careful I don't delete track pieces here while I'm doing this. Okay, well that's glitching out, and you can see that glitching out, so... Why don't we try this? The white boxes, and then put the scaffolding beside it. See how it looks. I don't mind that. It looks alright. I mean, I'm not crazy on it, but it doesn't look bad. Let's finish the pillars on the bottom first before we make our full judgment of what it looks like. Here. Okay. Does it look good? Debatable. Do we have other options? We might. We have the circular pillars we could also use. I'd be very careful deleting these. I'm clearly not being very careful. Okay, we also have these pillars, but this doesn't work because... So that's not going to work. We might not have other options. We have this light, but it's so small. It's so tiny. This light is just ridiculously tiny. Okay, so forget the light. The only option we really have are these white boxes and the scaffolding. And I'm not crazy on either of them, but they might just have to do. Can we make it look better with more? No. Definitely not. What I think... Oh, wait a minute. What if we... Hold on. What if we placed you halfway instead of all the way? That actually looks pretty good. That looks cool. I like that. I mean, it's a little odd, but like it's not bad. It solves this problem. It adds a little bit of detail. Not a lot, but a little bit. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. And I feel like we've solved our problem here with the track. Except this piece feels a little bit floaty, but what we could do to make it feel a little bit less floaty is add some scaffolding right underneath it. To feel like it's like being held up by the scaffolding. Look at that. I don't know if that looks great or not. Honestly, I don't think it looks very good. It might have looked better without it. This is a repeated series of try it, see if it works, and then find out it doesn't, and then delete it all. Very meticulously delete it all because it's tricky to delete. Okay. Yeah. I wish I had just a little white block instead, but I don't. So I think What if we also did it underneath as well? No. Oh. Well, there is one white side. What happens if you... What if I do this? No, that doesn't work. Okay. Darn. Maybe that's what this is for. Put it on the top there. Good to know that you could have like little, like white blocks. White squares. Okay, well, should I put this here? Maybe. Maybe not. It's okay. It's okay. Should we replicate it across all the towers? No. I think what I would rather do, to be honest... Ah! No! I just deleted two things accidentally. Dang it. Okay. What I'm going to do... Ah! I have a solution to the problem. Okay. It's not the best solution. That's upside down. We're going to take these guys. We're going to put them here on the 3. And we're going to take this and we're just going to put it here. Because I like how this already is as it is. I don't really want to change the design. And if it's not here, that's okay. It's out of all the other, it drives me bananas. I could just put like one white block there, but it's going to drive me more nuts. Okay. Oh, interesting. If I put this around the block, that looks kind of nice. I kind of like that, actually. You know what? If I put that there, I don't even think you're going to notice. I mean, yeah, you might, but then it's kind of like just... It's pretty subtle, to be honest. I kind of like this scaffolding idea. I didn't expect that to work. Oh! No, that's not going to work. I can just do this on the edges of these, and I like that. Okay. Just adds a little bit of a little bit more texture. We're getting into fine detail here. I mean, I'm not like crazy on it. It's okay. Now I just did it a whole bunch of times. I don't know if I want to undo it all, but yeah, we're working with limited options here, so I don't think anyone's going to be judging my corner pillars that harshly. Let's just do it. We'll commit. If I really want to get rid of them later, I can do that. Okay. So we solved our tower problem for the side piece here, but now I'd also like to do the same thing with this piece right here, the checkpoint spawn, and this one might be a bit more difficult because this red piece here is... Oh no, we can make it clip. We can make it clip. We can make it clip. We just gotta do this. There we go. Okay. So, this ramp, I don't think this is the piece I want to use, to be honest. I don't think so. I think what I'd rather do is just make another little gnome hut and go from there. And maybe, you know what? Maybe the whole track is just this. Maybe this is where we end it, and we'll put a little hoop here. And then we'll just do the rest scenery. I think that'd be kind of fun. I don't really want to make a super long track. I just want it to be flowy and fun. Kind of short too, and this is pretty short. Okay. Now we're back to the... Oops. Okay, is that... Yeah, that's good. looks fine. Okay. Oops. And now we extend it beyond. So we give it a roof. Okay, and now we need our gnome hut. There, look at that. Checkpoints right in the gnome hut. Yeah. The line is... it'd be nice if the line was in the middle, but... Oh, we could make it in the middle. We're just gonna move everything over now. Okay, fine. That'll look better. Oh, that's such a pain in the butt now. Gotta move all these pieces over. Obsessions with symmetry. This is what it gets you. Okay, are we... I don't think we're doing this correctly yet. There we go. I'm gonna move this over as well. Okay, that looks good. This has got to go over. Now we just have this piece. Okay, that looks pretty good. The line is centered, which now is no longer bothering me, thankfully. Yeah. I like it. And it feels like it's supporting the track. So that's the most important part. What now? So we could use a piece right here. Excuse me. And where else could we put something? We'll probably want a hut right here, as well as here. And perhaps extending it out onto this piece as well as it crosses underneath. Or alternatively, right beside it here, which might look a little bit better. Okay, we'll definitely need one here for sure. Nice. Okay, so that is our hut episode. I think I'm going to end this part here. We're probably going to be continuing with more huts, adding the final track piece, which will be the hoop. I've been thinking about putting this map inside of a cave, which I thought would be interesting. That would like kind of cover the area of the map. I don't know how exactly that would work. like one giant cave, but it could be kind of neat. I'm not sure how that would, like, would that look good? Scenery, environment. We've got a lot of rocks. We got some big wall pieces here. We could instead support the track with the rocks as well on either side and just kind of draw it around the track like this. And that could be kind of cool. Could be. No guarantee. I don't mind that. I'm not, like, crazy on it, but... that could work. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm just going to leave this here as kind of a test. Come back to it. Try it out. See how it looks. See how it feels. So when you play it, is it fun? Does it, like, feel cool to play with these rocks here on the edges? I think that actually looks kind of cool. It kind of gives it a cool aesthetic, to be honest. So this one we need to, like, spin around because it's the rocks are digging into the track there. Yeah, that honestly ain't too bad. I don't mind it. This one will probably bring back a bit. Yeah, like as you're on the track, maybe bring this one a little bit back. You're gonna see the rocks in the background, and then the little huts you pass through. Honestly, I think that could be pretty cool. I don't mind that at all. Figuring out how that will look afterwards will be a bit tricky, but yeah, I think we might do that. I mean, like the pillars here for the track pieces will just kind of stay as they are. Like they might get blended in, they might not. You know, like here might be fine. Oh, we have like a rock floor. Oh, this is even better because we can just put this all over the place. And yeah, cave floor. That looks pretty cool. I like that. What about over here? Yeah, like, yeah, it could be a cave. Here could actually be a cave, you know? Or like a dark cave, and then like over here could be like open up. I like it. I think we're headed in the right direction with this map. I think it's going pretty good. This is a no man's land. So yeah, this is I think part 2, and we're going to wrap up part 2 here, but I'm going to move on to part 3. I'm going to actually just mesh everything into one video, one grand video, cut it all up, make it nice, and you can see the whole track building process from A to Z. Okay, we're back with, I believe this is part 3 of No Man's Land. I'm going to be meshing all the parts together and probably leaving it there. So where we left off was playing around with the scenery. I think more or less I'm somewhat happy with this track. I don't really want to make it too big or long. I think it's kind of more fun for it to be just a fun time trials track, so you can actually have to focus more on the cornering for getting your time than on the stunts themselves. So what I was going to do is I'm thinking I did put this piece here for the jump. I think what I'll instead do is put a finishing hoop, and this will be where we finish. We'll need to test the track to make sure that that is in fact we can land that, and we'll do that now to get started. Pretty happy with how this map has turned out so far. It's pretty straightforward, like nothing spectacular. Like it's just a couple small jumps, but I'm really glad that... Uh-oh. I'm really glad that we didn't go too crazy on this one. I wanted something to be just kind of simple and then spend more time on the scenery itself. Because I want to get a little bit better. Ooh, that was a rough landing there. I do want to get a bit better at the scenery. Okay. This turn itself is a little tricky. It's hard to maintain speed there. Okay. Okay, we're upside down. Okay, oh, there we go. Okay. I just need to know if this jump works. I'm not trying to go for validation time here. Figure out if the jump works, and then we'll move back to decorating scenery. Now, it looks like it does. Okay, fantastic. All right. So, what does that mean for us then? That means that it's time to get decorating. So I initially thought it'd be kind of cool to put this track inside of a cave. However, there's a lot of work, and I don't know. It's not the work I'm concerned about. It's more of that, will this look good if I do it? And I don't know if that answer is a resounding yes. So I think, but I do like this this idea of having the track like with these like stone walls along the sides of it. I really like this. I think it's actually quite cool, and might continue to build that out, and then possibly put stones on the ground here on the inside of the track. From there, I'm not entirely sure where we're going to go. I don't quite know. It's kind of a figure it out as you go process here. So I'm just going to tilt this one a little bit more. I'm getting a little bit nitpicky here, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a figure it out as we go. So I'm just trying to picture this right now. What's this going to look like if we add the rock walls? So I'm not entirely sure how the rock wall is going to look on this area, so I'm going to start with that first so I can kind of get a picture of what it might look like to see if it's going to work. That'll be the most difficult place to put the rock wall. Should we put another one of these huts here? I think so. We should put another hut here. Actually, we should finish with the huts before we start with the rock wall. Are we going to put any more anywhere else? Arguably, it would be a good idea to have one here as well. Here. And here. And here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more huts, and then we can call it a completed number of huts. So this one is a little bit tricky because we put the ramp like right here, and it doesn't line up with this hut. Not that this one conveniently lined up on the same post, as you can see here, which is quite nice. This one will not. So, alternatively, we could take out the jump and do something with extending the track and perhaps bringing the track back here. Though, I don't know if I really want to do that either. I'm not crazy on that idea. I wouldn't mind running the track through here. I think that could be kind of cool, actually, as you would, like, run through the 2 pillars. That could be kind of a fun, like, you go over and underneath. But if we were to do that, that would require us to take out this booster and maybe do a little turn here and turn back in. And then, where do we go from there? Maybe ending the track right here without a jump, and just having a finish line itself, which would be fine. The jump is not necessary. Maybe that's what we'll do, because it might just look a little bit more clean. I'm going more for scenery in this run than I am for like the track, the track features themselves. I still want the track to be fun. That's of course the most important element of the design, but if it doesn't reach that like, you know, feeling of like, ooh, it's super jumpy stunty track, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Okay, so we could do a sharp turn like this twice. It's kind of boring. Oh, this is also slightly... Okay, we're gonna have to clip here if we want to make this work, but thankfully that clip will not really be noticeable. That one will. Instead, maybe what we should do here is a sharp turn. Okay, I want to thread the needle here. So I definitely want a track piece. Oh. Oh, that makes things interesting. That's not dead in the middle. Oh, it is. Okay. So I want the track to end here. I could just make it go straight here. Actually, that could work. It's a really sharp turn, and you're definitely going to have to brake. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but like you're going to have to take a huge speed check. And that might not be that fun. Huge speed check, and then what? So, like, there's this big loop here. I feel like this just isn't the way to go there. I don't want to do a turn in here because I like how this is placed underneath the pillars. We can do a banked turn right out of here. But that's going to dig into the ground, so will this one, so we don't really have that option with that piece. We could alternatively do an S-curve. And can we do this? How would this look? So we could have it go over. We could have an S-curve here, and then we got to figure out a way to get it up there and connect there. So it goes underneath. This itself could be kind of neat because we also have a hut right here. We are creating more work for ourselves. So we didn't intend to make the track longer, or we intended to actually end the track sooner, but due to our own design requirements, we've extended the length of how long it's going to take for us to do this track. Okay, so we need to figure out a way to get up there. Or, ooh, idea. What we could do is just make it a giant ramp, but then that's so aggressive. Yeah, I don't love this idea. I don't love it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't love it. Turns. We have banked turns. So we could try, hold on. We have this option. They're all digging into the ground. Do any of them go up? This one does. This one does turn up. That's interesting. So we could... Ooh. Do we have a small one? We do. Interesting. Okay. What if we take this piece out and we push this one in? It still retains its idea or shape, and we're just starting to bank right here. We bring this guy over. It's not clipping with this piece of the track here. This is a pretty hard turn. You're going to have a lot of speed and going into a really sharp turn. So we could make it a little bit more longer to give you a curve back out, but I don't want to go that long. Could also go about this length. This is okay. I don't love it. Let's keep it short. We're gonna unbank. At this point, I'm wondering if we should even bother turning in so sharply anyway, and instead make an edit up here. So we have a big bank into here, and which would maybe be better in the long run. So let's take a look at that. We have this guy. I do want the track to come this way. That's the wrong bank. Also the wrong bank. This is the one we're looking for. Okay. So I've got a big piece here. A big one. That's going to be a lot of speed to maintain. And it pretty much will line up with this track. It does line up with this track. That straightaway might be kind of fun because you're going to have a lot of speed and you're going to come in this area, and then we can do something kind of fun in here as a finisher, as opposed to, I don't know, the method we had before. That does mean that this tower now is not as, you know, useful, so I'll need to put another red block underneath it to finish the support for that. How did we do this? Did we support? Yeah, this track was raised. So we don't. How do we want to do this? Okay, so bank here to come out. Could just make it straight. It's okay. Not super exciting. I'm curious what this would look like if we did. I just want to see what this. Just want to play with this turn for a second. I want to see what this looks like if we did all the pieces together. Oh, so that's what it looks like. That's actually kind of cool. It's like a Fibonacci sequence. Not what I'm going for. This turn before was actually pretty nice. But you have so much speed here. So you generate so much speed on the track, and then you're just expected to cut it off. I don't love cutting off speed unless I absolutely have to. This feature was okay, but it just kind of got... I don't know, maybe we should turn... We're just doing so much work here. Maybe we could turn in instead. So we could do land, big turn, or small turn. Okay. Land, small turn. That could be alright. Could be alright. I don't love it. I also want to move this back a step anyway, because I felt like the landing was just a little bit too tight to make. So we could do this and then turn it into a sloped piece, and it... Oh, it doesn't connect. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. I can clip you. No, I can't. Can I clip you? I can't. Okay, if I do this, I don't have any clipping options. I have to... Well, I could clip there. Ooh, I don't like that clip though. Okay. New plan. New plan. We're gonna try something else. S-bend. Out of the gate here. Let's take this guy out. Turn. This turn is okay. You're gonna maintain speed. And then we're gonna need a sharper turn as we go into this area to line up this section right here with a bank. which we did not line up. I don't know. I don't really love that either. I don't mind this jump. The jump is fine. S-bend doesn't need to happen. We could let's see what happens if we bank over here. Gonna big bank. Could also do a smaller one. Where's the smallest one? That looks like it's lined up right on the money. However, it could be fun to have a tilted turn come in here. Like that? That could be cool. I kinda like that actually. That looks really sick. Can we make that work? How do we make that work? We're gonna need to push you back. And we need to find the correct slope for this angle. Okay, slopes, nope, ramps. I think it's this one. It is. Okay, so we're gonna bring you there. To bring you here. You're not cooperating. I'm not surprised. Okay, that's a big one. There. Okay. How does that look? That looks pretty good. However, I don't know if that's going to line up with this bad boy. So we're probably going to need to push it back more. And we're looking at least a few spaces to get pushed back at. So we was like the middle piece here, and we had a tilted turn going in this direction. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, there is not tilted slopes, is there? I didn't think so. We're gonna have to manually do this ourselves. That's not a huge problem. As long as that's lined up, that's all I really care about. And then you can just move this over here and we just make it straight. Straight with straight pieces. That looks fine. And this arc looks pretty cool, but when you look at it now, it's actually overlapping the section too much. And having the checkpoint here is actually a problem because it's a problem because we're pushing it out too far. If I could put the checkpoint up here, which could be fine. I could just move it, and then that way I can move this piece back along with this one, which will also make this less likely to be problematic here. I believe that's lined up. I hope that's lined up. We're gonna find out if that's lined up. Oh, wait, it's not. There we go. Yeah, that looks like it's the same. Let's just test it to be sure, because I don't want to like spend a whole bunch of time doing it and then find out afterwards that I messed up. Are these on the same? Yeah, these are not on the same height. Okay, good. All right, so we're gonna need to put a checkpoint here and then probably a clipped straight. This is cool. I kind of like this bank here and then bring you back in. We'll probably put a tower right here in the middle. I might do the checkpoint in the middle, 2 clipped straight pieces. Hopefully that works. If it doesn't, that's going to be unfortunate, but we're going to find out. Okay, and so that means I can take this guy out and I can move this one all the way over here, and that should be good. Now, a challenge is now, because we've deleted that checkpoint. So we have a checkpoint here. You're going to fly through this, and you could try to shortcut it somehow by trying to get over here after you get that checkpoint, if there's another one right there, and then turn around to go for the finish line. We're going to have to think about where we place the second checkpoint, and unfortunately, because these are all turns, we don't really have a whole lot of options for checkpoint placement. So I might put it right here, and you just drop. Oh man, the checkpoint now is a problem. Okay, so this piece does not have a support. We could make this go backwards. Yeah, we could, to solve the checkpoint problem, we could put it right here and push the pieces back. So they go behind the start. We're going to make sure it doesn't clip. That's okay there. You're going to have a lot of speed, so you're going to definitely have to do a speed check here. This is 100% going to be a break. And then again, a speed up into this section, which is unfortunately now going to have so much more speed. Ooh, this is a problem. You adjust one thing on the track and you adjust everything else. This is a difficult part of track making, especially if you want to maintain flow. This is why it takes so long, because you'll make a change and you're like, what have I done? Is there a way to do this without changing these pieces? There probably is. I might be able to get the checkpoint clipped in here instead. Ooh, I could do a checkpoint ring. I don't love rings. However, the thing about checkpoint rings is that they just kind of feel like a bit cheap. They don't look as aesthetically pleasing as a checkpoint block. But they work as a good bandage when you have made a whole bunch of track pieces and don't want to undo what you've already done. Okay. So we're at this strange problem. Okay, so a check. Let's see what happens. Can we put a checkpoint here? How does it look if I put it on the end here? Yeah, so it's not going to clip very easily. I could put it right here, but what this is going to do is this is going to extend the length of this curve, and you're not going to land on this as smoothly. It's not a huge deal, and it makes the jump feel a little bit kind of meh. Here is the end of a twist, so we can't put it there. The most ideal location would be to put it right here. However, if we do that, someone may try to jump from this checkpoint from here onto this track to grab that checkpoint and then try to get to the finish somehow. I think it would be better if you could try that. You know what? We'll just do like a jump here that requires a lot of speed to finish the track, and that will kind of negate that shortcut. You could still maybe do it, but it would almost be better to continue this way to maintain your speed, hit the checkpoint, then hit the jump that way. I could alternatively just add a ring right here before this piece that you fly through right here. I don't love that but I think I would rather have that than have to edit everything all over again. And that doesn't look too bad. It's just a ring floating in the air, so this is okay. Okay, so that's checkpoint. That is now checkpoint 2. Okay. And then, sorry, this is checkpoint, yeah, 2, and then checkpoint 3 will be right here. And we're going to use this, and we're going to have to rotate it to correctly match the pieces here. We're going to rotate this guy as well. It's clipped a little bit, but shouldn't be a big issue. It would be nice here if we had a rotation that would snap right here when we rotate it, instead of having to do like a freehand rotation. Did I do that right? I think it's still snapping. Yeah, it is. I made a mistake. Yeah. Okay, now we got to adjust you. We're gonna do the same thing to this one as well. Adjust them both. This one needs to rotate more. So does this one. Hopefully we can get this relatively seamless, though. It looks like we will. Does it need to be rotated backwards? I don't think so. But maybe we might need to a little bit. The seam is there, but it's very marginal, so I'm okay with that. This one's going to clip. Okay. We're going to need to rotate it back the other direction. So here you can see as I'm rotating it, there's like a little sliver on both sides as I go back and forth. So there's no, it's kind of like a no-win scenario here. Unfortunately. I can try to move this in, but what we're going to have to try, to do here is move it up a bit. So I would rather, if we can't get it seamless, I would rather the clipping or the seam be slightly on the like less bumpy side. So I don't want the car to bump up. I would rather the car bump down if there is going to be seams. That way it's like it's more of a smoother ride. You don't notice it as much. And now we just got to adjust this as well, because we now managed to change that seam. And we're going to be bumping this guy up a little bit, and you're not even going to notice this now. Maybe a little bit, but pretty negligible. Okay, this piece is slightly off. Now this piece is slightly off. Now this piece is slightly off. Okay, pretty good. You'll see the seam going this way, but that's okay. It's bumping down, so from this direction you're not really going to be paying attention to it, and from a distance you don't really notice it, so. Okay, we have our third checkpoint. That solves the checkpoint problem, more or less. However, that does increase our gnome pillar problem, and I forgot to do this. I was going to actually move this into the middle here, and then put the put the pillar in the middle? Now I'm not entirely sure if I should even bother doing that. Okay. This track is actually, I'm surprised how much time it's taking. It's partially just, it's on me because I'm just spending so much time on it. Is that in the middle? Or is this in the middle? It's actually hard to know what is in the middle here. Okay, I'm going to say that's good enough right here. If it's not exactly in the middle, not a big deal. Okay. So, unfortunately, this triangle piece is actually what we need. And it has this white piece underneath it. So, what could we do here? This is just not worry about it, actually, because we have white platforms there. It's not a big deal, actually. Yeah, sometimes, like, when you're trying to create something, you have to, like, stop obsessing about certain little details that irk you and just keep moving, because otherwise you just won't get what you want done. There is something to be said about making something perfect, though. And by perfect, I mean, like, as close to, like, perfection as possible in your mind, but one of the problems with doing that is that you will spend a lot of time on very small little details that in the grand scheme of things people don't always pay attention to, but they will. Some people will be able to feel the attention to detail that went behind the project itself. Some of those people will see it, not everybody, and that can be a cool thing. Okay, so this guy we need to bring up so we can see the line. Unfortunately, there's going to be a little lip. And, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Unless I push this back a bit more. Bring you down. This doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be good enough. Okay, it's decent. Not perfect, but decent. I was looking when you're driving on it. Yeah, this piece I don't like. I really don't want you to be able to see the lip, if at all possible. But there is going to be one. Yeah, I had to have this raised just enough. Otherwise... hold on, maybe I can... Okay, that's not bad. That looks pretty good. Can I just move that up a bit? I can. Oh my gosh. I shouldn't have touched any of it. I should have left it alone. Gosh, okay. We're gonna, I just need to make sure, I'm gonna clip here intentionally, so I don't accidentally later on leave a gap, because you see this gap here? I gotta get rid of that. I'm gonna clip. Okay, we clipped. Alright. Okay, gnome hut here. Gnome hut here. We need to place this one a little bit closer underneath the ground. Nope. I want to turn on snapping. And then we're going to bring you down. Yes, there'll be a little tiny gnome hut there. Also want to put one here. This one's going to be tricky. Well, a little bit. I don't want it to clip through the turn. I still want it to cover most of that side. That's going to be problematic. Can I... How do I do that? Can I do it with this piece? Not really, because it has a white side. Okay, we're going to leave it as is. We're going to do it here. Snap to grid. Pop you down. There we go. So there should also be one like right here. And I think that's where we're probably going to do this guy. Does that look perfect? No, it doesn't, but will it do the job? Yes, it will. That looks decent. It's just got to show that it's supported, like it's not just hanging in the air by a thread. There is some logical supports to this track. That's the idea behind the pieces I'm putting down here. Okay, so next best spot, we're going to go maybe here, but I would rather go here because of the grid. It'll just make it easier. Aesthetically, it would probably look nicer if I didn't go here, but it will be easier for us. Put this piece down, and then this one I can just move down. A little bit more so it doesn't clip. That looks nice, and it's supported, makes sense. This one's gonna have a support. Do we need any more towers? I don't think so. I think once we have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towers complete, I think we're done for towers. How to finish this track, I'm not sure. Probably possibly a jump, or we just actually just go back into a little gnome tower that's like parallel with this one. Honestly, I think that would be kind of fun. Maybe a really high one that's like a ramp all the way up instead. Why not? Why not, right? Toggle object snapping. And that'll be the finish will be our tallest tower, which makes it like a feature piece. In a way, and by feature piece is more like a scenic feature piece, not a ooh, wow, this is getting tall. We're gonna put a booster down there. Is that too aggressive? I mean, kind of, because the rest of the track is really low. So we'll do, instead of the really aggressive one, we'll do the middle piece here. So it's kind of a nice in-between, kind of like in the Goldilocks zone of slopes. It still will be raised, but we're not going to go all the way there. And I think here would be a good place to like bend it back down. So you're going to have a lot of speed here. We'll do one straight piece. Let you even out, and then we'll do the finish line right here. That is not quite in line with this, but that's okay. It keeps everything kind of self-contained in this little map, which I like. That doesn't need to be there anymore. We're going to delete the old trails. And we'll put another pillar here. Okay. Great. And then the trick with this one, so it doesn't clip, you just gotta pick up opposite snapping and just pop it down a smidge, and you're not even gonna know. It looks like it's aligned exactly how it should be. Okay, we could alternatively put supports here, but I'm thinking about doing those rocks instead, so I think that'll look kind of cool. And yeah, let's finish our gnome. Let's finish our gnome huts. Okay, so I think we have 6 or 7 huts to build. Let's get these done, and then from there we can start to do the rock scenery and eventually the track validation, which I'm looking forward to doing. Oh, actually, before we do that, we should test this just to make sure it works before we do a whole bunch of work. It's always smart. Continually test your track as you're making your track. Otherwise, you're going to find out the hard way if your track works or not at the very end. I like how it is, though. I think it's flowy. Oh god, it's flowy. It feels fun to drive, especially that landing right there. The checkpoint loop. Though I didn't want to use the loop, I'm glad we did. That's a smooth landing. I like this tilted turn. Reads the checkpoint. A little bumpy there, actually. We should, Ooh, okay. That makes it a technical challenge here. So you're gonna come up right here, and hitting the finish line, you're gonna have to brake at the end to do a rollover onto the finish line, which I don't mind. Not the worst thing. That's what I was kind of worried about earlier, to be honest. I could put a loop inside the tower. Actually, that could be kind of cool. The very end is a little jump into a larger tower. What if we did that? That could be kind of neat, actually. So what if we extend... Okay, we're gonna do it slightly differently. This will be our finisher. Question is, where do we put the jump? And should we put it right here? Which actually wouldn't be a bad place to have another tower. Okay, the question is, where do we want to put 2 towers? Because it's going to make us do 2 towers instead of 1. And I don't want to extend the track out too far this way, so I would rather have the jump like right here. And then have a tower section right here. We'll put a little tower here, and then basically we'll figure out where we're hitting, and then adjust our tower there. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to clear the trails. I'm going to add this piece here. as our support. Gonna move it down so it's properly doing its thing. The support's going to be a little bit interesting for this one, for the beams. I'm not sure if... I'm not going to do the beams angled. I'm going to have to figure out another way to do that. But that's a problem for later. We're going to figure out where exactly we are firing into, and then we're going to build a separate tower. No doohickeys in here. And then there's going to be a little ring you pass through inside the tower, which will be the finish. The one thing I like about adding scenery to a track is it really makes it feel like the track has been complete and a lot of attention has been put into making the track feel good to play. Like I feel like you get that impression right away as soon as you start the track. Like the creator spent time to give you some enjoyment for playing it. That's what I like about playing a track where it's like the scenery is really detailed, and that's the kind of feeling I get when I play a track with scenery. Right, we gotta fix that bump there. This is pretty much max speed, and as we're going, let's do that again. I could add a booster. Don't know if it's necessary. I'm looking for like 5 to 8 data points because I want it to be like pretty smack in the center there. Just want to make sure we know exactly where we're going to put the ring. Okay, so we should have enough data there. So the ring is going to go right here. Easy enough. We're going to build the tower around the ring. And we're going to put it in the middle of the tower. Bring that down a step. Yeah, I want it to be like dead center here. Okay, great. So, and then this guy, I'm going to bring about here. Yeah, this should work. And then what we'll do as well is we'll add the roof after. So I'm going to leave that for now. That should work. Don't need to worry about it. I was thinking it'd be nice to have supports here on the corners instead, but the single one itself should be fine. Oh yeah, we needed to adjust the bump here. If we can make it a little bit smoother, that'd be great. Let's just play around with the rotation tool a bit. So, snapping disabled. Okay. Let's see if we can sync it up a little bit. That actually looks pretty good. Right here is noticeable. A little bit of a drop off there. Can we drop it here a bit? Honestly, it's going to be pretty hard to take away the seams here. It's not going to be easy. I could try rotating this in the opposite direction. That's not going to work very well though. You know what? I think we just leave it. We don't mess around with it more. It's going to be a bump. It's not major, and it's not my favorite part about the track. It's probably my least favorite, but that's okay. Okay, let's get to building these towers. This part, I'm probably going to possibly fast forward. If not, unless I have things to talk about. I don't always have things to talk about. That's one of the greatest difficulties about this channel, is trying to find out things to talk about that people would be interested in listening to, or hearing about, or want. want to know more information on. Okay, so I think this will be the... Ooh. The intersection point here. Right there. One of them, anyway. Not all the towers have to look perfectly identical either. I'm not obsessed about that, that's fine. I'm trying to get them roughly the same. Okay, that looks pretty good. So in a case like this, I'm not super concerned about this clipping here because the most likely line you're going to be taking is on the inside of this corner anyway, so we're just going to leave it. If the scenery was getting in the way of the most logical line you would take on the track, then the scenery is not doing its job, in which case you would want to change that up. Okay, and then we can pop our little tower hat on the tower. And these are supposed to be these guys now, so I might need to replace these because we decided to switch that earlier. To add, is it this one? No, it was the white box. We have a white, the white box? Oh. Oh, actually I did that wrong. No, no, no. Okay, we just gotta bring you up. Oh, darn. Okay. Well, here we go again. Let's just place them all down again. It actually was correct the first time. What I needed to do was just add the box to the already existing pillar. The box frame right here. There we go. Okay. That looks good. I'm happy with that. This piece, we're going to add the support to, which we didn't have earlier. Make sure that that is not clipping. Great. Okay. Looks good. I like it. Now we have this one. This one's a little bit more tricky, especially for the supports. I gotta look at how I did it previously to double check how I'm gonna do this one. So I did put a line there. I didn't put it underneath. I put it on the other side as well. So I should be able to do that here, hopefully. So this is an interesting piece. This is a problem here. So this is actually conflicting with the most logical line. So we have a couple options. We can leave it, or we can adjust where this is, and that's going to be probably the best solution. So if we adjust it and move it over, it's not so much in an alignment problem anymore, but it's still a slight problem. So let's see, if we put it here, that's kind of a pretty big change. And if we put this one down as well, are you going to be ticked if you can't hit that? Well, in this case, it does affect the line a little bit, but it's pretty marginal. So I'm going to say most people aren't going to be super annoyed about like being able to cut on the two corners here. I'm not super concerned about that, and I will leave that there. But normally, ideally, I would rather not have any intersection on the track at all. back to getting speedy with this. Let's go. Whoops. Let's get that right there. Okay. So that looks good. And this one, I would like this to be a little bit higher before I do the support beam. That looks good. I'm happy with that. So here, that's not going to work. We also have the other problem of it clipping on this track piece as well. So yeah, this is going to be kind of unfortunate. This is unfortunate. The thing that's okay about this clipping is that it is on the outside edge of this line, so if you want to maintain speed here, you're not really going to be worried about hitting this post, most likely, because you're going to be trying to cut the corner anyway. Do I want this post here? Absolutely not, but I do want to keep the aesthetic, which is a bit more important. I could alternatively just not use that post, which is what maybe we'll do instead. And maybe, yeah, let's try that. So in this case, we could just, this actually looks okay. We had to do this earlier. We had to do this earlier with this piece right here. We took a post out. We didn't keep the post in. And that's okay. If you have to do that, I think that's going to look better overall. So the person can take an outside line if they want to. I would rather give the player the freedom to take the line they want rather than restricting their line on this map. Though I would love to have a beam right here, which would be so nice. I still can actually do this. And this is okay. That's okay. You're going to be able to drive underneath that. I don't think it's going to be a problem. We can we can test it, but you know what? Will we clip that? The car actually might clip that, so let's bring this up one level higher. One level higher. Okay, we're gonna grab our beam. There, we'll do it right here instead. Just make sure that that looks good. Okay, now we'll place that again. Okay, that looks pretty nice. Don't mind that at all. No, it's not going to have any issue with the car. Or it shouldn't, at any rate. And now we can place the tower, the hut. Oh, wait, before we do that, we do need to use this piece here. You can see that these pieces were normal, but this one was not. It's because we didn't have a regular white box piece to be able to use. Since... Oh, but we could do this. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Oh, but we could do this. Can we? It does work. Actually, we could solve that problem. Okay, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to get so specific about that, honestly. I don't care enough. This is just a level of detail I don't think many people are going to be paying attention to unless you're watching this video. But, you know, we're not trying to go for Game of the Year here. This is just a Apex Rush map, which someone may or may not play. find out. Hopefully some people play this map. That would be nice. Because after all the hard work you go into making it, it'd be nice if someone plays it. But you don't know if that's going to happen or not, so. Okay. That looks pretty good to me. I didn't think about this earlier, but I could bump these out here. Just leave it. It's fine. Okay. Did I place that tower correctly? I did. Great. So we have this tower. And we have a few more to do. We have these two over here. Oh, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 left to do. Okay. So in this case here, I would do this beam, but because it's slightly interfering with the track, probably going to leave it, especially on both sides. And where the layer lands, I'm going to give enough breathing room to make sure that the roof of the car is not going to hit the roof of this part of the dome. Okay, so it's going to be a tight squeeze, but you should be able to get your car in there, no problem. Hopefully. We're going to find out. We should test this, actually, before we continue. Just make sure we got it right. I love it you see all the little gnome huts. It's great. Okay. Nice landing. That one feels good. Oh, there's a lip there. We gotta fix that. I didn't even realize that was there. That feels good. Could even be lower, but we're gonna leave it as it is. And take off to finish line. Great. Okay. So why is there... Oh, okay. That was not a lip. We're clipping. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Why is it not disabling? Snapping disabled. Okay, this is another bug. Sometimes this just doesn't work. Disabled. Like, I'm clicking it. Better just try to put on a new piece and try again. Okay, now it's disabled. It's annoying. Oh. Please stop. Oh my gosh. Okay. Try it again. Nope. Okay, we're gonna restart the map. Just gonna save here quick and restart. Custom tracks. My created tracks, no man's land, play. Okay, we're back. Hopefully that fixed the problem. Snapping disabled. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes you have to leave and come back in. Annoying, but the game is still in early access, so you gotta be forgiving. Okay. Alright, what we're doing here is we're building a tower. I had to remind myself. Oh, we need to finish this one. We didn't do that. And we gotta do this one as well. So to finish this one, we just need a little hat. Double check, that looks good. Okay, great. Great. And let's go back. Let's finish this one as well, now that we're here. So this is a tricky one. Since this is raised up a little bit, I'm not sure what the ideal placement's going to be. It looks like right here is probably going to be the one rod, but that does not mean... Oh, okay, here is okay too. Okay, we got lucky. That's fine. There's a little bit of lipping, but not huge. Now we need to figure out at what height do we want to do the other one. I think because it's right beside this other one here, it'll look nice if it's at the same length or same height. So we'll do that. We also need to add the frame boxes to that one, which we forgot to do. Okay. Looks good. Does feel a little bit tall, like in comparison. I wouldn't mind it actually being lower. I feel like lining it up here is almost a mistake because it just feels like other pieces should be symmetrical, in which case they're not, and I don't want to start leaning into that impression, so doing it this way, making it a little bit lower, is fine. And I feel like it makes it a little bit more fun to drive through as well. Okay, where's our hat? There's our hat. Now we just need the boxes. Great, and then we'll do it here. We forgot this one. Voila. Okay, cool. I like that it's fine being in line, but I like it's a different height than the others. Okay, did we forget the boxes anywhere else? It does not look like we did. I think we were okay. Okay. So we have this one. So how many do we have left to do? We have 1, 2, 3 left to do. We're almost done the towers. Nice. I am looking forward to having this map completed. I plan to complete this map in this video, this recording that we're doing right now. I hope that is what happens. Okay, I'll put that there. That looks pretty good. Liking that. We do not have a visual on how much space we have. I'm gonna guess that this will work, but we're gonna just put the bar here, test it, make sure that it does, and then we will proceed forward. This map feels like a little gnome village. It's kind of what I was going for. That's why I ended up calling it No Man's Land, because the towers felt like little gnome huts. Ah! Uh-oh. Okay. Thread the needle. We got this. Okay, we don't. Now we do. We got this now. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's all I need to know. Let's just double check this jump is good. I think it is. Yes, it is. Great. Small little map, but it's got a lot of character, which is what I love. Okay. Oh, we forgot about this one. I totally forgot about this one. So we do have more to do. Okay. We got to do this. Let's do this one now so we don't forget it. So this is another case where it's eating into the track. However, yeah, that is pretty significant. It is significant right here. So what we could do is we could move this over a one grid block. And this will still eat into it, but it won't be as bad. As before. And, I mean, if it's there, you can still take the inside corner. It's not a huge deal. I would rather have the supports there and have the... have it looking cool than not having it at all. Okay. What does that look like? Not bad. Not horrible, just, like, okay. And if I put this here, and I also want to put the pillar here, does that look bad? Not really, it's a little tiny window. But I would rather it have some more breathing space. And that would be maybe here. I don't want it to be at the same height as this one. Oh, here would be good. I'm going to say not every gnome hut needs to be low to the rack. Some of them can be a little bit higher than others. That's okay. This one's low. This one's middle. That one's low. Actually, most of them are low. This one not being so much so. This one is also that one. Well, that's a sideways one. This one's low. This one's low. They're all low, actually, so maybe I should bring this down a little bit more. But if we do that, maybe it would be better if instead we bring this piece up, delete these two, bring this one up. Okay, I'm going to replace that. We're going to bring this one up here. And then put the pillar over the track right there. I think this will look better. It'll be tight. Mind that. Just got to make sure that you can clear it. Can you clear it? Yeah, you can clear that. You can clear that, no problem. Okay. I would like there to be a fill-in here. That's probably not going to happen. Because we don't really have any pieces that can do that. Not right now. That are available. Like, I could use these, but it's just going to look a little weird, so I'm going to just leave it. I'm going to add this guy. Just to get rid of that little line. And we're going to add our gnome hut. Our little gnome hat. And as you come in, that should be no problem. Let's just quickly test it to be sure that there isn't an issue. Extensive testing on this track is required. Some of them are a little more spacious than the others. That's okay. I like it when it's a little bit tighter. Feels a little bit more exciting. Ooh, okay, you do get stuck there. I don't love that. Oh, because if you got a lot of speed... But, you know, the funny thing is, there's also a brake feature. Okay, you got a lot of speed. You're probably going to want to brake here anyway. That corner you have to brake on regardless. which does add some technical challenge to the track as well, that corner. I want to start from this checkpoint here. I want to start from the ring. Where's the ring? Here we go. Use checkpoint spawn. Yeah, you can do it, still keep the flow. I didn't even brake there. So, possible to do it. This will probably be the most technical corner on the track. Okay, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, it is slightly in the way, and it can totally stop your run, but it's not like direct obstacle. I'm fine with it. Okay, now we got to finish this gnome hut. Got quite a bit of them to do. This one's almost finished though, so. Oh, we got to go back there and make sure that we add the blocks here. We didn't do that. On the edges. Oh, I placed that? Oh. I did this wrong. If you look, see the gnome hut is actually overhanging here, so there should be more space allocated to this support, which has not been done. I made a mistake. So that does mean, on the bright side, that that should no longer be a problem getting that support beam there now anymore. That does, however, change how this looks. Isn't a big deal. Oh, okay. We gotta bring you over here. Oh, please cooperate. There we go. That one over there. One good thing about this editor, I gotta give my kudos to, is that like I can clip in here and still edit this without there being an issue. That's a really nice feature. Don't know how the devs managed to do that, but that's well made. Really like that. Okay, so that honestly kind of solved the little problem the little hiccup we had there in the testing. Now that this is over here, I honestly want to move this over a bit and see if I can move it up. And that, well, we don't want to move it up that much. Okay, that solves our problem over here. Looks all good. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. We could obviously clip in here with this guy. You know, like I could do this. But it doesn't really well, you know what? Let's just do it. Doesn't feel necessary, but let's do it. That's okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Oh, no, it doesn't, you know what, let's just take it out. Okay, we're just gonna leave that as there. That looks fine, because we're also doing that over here on these leaning pieces. Not worried about it. Getting too fancy with it. This needs to be fixed. Oh, I see. There we go. Get rid of that, and then add this. Make sure it snaps to the grid. Oh, and that snap bug. And make sure this piece has a pillar. Okay, great. Problem solved. Now we need our gnome hut for this guy. I'll double check I placed it right. Yes, I did. Can I also place this here? No, that's not going to work. Okay. Leave that there. I wish this gap was not here, but I could do this. Oh no, the checkpoint. Ah, I need that. Waiting for that undo button. Waiting on that undo button. Okay, that's the finish line. That's not a checkpoint. Okay. I placed this here. I don't want you to, the car to touch it at all. This is not something I'm usually going to do. Bring this down. This is only for kind of closing that gap. And could we bring it up here? No. I mean, we could bring it up a little bit, but then it starts to clip. I don't really want to do that. That looks good. Good enough to hide that gap. I think we have that problem here as well. We could do it right here. Modern problems require modern solutions. Oh, got the snapping bug. Ooh, this almost does it perfectly. First try. No issue. There is that little glitching you can see there, but I believe if we adjust this... just a hair, that gets rid of that. You still see a little thing, but that looks way better. We don't have a lip there. I don't think there's any other... Ooh, there is one jump right here, so we can fix it right here when we need to. That shouldn't be a problem. Did we have any more lips? We have this here, but... yeah, I was thinking of just leaving this as is. I find this piece was kind of difficult to do. This one, not so much because we can hide it with a rock, but this... yes, this piece here, I'm not sure how we're going to handle that. Also, on top of that, we also have rock to put up here, so I'm not sure what that's going to look like yet. We're going to need to figure our way through that. Okay. We need box pieces. Snap them to the grid. Add these here. That is another gnome hut complete. Yes, it is. And we have 2 left. 2 gnome huts left. How many do we have total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 when we're done. 14 now, 16 when we're done. That's crazy. Okay. This is Gnome Hut Simulator 2026. I really love this game. I'm really glad I've been able to play it and just make these videos. This has been super fun. Okay, I think I'm going to put it here. And... yeah, I'm going to put it here. For the first pillar. You can clear that. You should be able to clear that. We're going to find out if you can clear that. We can't. We'll have to adjust it up one level, but it should work. I like that you don't really know what's coming next because it's so low. I like that. I could almost move this out more just to hide that piece there. You wouldn't even know, but nah. I don't want to do that. Okay, that's not clipping, is it? I don't think it is. Okay. I don't want to do that because it's not going to look very good. Because you can totally tell right there. Okay. Let's test it. Let's make sure it works. You know, it's funny, even with limited scenery, you can still make some pretty cool looking tracks. There's not a whole lot of objects right now, but it really just comes down to your imagination. and creativity of playing around with the pieces themselves. Like asking yourself, what can I do with this piece? Someone in the Discord server is currently building a cyberpunk track, which I think is so cool. And I was looking at it, and they had decided to use the glowing parts of the track underneath to use that as like a cyberpunk glowing feeling of a city, and it was such a cool idea. I loved it. Oh yeah, that works no problem. Great. Okay. Let's finish this gnome hut. So we're gonna have to put 2 down because we need another one that the car can drive under, but we're not going to make it that tall. Right there should do the trick. Ooh, that's kind of dicey. No, we got to go a little bit taller than that. Got to go a little bit taller than that. 1 block should do the trick. Okay. Oh. Whoops. There we go. I really enjoy track building. It's really fun. It's kind of therapeutic, being creative in general. I like drawing like on paper, but and paper is probably one of the most ultimate forms of creativity, or you know, a blank canvas. But in the digital world, it's nice having these grids you can snap to, which add a pretty fun layer of creativity that you don't often get to explore. Okay, I'm almost debating if we just... Yeah, I want to take out that first rung. I wasn't crazy on it, to be honest. As I was looking at it from the side. I could take these out, but I don't want to. I could angle them, but I don't want to do that either because I haven't done that with any of the other gnome huts. I don't really want to start doing that, but however... Well, I did kind of do it with these, sort of. I didn't angle them, but I have one lower here and one there. And the same thing with this one. I could do it. It actually might end up looking kind of cool if I did. Let's see, what would it look like? Possibly hard to line up, being the problem. Especially on both sides. I think that would be the biggest kicker here. Let's try... Is that sort of lined up? This is tricky to get right, actually. This makes it way more tricky. It looks okay. Actually looks pretty good. Pop it out a bit more. Like, it's going to be hard to make it look great. But it doesn't look bad. In fact, it looks kind of sick, actually. But am I going to be able to match that on the other side? That is a great question. Someone was saying there was a command for copy with Alt, but I'm trying that with Alt key and it's not working. Okay. Do I want to do that? I could. I'm like, I don't know. I think this looks just fine as it is, but this does give it some added flavor that, you know, some of the other pieces don't have, which makes it a little bit more interesting. So yeah, okay, let's tilt it. We'll do it. It's not that much work. We'll do it. We'll do it. Okay, try to get roughly lined up here. Thankfully, there's lines on these pieces, so we kind of have a rough idea of what it should look like. This is not going to be the exact same on either side, for sure. I have this... I already have this kind of messed up. Okay, this piece will go over here. And this one we will also rotate. Bring it down. Come on, down here. Bring it over. Make sure it's flipping past that one. Okay. Not bad. This one definitely looks better than the other one. I will say that. I think I would need to re-rotate these, like, more this way. To get the desired effect. Do I have 4 pieces in here? I feel like I have 4 pieces. Okay, that that looks pretty bad. Oh no. Okay, so this one needs to be rotated again. Oh, it's not wanting to cooperate. This piece does not want to cooperate. Okay, that looks pretty good. This one also needs to be rotated once more. I think a little bit to the right here, and then try to drop it in. I think that's it. I think that's it. That looks pretty good. That's not perfect. Especially this piece here. Can I get this to sync up? Maybe not. I think this one I need to rotate down a little bit. Like that. I love the attention to detail we're going into here. Nope, this one's not. It's not quite there. Oh, maybe. Maybe. This one needs to tilt down a little bit more. Bring it up. Tilt down a little bit more. Bring it up. Okay. Is it perfect? No. But is it pretty close? Yes. That looks really good. I'm happy with that. I like it. Here, are we going to add the circle? Yes, we are. We're just going to hide it in here. Okay. And then we're just going to make sure that that is not in the way of the track at all. Don't want it to clip at all. There we go. And then we'll bring this one down just to match that one. Look at that. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I like it. Okay. That's 15 huts done. Now for the 16th hut. We haven't even gotten to the rock wall yet. However, I am pretty happy that we have finished the track itself. That's a big win. That's a big win. And this tower shouldn't take too long. The rock will take a while, but this tower itself should be pretty quick here. So since this is the winning tower, what we'll do is we'll make it so you can fly right through it. I don't want to make it so you like just hit a wall. I think that would be a little silly. Oh, we got to double check that last hut we did and make sure that we added the... Aha, we did not. We didn't add the boxes. Wonder if you caught me there. Okay. Box. 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 Okay. All right. Now it's finished. Okay. So here, I'm going to go back to building this one. So I want to make it so the ring is just covered. By the... We're going to go up one more level. That looks good. Is that correct? I think we need to go up one more level, actually. This level. Want to get just right. Want to look satisfying. And feel satisfying. Both are important. Okay. Alright, that looks cool. That looks really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. And we add our little hut on the top. This one did not take long at all. And we'll add our boxes. Finish. Oops. It's the finishing touch. So, alternatively, we could add like another pillar in between there. I don't see a reason to do that. This itself looks fine. Is there any other, you know, pieces we could do? We could do like scaffolding underneath this. Doesn't really need to be there. So I'm going to take that out. Well, scaffolding could look okay, I guess. You know, we could cover it all in scaffolding, but I don't know. I don't really see a need for it. Like, we could also do scaffolding on the sides and the insides of here. These towers for detail. I don't mind that. This would be a lot more work to go around and finish all the towers doing this, but at this point, like, adding detail, I'm not against, because we finished with the... That looks good, actually. I like that. How we're going to add that across all the pieces, though, is going to be very time-consuming, but maybe we just add it just to the finish. We're going for map quality here. I honestly like that. I feel like it adds like a dimension of character to the tower itself. That looks cool. It just gives it a bit more depth. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm crazy on the right underneath. Ah, didn't mean to do that. I'm not sure if I'm crazy on it directly underneath, but like on the sides. Yeah. On the sides, yeah. Looks alright. What if I took it off here? Just did it there. That could also look okay. Getting into decorative detailing with the pieces we have available to us. That, I don't mind. I don't mind it. It's okay. I'm not so sure about this, though, now. I And we have one without scaffolding, which was just quite simple. The detail does look good. I'm just not sure how to add the detail correctly, so the detail looks really good. Maybe usually less is more when you add detail. If you add too much, it starts to look crowded and just not as great. But if we add it underneath, what about that? That could work. Or alternatively, take this one out. That looks kind of sick, actually. I don't mind that at all. Don't mind that at all. Take that one out. Gotta be precision careful here not to delete the red block, because then we have to replace it, which is somewhat annoying. Yeah, I like that. It adds just enough detail that it gives it a bit more depth, but not too much that it's overwhelming. You almost actually could go less, like just putting this in the... Oh god, I did the red block again. I did the red block again. Hold on, can I... There we go. Okay. Could almost just go with these ones in the corner. Take these out. Ah! Okay, take these out. Please don't delete beam. Okay. Gnome hut. Back on the top. Oop. Placed that incorrectly. Gnome hut. Back on the top. This itself, I think, complements this piece here. And it doesn't... This looks a little bit much. This itself is just fine. And it's not too much. And I think I'm just going to add that. It also is not a lot to do for adding it to other towers. It's just like it's a slight detail that adds a little bit more depth to the structure without overpowering it. It's not like the structure looks particularly amazing anyway, but I just want to give it a little bit more depth. Okay, and how do we do that over here? Excellent question. I have no clue. That's going to be tricky. That's going to clip. Okay. You know what? We're not going to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it because this is going to be really time consuming to do it, and it's going to be difficult to figure out for every tower. And at this stage of the map, I would like to complete it and move to the next project rather than get hung up on tiny little details that don't matter that much. Honestly, it looks good like that. I'm okay with that. Okay. I mean, scaffolding inside there. Okay, no. Okay. We gotta keep moving. We gotta keep moving. Okay, so the map is finished. Well, it's not finished. The track is finished. The huts are finished. All that's left now is the rocks. The environmental rocks. And how we're going to do this, I do not know. It's going to be a fly by the seat of your pants and figure it out as we go kind of ordeal. So we'll start here because we already started over here. And we'll see if we can get this somewhat lined up. So it was probably better if we... How skinny? Oh, that one's really small. Do we have skinny pieces? No, we don't. We have lower pieces. That's nice. We do have these pieces. I can rotate these around. What I think I'll do is I will rotate try to make it so it looks somewhat different each time around. Uh, yeah, this is going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. So this one comes down, goes in. This one is also going to come down, move in here. This one going to come down. So I don't want the rocks to crowd the track too much. I actually don't want them to really cross the red line at all, if at all possible. Like, they can touch the red line, but they can't cross it. General rule of thumb. That looks not too bad. This is getting tricky, though. That's a really small rock, medium rock, slightly larger rock. Okay, so I'm okay with this. I'm gonna try to close the gaps here. This is gonna be a tricky experiment as we figure out how to do this. This requires some precision movements with the rocks. Yeah, okay, so... okay, this is gonna be time-consuming. I'll put it that way. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to make this all look at all, actually. I have no clue. But I guess we could start with the walls and then kind of go from there. We'll have to kind of angle stuff in. This is right here is the biggest challenge, is right over here. Once we get past, like, the sideways curve point, I think it'll be easier, but yeah, this is a detailed project, guys. I don't know if I'll even finish this in this this episode, or this recording. I hope we do. I really hope we do. I'm going to start with just doing the outline in general, and then move into, like, getting a bit more detailed with the track. So, like, this is making it look a little bit nicer. I just don't want it to clip here or here, more importantly, right here. This I should rotate around and move you like so. This one, I need to push you. I need to rotate this one as well, and then push it out. This will be just kind of like a backdrop, and then I'll fill it in with, like, regular rocks underneath. I think some towers are gonna showcase the rocks more than others. Okay, that We have a tall middle one. We do sort of. Some middle stone block. Okay. So I would do this, but then like I have to like kind of make a square here, and I don't want to make it a square. I actually want to round it. But that's a little bit hard to do. So, ooh, this piece is kind of close. I think we'll use this piece and kind of sort of. It's gonna be a little bit square, but we'll round it roughly. This one. Kind of. Oops. Okay. I think it's this piece I need. No. I need the height. I just don't need the length. I might be able to make this work here. No. Well, that actually doesn't look too bad. As it stands, that's pretty rounded. We'll round this. Oops, we'll round this one out a little bit. Push it in. Doesn't look like it's clipping. Okay, cool. So far, so good. Do I need to put pieces in here, like on the edges? Probably not. I could just probably put rocks down below. I don't mind if there's grass here. The grass is fine. I don't know if I'm going to do this all over the place. I mean, I could. But how does that look? It doesn't look bad. I think the problem is, but by doing this, you know, I guess I could just like lower some, raise some, but they're all gonna have like different, you're gonna be able to tell they're squares, you know, unless I rotate them around and stuff. This is level design right here. That actually looks pretty good, but you can totally tell. Like if I rotate it, you can also tell. You can also tell more if I rotate the pieces. Do I prefer this or grass? That's hard to answer. You know, I could just put like a boulder in the middle here, to like try to distract from that. Like, you're probably not going to be paying super close. Ooh, I could do this. I could just, like, make the floor uneven here. And then also add, it, like, that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You're gonna start seeing a pattern somewhere. You're gonna see something. That looks pretty good, actually. I don't even think I would tell. Like, the level of detail as I'm, like, traveling through on the car. You know, am I going to be looking at the rocks very closely? Probably not. And I could make this, like, an interior cave section. But if I did that, I'm not sure how, like, the rest of the sections would look. Like, I could just make the whole thing kind of like an interior cave. I don't really want to do that. I like that you can, like, drive in here and then it's like... rock. This is tricky. This is tricky. I might end up deleting all this because I just might not know if it's going to work, but... So, can move this a little bit. I don't want it to be on the red line so much. This one's going to need to rotate. Like, for the amount of work I'm doing here, this is definitely not going to be finished in an episode if I continue to keep up this rate of speed in the work. I can do this, like, it's not a big deal. I don't mind. I don't mind making it look all nice and fancy. But at the cost of, like, what? Like, why are we doing a cave? You know, like, what will it cost us? What do we get out of doing this? Does it, and can we, like, do this across the whole map, you know? Like, what will that look like? Let's tilt you this way. No, we're gonna go this way. And then move you. See, like, you could have the rock wall here, which doesn't look too bad. I don't mind that. But then as we do this, we also kind of hide out the gnome hut, which we built, into the cave. And, like, where do we start and stop that? Oh, I didn't mean to delete that piece. You know, like, where does it end? Like, we could just end it right here. That could work, honestly. Like, if we just did a... kind of like a sequence like this, sort of. Oh no, I just deleted that piece. I didn't mean to do that. We're in the experimentation phase here, figuring out how to do this scenery. Okay, that's fixed. I need to rotate you freely. So, yeah, like, we could do this, and the rock just stops here at the tower, and that's fine. We could just do some rock around here. But, like, then what? I honestly think I should take out the rock in the middle here. I think I should take it out because I don't want to make a whole cave out of this whole system. What I really want to do is just have a rock outline around the track itself, which I thought was kind of a cool idea, like this. I like that more than like putting the entire system into a cave. Like, basically the rock is only around the track area, and the gnome huts still kind of stand out inside of the rocks themselves. I like that. I think that's cool. This tower in particular is actually quite difficult to figure out how to do, because the track kind of comes in here. And what I really want to do is just cover the behind the scenes of the track. I don't want you to see the glowing element of the track underneath. And if I do that, should be able to do that here relatively easily. Just probably just make this look a little bit shoddy, but doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to get the job done. So move that out, move this out, move this out a little bit. Okay, and then this guy, Just move up. Kind of cover. Move them out. Let's put some rock here. This kind of looks good. I don't mind this. I wouldn't mind like putting a little bit of a ridge around the edge here, so like it kind of flows into it a little bit better, like so. Like that. That's okay. Where's that piece? This I don't mind. But it's probably easier to do with this guy. Just drive him into the ground and rotate him. Like so. Do the same thing here. This one lower. A little bit lower. Push back a bit. Like that. I mean, not perfect, but add some features in there. Yeah, kind of like that. I don't mind that. It's not like there's like a little gap there, but it's not a huge deal. And I just hide it a little bit by putting some rocks in the back. And yeah, I do want it to also cover the lip here, so I don't want it to be completely visible from the outside. I do want it to have some spinning around, like so. Bring you back and bring you down, kind of like that. And I don't mind if there's stuff in the distance here. That's okay. Like green. I needed this layout anyway. It wouldn't be able to like play with this on the ground level. Otherwise, it would have been all cave. Okay, this one actually should work right here. Bring you out. Down a little bit. How high do we want to go? Tricky question, not sure. No more than like this high, I would say. Doesn't need to be that high, just somewhat covering the track. And you bring this in here, make that. That looks pretty good. Out here, not perfect, but I'll hide that little red area there. Yeah, that looks okay. Maybe I should hide this beam. I like it. Perfect, no, but doing the job, yes. I'll leave this exposed because it doesn't need to be hidden at all. This rock here, I don't want it, yeah. Do I need to go any higher here? Not really. I mean, we could add some smaller rocks here. For detail. I don't like that rock. Not the rock itself, just where it was placed. Yeah, that looks... Honestly, that looks pretty good. I think anything more is starting to get nitpicky. We'll just adjust this one here so it's got a little bit more depth. Nice. Okay. That looks pretty natural. I like it. I dig it. It's good. Should there be rock here? No, but here, yes. Actually, I might end up putting rock here as well. Ooh, well, no. I might bring it down and then put it in between as we come through. There will be rock here, and so, yeah, there's a lot of work to do with the rock, that's for sure. Here, I'm probably going to just leave it out in the open. Not going to mess with the rock after you shoot out of here. At the start, this is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky. There'll be rock underneath here. You're going to see this part of the track as you pass underneath it. You can't avoid that. Same with this part of the track. There'll be rock up to that point, rock up to that point. Yeah, we've got a ways to go to finish this track. We're getting there. We're almost done. We just now need to do the rock scenery, and once the rock scenery is complete, we'll validate and we'll post it, and we will include the link to this track in the description below so you can play it. Okay, we're back. Another day, another recording. No Man's Land. This is part 4. Where we left off was finishing the gnome huts, and now we are doing the rocky backdrop on the track, which will probably be the last feature I'll add. However, I don't know for sure. If there's other things I will add, we'll probably kind of get to that. So there might be a part 5. I don't know how long this is going to take, to be honest. Yeah. For a small track like this, the amount of work that goes into it blows my mind every time I make a track. It's crazy. Oh my god, I didn't even think about this rock actually clipping this. Okay, well, we're already getting started. Okay, so yeah, we got a couple rocks. We're trying to figure out the whole shindig here. So I don't want it to. I want you to be able to come off and hit that. I don't want the rock to be too much in the way. Probably do this. That looks pretty good. That looks good there. This one will probably bring out a little bit. Yeah, so yeah, it's not clipping too much. Pretty much, we've finished here, and we need to figure out where our next starting location is. I feel like naturally we could just move into right here, which would be fine. Just putting the rocks down here and then finishing on the corner side piece here. Or alternatively, we could just do the easy route and go all the way around the exterior. Just do this in piecework. I think I'm going to start in this section first. I'm going to add it right here, the rock, and then continue. I think that'll be the easiest spot. Yeah, I am just blown away by how time consuming it is to build tracks. I'm not complaining. Want to clarify, I'm not complaining. I enjoy this process. But I don't know how many track making videos I have in me. Maybe more than I thought. It's hard to know. It's hard to know for sure how many I'm going to make. But you know, as long as you're enjoying the process, that's really what matters the most. I think at a certain point with projects, you kind of want them to be finished because you get tired of making them. You just want it to be done already. But some projects, like especially when it comes to quality, like if you want to make something really good, like something that's of good quality, usually it takes quite a bit of time. It's not something that happens overnight. It's not something that you can rush that process. Any project really that's rushed usually often makes the quality lower in anything in life, really. We're getting into some philosophy here in this episode. Not what I intended, but that's what we're talking about at the moment. I made a video today, at the time of this recording, which was on somewhat existential feelings, or the emotions of existentialism I was having today, and I wasn't totally crazy about that video in general, and it didn't end up turning out to be a very good video. It was actually quite a it underperformed, partially because I was talking about the channel, which I know is the rule I have tried to not do on YouTube, but I still seem to fall into that trap again and again, and I'm trying to stop doing that. It's easier said than done. Sometimes it's fine talking about the channel. Sometimes it's not a big deal. It's okay, you know, talk about whatever challenges you're going through, but most people don't care. And it's no fault of their own. I don't blame them. You know, everyone's concerned with what's going on with their own lives. It's hard to care about what's going on in someone else's when you've got too many problems going on in your own life. You know? Just kind of a fact of the whole game. But it doesn't mean people completely don't care. Everybody, well, not everybody, a lot of people want to see you succeed and do well, and, you know, keep trying, keep going. They'll cheer you on, especially when you're small, you know? And that's nice. I think that's really awesome, because we need more of that in the world. But yeah, there's definite challenges to YouTube sometimes, and I think I can get my head stuck in there talking about the channel too much, when really I just need to keep going, move forward, and think about it a little bit less. And just keep try to keep making good videos that people would want to watch, which I'm trying to do a little bit more of now. And that's a tricky thing. That's a tricky thing. Okay, so far this is looking actually pretty good. That is working out. I'm probably going to close the little gap here. Ooh, that's a big rock. Big rock. We need small rock, but not too small. This one looks pretty good. That looks pretty nice. So we'll put rock here as well, underneath. So we're gonna put it down. So, ooh, this actually might work perfect. I don't know if I love doing that. Yeah, that's obviously repeated. That looks pretty good. We'll just have to move that down a little bit so it doesn't clip. There we go. That looks nice. Yeah. I think I'm still in that space of trying to figure out like what kind of videos I want to make. Well, I'm definitely in that space still. I don't really know. Most times I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of muddling my way through it, trying to figure it out. Sometimes that's the best of what you got, and you just gotta work with that. Put this here. Yeah. There we go. Don't want to overlap too much. Try to not let it bite into the track too much. want you to still be able to see the white line at the very least in the track as you drive it, because there's that glow, and I'm eventually going to turn the track. I'm eventually going to turn the track, or the time, into like more a nighttime scene on this track, which is what I'm going for, so you can see that track glow more, which I think looks really nice. Make that stand out, pop out a bit. Okay, move this one down. Just over a little bit. Nice. Yeah, the outer, there's two things I have to do. I have to do like the lineup, and then I have to make sure it looks good on the outside as well, which is, like, oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! It's not that big of a deal. Okay. We'll get over it. What piece was that? God. Was it this piece? I don't know if it was this piece or not. Rotate, please. Okay. I think it was a tilted turn. Was it a tilted turn? It was a banked turn. It was a banked turn. Do we even have bank turns? We do. I think it's this one. Oh, this is the piece. Okay. And I think it's on the grid. Oh, thank heavens. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Back to work. Yeah, lately I've been recording a lot of different varieties of videos. And one of the ones I was gonna do was a climbing the tower challenge, which was a track someone had made in Trackmania, and a really cool track, but incredibly difficult to build. Or not Trackmania, Apex Rush. Incredibly cool track, but very difficult to complete. Like, when I say very difficult, I mean really difficult. Like pro, like track player type of difficulty to complete. And I don't think I have the skill set to complete it in a very short period of time. I definitely don't have the skill set to complete it in a short period of time. So because of that, I recorded the video for about an hour, and then I dropped it because it was getting too difficult. Well, I recorded for an hour. I still have the recording. And then I stopped recording. And I'm not sure if I'm going to continue that that episode or not. Partially because it just was quite challenging to do, and it was really time consuming, and I wasn't sure if anyone would watch the video for the amount of effort I put into doing that one. So it's a gamble. I mean, I might still do it. You know, you never know. You never really know what people are going to watch, but oftentimes it does seem down to, like, you kind of know yourself if the video is of high quality or not. And usually if a video is kind of low quality, people can feel it, you know, like people aren't stupid. They pick up on that stuff. So yeah, you want to make good stuff as best you can. I'm trying. Some of my stuff is good, or, well, okay, and some of my stuff is, a lot of my stuff is not very good. That's my honest opinion of my own work. Partially because, I just don't always know what I'm going to record, and I know the most important thing is to just, like, make something and keep going, and so I hope that I make more future videos that have better quality, that people will enjoy more. Spending a lot of time on this corner. And then that's the same rock as before. Well, this one's nice. I like that rock. They're all round. I want something kind of square. But not that square. Not that square either. Maybe this piece. Tilt it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I just want you to be able to see the rocks on the side. I kind of want them to, like, be raised up a little bit. Not too much. Wow, that's big. Also big. What about you? Yeah, here we go. Also a very big rock. Some of these rocks are chunky, let me tell you. Okay, that looks pretty good. That's kind of roughly the average height I'm looking for. when I do most of the rock pieces on the edge here. Like, I just want you to see that there is a rock wall along here, like, most of the time. Yeah, as you pass it. It also gives it, like, a sense of speed as you drive past it, which I think is cool. I like giving the player the sense of speed. You are going fast. Okay. On the outside, however, this is a different story. We should probably change this up a little bit to make it look nice. Sideways rock. I don't know if that's going to work that well. This might work here. Yeah, but the point isn't perfection, it's just good enough. That looks pretty good. I like that. Okay. The outside of this one, I mean, the outside of this one would even do this either. Honestly, we were being kind of a little lazy there. It'd probably be better if we did a piece that kind of went in like so. And then rotated this one a little bit. That looks a little better. Maybe even a bit more and bring it over to the side a bit. Can we bring it in? That looks okay. I don't mind that. Here we need one for sure. And rotate it and push it in. Just make sure it doesn't clip with there. Bad here as well. Yeah, I forgot to even check the outside last time we were doing this. This is pretty big. Also pretty big. Yeah, at this point here, it's just, this is more just like touch-ups. I'm not trying to get super detailed with it. As long as it doesn't look like gaps like that, then it's okay. That one might clip the track. Oh, it didn't. Oh, wait. There's a piece over here that did this one. There we go. Okay. This rock here, too. Okay. This is sticking out a little bit. I need to move you back. I can even just rotate this one. Push out a little bit. That looks fine. And then like right here, like would be good with like a couple like of these rocks. Nice. Inside here, not too worried about. Looks okay. There's a little gap there, but I might get around to doing like touch-ups later. I kind of just want to get the big pieces down, like the outline. It kind of looks like a castle almost. It's pretty cool. That's the kind of vibe I'm going for. Kind of like Gnome Castle. I guess the vibe is coming out as we do it, but yeah. Here, interesting spot. Yeah, we should have rock here as well. Well, actually, yeah. Well, we're gonna have rock down here for sure. I don't know if we need rock elsewhere. But we do need rock, like, below. And, let's bring you down first. Bring you over. Don't want to clip. Bring you down further. Still don't want you clipping a little bit. Kind of like there. Like, that's fine. And should we have rock kind of come down here? Maybe. Might look better if we do. Yeah, not going for perfection here, just aesthetics. That looks pretty good. I like that. And we do this. Yes. Okay. Doing some small touch-ups over here because I want to change it up a bit. There. Okay, that looks fine. And now we have this section. This is a tricky section, partly because these pieces are so thick, and if I put them here, they overhang here. So we kind of have to be like a little bit more, do a little bit more piecework here. And hopefully we don't end up repeating the same rock too many times. That gets annoying. This works, just gotta push it down a little bit. And over a bit. More just as a backdrop rock, more than anything. Here is a bit of an awkward location. So we also have it coming up here, so this is going to get hidden more or less. As long as it's not intruding in a strange way, we don't really have to worry too much, because rock is also going to go up here, but there should still be somewhat of a hole here. That is, doesn't have to be perfect, but yeah, there should be still some gap. That would look natural. Okay. Where's the rock I'm selecting? It's not showing up. There we go. Okay. Small one. And another small rock. This one's kind of an awkward big piece, so I'm not going to use that one. Use this. There. Maybe right here as well. We'll spin it around. Spin this one too. So yeah, biggest thing here is we just don't want to cover this white line. We want that to still show up. As long as that's showing up, I am a happy camper. Some small round rocks we can use. This is a little awkward one. Oh no, I didn't. I placed it wrong. Yeah, I think I don't know. I might. I'm not sure how I'm going to edit this video. I've been thinking about like speeding through stuff. I also thought about like just posting it raw. However, I have posted raw videos like this before, and they have not performed at all. Well, it's weird. One did, and the other one didn't. So it's hard to say. It's hard to know or say what is the right method to go with. But I'm going to guess that most people are not going to sit through an 8-hour-long video if there is at least no editing in the video at all. I mean, I can't expect them to, right? Like, that's just kind of crazy. So I need to figure out a way to make the video somewhat entertaining, so I'm thinking I probably will end up editing this video. But yeah, that's it remains to be seen. We shall see if that's going to happen or not. Okay. You're approaching the next section. This rock is too big. This one works, but it's also pretty big. Okay, and can we do this one here? Again. That rock looks a little out of place. Okay, when you're driving through, rocks on the side, this should just be a little bit higher here. Alright, I gotta remember, not perfection, just good enough. Okay. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that rock does not belong there. Can I just make this taller? That kind of solves my problem. Yes. What this piece? Can I make this piece taller? I can. Also, solves my problem. Okay. Honestly, okay, just raising the pieces just kind of solves the problem I had. Okay. Let's have to double check that underneath it looks fine, but it does. This one too. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Move this one out just a little bit. Or this one. No, that's fine. It's fine. Okay, cool. Nice, that looks good. This one's a little out too much. Covering the white line there. But I think we're good. Okay. Nice. Ooh, I should hide this. With... I could hide this with beam or with rock. I think with beam would be better, actually. Because we were doing that earlier. And that looked pretty good. We were using this beam on the grid. And then we'll move it, we adjust it into place. And we also need this to blend in. Okay, so the beam, we're going to move off the grid just to get this right. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we're just going to match this one up. Nice, that looks good. I like it. We have a little bit of rock here we can fill in. With this one. Rock filler. Ooh. Rock up here? Oh boy, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I guess so. I don't want that rock to protrude there. It's like Houston, we've encountered a problem. So can rotate it like this. Maybe this will solve it. Almost solving it. It's basically rock sealing. No, it's not working. It's too big. Where's this rock going? I select it and then it's like it's not appearing where I need it to appear. Maybe I need to zoom in way more. Okay, there we go. Wait, no, it disappeared again. Okay. I'm just gonna do this to block out the light first. Obviously gonna use using different rocks here to make it look better. Let's try this one. That's a big rock. One might work. So far it's hidden. Actually, it looks not too bad. Not too bad. I don't mind it. Got to move this one in more so it doesn't go on the track. Same with this one. Oh, it's not cooperating. Here we go. Okay. Honestly, oh, okay, this one. Let me move up a little bit. Otherwise, good enough. Good enough. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. We can put more stuff here later. Okay. So this part of the track, I think I'm just going to continue it. Like, you're not going to need to see the outside of that tower. It's like I covered it here as well. This part protruding is fine. This might be like a 8-episode recording. Man, I don't even know. Like, we're already half hour in and I have done just this section alone. So we'll see. We'll see. The curves definitely make it harder. If it was a straight track, it'd be much easier to do. But it is not a straight track, so we are going to be curving. Okay, I'm going to put this out a little bit more just so it's not covering it completely. Great. The bottom is not connected. That's honestly, the bottom is way easier to do. The hard part is lining it up. I'm going to focus on lining it up on the top first and then doing the bottom after. I think that'll make it way easier and way faster to make the track outline. Okay, so this is, oh, way too much. We should actually just spin this around. Oh, can we? Okay, that's a complex piece. Let's do this one instead. This was not so aggressive. Okay, let's do this one. Overall, this one is just kind of like the big chunko piece. Big, chunky. And then the other pieces we're just doing to like cover up the seam, so, and everything else underneath can be left as it is. So here I think we're just going to end up doing like a right angle, do a right angle underneath the, right here, like so. This one I'm going to rotate. Bring it in a bit. Maybe rotate a little bit more. Bring it a little bit more. That looks pretty good. Just bring it out a little bit. I don't like that. It's not a huge deal. Actually, no, I'm going to bring it back just a bit more because I don't want that to clip there. There, that's fine. Okay. Oh, we've got a lot of work cut out for us on this track. A lot of work. Okay. I think the challenging part in the editing is going to be figuring out, like, what do I time lapse and what do I not time lapse. That'll be a challenge. Figure out. Okay. So we have this one. This is going to be a weird one here. So we're going to have to bring it underneath and then like stack it on top of this and then start doing it again right here. So be a little bit strange. I think what we'll do here is just, I guess we could focus on the inside here. We'll start here. Start here, bring it around like this. We're probably needing 2 pieces here. So this one I'm gonna leave like about right there. Maybe I'll do this piece right here as well. Maybe bring it in. Okay, that looks good for now. Yeah, that looks good for now. Oh, we should do another, what do you call it? Cube thing here. There's a number of jumps we can do that in. We could probably do it there, but I don't need to do it. We don't need to do it there. I'm only doing it where it, like, you can easily see the seam. This one might have been placed perfectly. Oh my gosh, I think it is. That is insane. Okay. And I mean, almost perfectly. It's clipping a little bit, so I just want to move it down just a smidge so you don't see the clip flash. Pretty good. Okay. Continuing on. The gap there. Do a little small one. This guy. Down a bit. Move this one. Oh, no, didn't mean to do that. This one, move it down a little bit. Okay, great. That pretty much covers the gap. Looks good. So here, we're going to continue. And I want to connect this here so it's... I want to make sure it doesn't overhang. Oh, there's good. Continue on. An interesting spot here. We're actually going to end up going upwards to connect with this piece, so it doesn't really matter how that one's placed. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, this one we just got to make sure it's not clipping. Oh, yeah. Red. There's a gap there. I'll have to fix that. I do want it to... Actually, you know what? I don't want this one to be too far over. I think I'll probably just put it underneath instead. That looks fine. Question is, should there be rocks here? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think there needs to be rocks there. That's obviously part of the building. Here, should this be a little bit larger? I think this should join here. Just make it a little bit smoother. Just kind of ease you into this section. Maybe a little bit shorter. Kind of like so. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. This one we're just doing for the base. Nice. You almost spin it around, see what it looks like from the other side. Ooh, angled here might actually look better. That looks pretty good. Cool. We continue. So it's going to be like a kind of hole here. Are we going to put trees or anything in there? Maybe. Like, got different types of trees. These are all pretty small trees. Maybe. Pine trees, they're so small. They're so tiny. Those tiny little trees. I don't know if we're going to use trees or not. Probably not. And... okay. We're making progress. We're getting there. So we're going to be tilting on the inside here. This is going to be a little tricky, because this curve is pretty tight. So I think there'll be a lot of placing of small rocks here, not big ones. Hey, let's rotate this one. Oh, not that way. The other way on the blue axis. So we can kind of hide it underneath. And then use blocks above to make it appear a little nicer. Are we going to put it connecting here? I think we should, to be honest. I think we should like put the rock on the outside of this pillar. Why? I think it will look better. I think it will look better if we do that. That looks pretty good, honestly. That was way easier than I thought it would be to put the big pieces down, at least in this area. But we're not done. We have to do it right here as well, which is going to be a little bit more awkward spot. This is going to be I think this is probably going to be the hardest spot to do. And this spot here. These two spots are going to be the most difficult, and then everything else should be pretty easy. So if we get this, we tackle this first, most of the biggest challenges are done. So in this case, I could angle the rock, but I don't really want to do that because it would kind of go against the flow of what we got going on here. I don't need to worry too much about what's going on underneath this. I just need to make sure there's a little gap left. Well, I don't need to have a gap there, but it would make sense to have a gap. Like if I brought this up, it might honestly be easier to just like take out the gap entirely and just make it rock. Honestly, I think I'm going to do that. It just makes it easier. Okay. don't need to make this harder on ourselves. We're already at a stage. Most people aren't going to care. They're only going to care if it's just, does it look nice? And there's a few imperfections. Most people are willing to overlook that, so. I just want you to be able to enjoy the track. That's really all I care about. Okay, this works fine, because I can just put, like, big, chunky rock here. Rotate it inwards. This, however, is actually a bit of a problem. Because it is... Okay, it can sit on top of that, as long as it doesn't overlap it, that's fine. Ooh. Okay. Looks pretty good so far. This, however, is now overlapping there. If I put it here, ooh, it's getting kind of tight. Move it down a bit. Okay, it's fine. We're okay. It's big though. I think because it's so big, we're going to need to make it like blend in a little bit more with some other features like this, and maybe a rock here as well. Just blend the edge in. I don't know. I don't like the edge, like this like hard edge here. That kind of works, actually. Cool. Dope. Okay, and we continue. So this is a strange section. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it kind of come up here, and then once it kind of gets to this stage right here, we're going to stop. So we don't want to like overlap the wrong area. Now that this is here, I got to make sure that this doesn't clip the track. This is the hardest section by far. Okay, that's fine. This might actually be way easier than I thought it would be, so that looks good. I'm gonna rotate this one. Not bad. And okay, so this one almost clipping. What I'd like to do here, just bring it out just so it almost clips. This will be like our wall, our defining wall piece right here. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Just a bit more like there. And this can come out. Piece is close, but not too bad. Now we just gotta cover it up on the inside here. Shouldn't be too difficult to do. kind of like a rubble support here. Okay. Looking pretty good. Just gotta move this down so it doesn't clip. As well as this one. Pretty much covers it, no problems. Okay. That's the trickiest part. Complete, more or less. Oh, this rock. Hold on. Are we looking? I think we're looking okay. Okay, we should maybe overhang a little bit more. Come out like that. Okay. Now we just gotta tidy up this part. That looked pretty good. So here you can see like a lot of pointed edges here. So what I'm going to try to do is just kind of smooth these over. Move some of the rock pieces so they face the track more. And they don't look like they're just intentionally placed as cornered rock pieces. Make it look a little bit more flowy. So I could probably bring over a little bit more. That kind of solves that problem mostly. Okay, so awkwardly, where do we finish here? I think maybe just before the pillar. And the piece to do that with is going to be a little bit tricky to figure out which one that will be. Yeah, I don't know if I can actually get this right very quickly. Okay. That looks a little odd, but looks pretty good. Do we need to adjust it more? I feel like it's alright. I mean, if I put the rock in there, it's going to clip on the track, probably. Yeah, it does. So this one, let's spin it around and then push it over here. That's pretty good. It's not going to be perfect. If there's a gap here, that's fine. Where does the track continue is right here. Actually, pretty much where they intersect. So we're going to do this section now. Spin this guy around. The hardest section is not done yet. Is not done yet. Okay. Let's see what we can do with this. That looks pretty good, not gonna lie. could just match this one up with that. That'd be pretty dandy. Okay. Bring this one over. Okay. Look at that. We're almost finished another difficult section. We've been tackling the hardest stuff first, and the easy stuff is going to be where it's a little bit more open. So far, so good. Biggest challenge has really been this area here underneath the track, getting it to blend in while you go underneath. But it didn't turn out to be too bad. Figured it out. Now we're doing right here, and it's turning out okay. Yeah, I'm liking it. We are later going to have to blend out the edges just to make it look a little bit nicer from the outside, but it's coming along. Not fast, but it's coming along. I thought I'd be finished this episode for sure. I think I've got like another 4 episodes of just placing rocks down where we are finished this track all. But, you know, the one thing I do like about this track is that it's very simple. It's not too complicated. The scenery is nice, but not too much. And I'm happy about that. So that's a good thing. Hey, having a little open window here seems pretty good, like a good idea. Good idea to me. I like it. Add that there for decoration. Let's see. Spin this one around. Try to like make it look nice. Maybe add... Ooh, that's a big one. Maybe add this one in here. So that looks a little bit more smooth and blended. Not bad. We'll work on that later. No one's really going to be paying attention to the outside of this track too much. Just needs to look acceptable. I probably need to work this area more. Inside here, they might be looking at that a little bit more than the outside. This rock here could be tilted. Uh-oh. Doesn't want to cooperate. Bring that one out a little bit more. Okay. Inside here, it's okay. We're gonna need to fix this hole. Not sure how we're gonna do that yet. That piece might be kind of too big to do that. That piece does not clip. Does that piece clip? You can rotate it. Possibly bring it up a bit. Now it's clipping just so we'll go bring it down just before it clips. That looks pretty good. This one, bring it over. Bring it up, over, over. It is clipping. We can rotate it so it's in line with the track, then bring it over. Bring it down a bit so it doesn't clip. Pretty much covers that area. Nice. Okay, now here we want the wall to be a bit more seen. I think we're gonna end up putting the wall above the beam again, like halfway, like we did last time. I don't want to cover the checkpoint though. So wall should come out like about here. I really want you to be able to see that yellow piece. That looks pretty good. I don't mind that. We got like a big circular rock here we can use. Might have to spin this one around so you can get the right angle. That looks okay. I need to bring it down though so it doesn't clip so much. You know what? I'm gonna bring it over here instead. Need to figure out a different piece for right there. This feels like Tetris. Be honest. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is gonna spin this one underneath it first and then spin another one on top of it so I can cover this up. This piece. Okay, nice. I don't want a square there. Maybe a small... Yeah. Small rock. I still want this to overhang a bit. That looks good. That looks good. I'm happy with that. We come underneath. So right here is another tricky spot. We gotta finish right here. Make it look good. How should this look? Is the question. We also need to make sure there's no gaps in light here. And there should be rock base up here as well. So just move this over a little bit. That solves that problem. Move it up. Maybe tilt it. That looks good. Okay. And then it kind of comes down sharply here. And that's okay. That's what's supposed to happen. But might want to keep it... just try to make it look a little bit smoother as that into that descent. That looks great. I'm almost tempted to connect the rock on the edge here. Almost. It would almost make sense, but it would be kind of annoying to do that. Really annoying, actually. This looks good for now. There is a window there, and then like the rock comes down, so looks normal. We'll need another piece underneath here. Like, make this look natural. Yeah, that honestly not too bad. From the outside, mind it. From the inside, it looks a little strange here. But I'm pretty sure it works. On the inside right here, I think what we'll do is add this guy. Let's do this one. Like so. Inside is detailed. That looks fine. There is this gap here that you're going to notice. It's like, oh, why is there no rocks there? But it would look a little bit strange. I guess if I could do rocks there. What would it look like? But okay, the problem is we only have like 3 limited options for rocks. And it's just going to be a rock outline. Let's just see what it looks like if I put it there. Do like a couple different ones. Oh shit, what did I just delete? I don't think it was important. I think it was a rock wall. I don't know if it was the most important rock wall or not, but I did delete a rock wall, I think. Okay, this looks kind of cool. Kind of. Like, that way you don't see the track, like, outline from the outside, which is alright, I guess. But it is a little strange. But maybe this is what we should do. Maybe it will look, like, more cohesive. Honestly, it doesn't look bad. It just looks a little, like, odd, but it does look right also at the same time. So maybe we keep it. But then, okay, now I gotta do it there, which is gonna be just as complex, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay. You just gotta make the rocks kind of line up with the track so they blend in a little softer. It does look a little bit like more shallow, but looks natural enough. Okay, yeah, let's do that. That means we're going to have to do that here and here as well. But it's not huge. It's like 2 lines. And these lines are straight, so it'll be easier. So this is the hardest part for sure. I don't think there's going to be anything as difficult as this section again. Though I could be wrong. Should I have rocks in here? You know what? Let's just put rocks in here. Screw it. We're adding rocks in there. Okay. It does feel like a castle now as you drive through it. Yeah, so you're going to be driving through from this way, actually. So you're going to come down here into the turn, come out. That looks pretty cool. In here, checkpoint, rock. Okay, yeah, I like it. The detail is getting wild, guys. The detail is getting wild. Okay, so this piece is super chunky. How about this one? Not too bad. This one, not too bad. This one's like very long. I almost wonder if we could just use this and like just screw it. We like just try to make this work as it is, even though it's large. I think I can do it. Yeah, that actually works. The heck, that works. Okay. Hell yeah. Alright. Try this one. This is a pretty big chunky one as well. So we gotta rotate you this way. Now I gotta make sure that it's in the right spot. I think I'm gonna need to rotate it this way as well. That way, it's pretty good. So I don't want it to like overhang the track too much, but if it does a little bit, that's not a major issue. I just don't want it to cover the white area. That looks fine. All right, yeah. And then let's do this one as a finisher. Rotate it. This saves us a lot of time. Because those little pieces, I don't really love how they look. And then, yeah, ooh. And we make this work. I think I rotated it too much. Okay, so it's definitely on the line right now, but if I move it over... Okay, so that's, like, really out there. I move it up a bit, maybe not so bad. It's a really big piece. I think we get rid of that one and do a slightly not as big of a piece. Like this one instead. Yeah, that's better. Not perfect, but better. And then we'll rotate it. Bring it over. Like so. We'd rotate it a little bit more. Let's move it back a bit. That looks good. That looks good. And then put this piece here. Make it feel a little bit more natural. Just kind of bake it into the scenery. That looks pretty good. That looks great. That turned out way better than I thought it was going to turn out. And you're not even going to see this seam here. Nice. Okay. I'm going to rotate this one. This one is more just so like when you're coming into the tunnel, it'll look a little bit more blended. But it shouldn't clip. Oh, it does clip. Oof. Yikers. Okay. Okay, that looks fine. That's fine. Honestly, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Maybe we'll add this piece. No, we're going to take that way. Okay. You know what? I think it's fine as it is. You're going to come in here. Ooh, I don't like how that sticks out there. I bring that back a bit. Does that change anything majorly? I don't think so. This one, can I just move just a smidge back? Nice. That looks good. Here, functional. Looks nice. There's a clipping here. That down a bit. This rock is kind of problematic. Okay. Looks good. Good. Okay, we have a gap here. Might as well just close this up now that it's here. I think that would just look better overall. Move this back a bit. This one should go back just a smidge. Yeah. I like it. This in here, just to make that look a little bit more natural. Okay. We are cooking. Right here, pretty smooth. Could add a few more small rocks. But that looks pretty fine. Holy cow. What an edit. My god. Okay, the tunnel. Come into the landing zone. Do we need rocks here? No. No, we're not gonna put rocks there. Come into the landing zone. You're in the landing zone. You ride into the cave. This looks awesome. I love it. You ride out of the cave. This looks good too. Maybe you could put a rock there. Nah. Okay, we'll put one rock there, but I think it looks pretty good even as it is. Get rock there. Come out, and then now we got to do this part. Now it's gonna get a lot easier. Hopefully. Knock on wood. Okay. So, let's look at these pieces again. Rotate this one. Bring it over here. And bring it down a bit. It's a little bit too high. Nice. Over. Yeah, right there is pretty well good. Okay. Do I want to put any big chunky pieces here? Not really. I don't think we need to. I think we just kind of need like these pieces for now and like the small rocks like this one. Place these down, rotate them. Bring them over there. Gotten a better system of this now. Now that the hardest spot, well, one of the hardest spots is done. Actually, we've done 2 hard spots on the decorating here. It should go a little bit faster as we place this all down. It should. This will be another tricky corner, but yeah, the corners, the turns are what are honestly one of the most difficult parts to do. Mostly because they're just, the angles are tricky to get right. Okay, so this one, not bad. Just move it over a smidge. This one, gonna do the same thing. This one, we're just gonna... Oh boy, that's not what I want to do at all. This one's almost right on the money, honestly. Just leave it there. Might break it down a little bit, but... This is just to kind of get the, Nope, not that one. There we go. Let's get the rough outline. Rotate you. Rotate you in here. I don't know if I wanted to go that high. Maybe like there. So it's all right if there is like a peak, but for the most part, I want it to be kind of smooth. Okay, and then here we can just do the smaller one now that we got the big chunky piece done. I really like how this track is turning out. I think it looks really awesome. I really like it. Not perfect, but like the vibe is... It's a vibe. It's a vibe to me, yeah. Liking it a lot. Here we should have something with the rock as well. Maybe like come down a little bit. I don't know. That looks good. Okay, so far, so good. This section I'm happy with. Need to bring the rock wall out here as well. Nice. Looking good. Looking good. Nice. Oh man, that looks slick. That looks so slick. Oh, it's all coming together. Look at that. Look how much work we've already done. This is crazy. This looks pretty good here. I'm happy with it. Like the view. Gotta get the detail done over here. A larger rock here. Rotate you in. Move you back. Move you down a little bit. Maybe up a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Almost on the line, but not quite. This one. Rotate. Move it over. Go down. It's not bad, but then there's this gap here that we need to now address. rotate this and then move it back. Over. Back. Can I make that almost blend in? I can. Back a bit and this one out a bit. Okay. Good. Now right here. Oops. Okay. No. There we go. That looks good as it is. Just leave it. Bring this one over. Add some variation. Looking slick. Big rock. Big jumbo rock. Caveman-like. Alright. This one's got him back. Nope, not that one. This one's got him back a bit. Okay. Looks solid. Let me look away from the screen for a bit. My eyes. Oh my god. Okay. So here, we can actually use the big one again and just like drive it to the ground. Because it's actually a nice rock piece. It's just you don't get to use them so often because they are so large. Look at that. That looks good. That looks good. Okay. We got a little bit of smaller rocks here for like some added detail. You know. Give it a little bit of extra shape. I like this one. This one's kind of cool. Like it, you kind of drive into this tunnel here. This is sick. Okay, and then I'll put this one here. I like that. Actually, I really like this rock here. I put it right like that. Nice. Good stuff. Okay, just like filling in some gaps here. There's a few, not a lot. Here we're adding a little bit more detail. By adding a few smaller rocks as like stepping stones as you come down. Oops. Honestly, it looks pretty awesome. I'm happy with it. Okay, great. Got that section done right here. So you're going to be coming in from this area and you're going to be driving in right down here. This looks pretty awesome. I like it. Move that over a little bit. This one could go over a little bit. Just a smidge more. This one could go just back a bit. A bit more. There we go. Okay. Looks good. I like it a lot. Like it a lot. Where could it be a little bit better? I think right here, the stones could just be a bit bigger. Honestly, I think I might increase this section just to make it a little thicker. I could do this big guy. Honestly, it might work, but it might be just too much. Looks like a little bit too much. This one, however, could work. Just gotta get it right. I don't want it to be also too much. So like when you're coming underneath here, I don't also want to clip the car either. But the car should have enough room. Especially if I angle the rock. Okay, and then actually I'm gonna try the big rock. See if we can make this work. So put this big rock down here. We need to make sure that it doesn't clip with the road. Easier said than done. I'm probably gonna roll it over. Yeah, maybe like there. I'm gonna bring it down. So that's really clipping with the road. I don't know if the big rock's gonna work. Tilt it up a bit. That might work. We're gonna have to test it and see if it looks good still. It does look a little bit like contrived, I think. I think it'd be better just to do a couple small pieces instead. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. That's a tilted turn, for sure. Okay, tilted turn. Oh, man. Okay, I've got to snap you to the grid. And then I got to make sure I have correctly adjusted where you were supposed to go. So, earlier on in the video, I don't know if you're watching or if I included it, but this tilted turn was modified so that it matched up with other pieces. And now, now we're kind of in an awkward spot. Okay, hopefully that worked. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. We fixed it. We fixed it. Okay. I just need like two or three more pieces here, and we can wrap this section up. Honestly, I want to rotate this one up a bit more. Don't like how much it overhangs in the cave. Move you up a bit. I think I'm just going to keep it like this. Maybe put a little bit more on the top here. If I get too crazy with this, it's just going to be kind of annoying. So I still want to be able to see the line, the white line here. So I'm moving all these pieces back just a bit, just so I can see that line. Because that line has a glow to it, and the glow looks really nice when you can see it in the dark, which we'll be applying the applying to the map when it's finished. Okay, nice. Tunnel looks pretty good from the other side. Honestly, I don't feel like I need to change it. Gonna add a little rock here so it kind of blends in a little bit better. That's good. I'm gonna leave that now as it is. Happy with it. Continue on from here. This is what we were working on earlier. Okay. Smooth, move it in. Nice. That looks good. Rotate this one. Ooh, that looks nice. Like that. Bring it down. Over. Move in a bit. Looks good. Oh, what's going on here? Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna bring that down. I don't know why that happened, but that might change how some other things look. Looks fine to me for now. Okay, I think we're okay. Back to business. We have a little gap here. We have 2 gaps here. We're going to do the small rocks here to fill those. Very small, not very major. Rotate this one. And put you up closer to the track. I want that to bite into the glow. Nice. Could make it come up a bit more, actually. Fluctuate. This one, rotate. Move over a bit. Move a bit more into that rock. Looking good. We'll also have to edit the outside after. Usually we just work on the inside here of the track, which makes it so much faster. And that's been doing a pretty good job of that so far. This is what we had when we started today, and we've been working on this section, which has been definitely the most involved section, especially in this area here. We are getting there, though. We are making progress. Okay. Oops, don't want to tilt that. Move this over. In here. I think we'll bring this one down. Or maybe up. Maybe up would be cooler, because the other one was down. This one's longer. I like this one. I'm gonna tilt it a bit and bring it closer. Oh, I can't. Okay, hold on. Now let's try to bring it a little bit closer. This one, I'm not so crazy on being up so high. I think I'm going to bring it down instead. And maybe do this. Maybe add this guy here. There, that looks kind of cool. And then, oops, this one. Oh, that's not the rock I'm looking for. This is the rock I'm looking for. Right here. Looks good. Nice. Okay. Is this side done? Looks pretty decent. It's not as rounded as some of the other areas, but that's okay. We can add more details later. Underneath here looks good. Could add a few more like small rocks here. So adds a little bit of variation, randomness. Nice. Okay. This one sticks out like a sore thumb. Okay. Cool. That side's done. Now we just need to finish right here. And we might just call that an episode by finishing right there, because we have done a lot in this episode already. And a lot is not a lot because it's only been this section, but it was pretty time consuming. Okay, so I also want to cover this side here and make this look better from the other side, but we'll probably finish around there. Okay, hold. This piece here. Rotate. Bring it over. Bring it down. Push it into the other rock. Looks nice. Maybe bring it up a bit more. Not bad. Possibly make this one come up a little higher. Okay, and from here. This one I'm going to rotate as well. You got to almost rotate every piece when you're doing this so it doesn't clip the track at all. Very time consuming. Let's do this one. Oh, that's too big. This one. Yeah, that should work. Should it? This one itself might also need to be rotated. Honestly, it almost could be. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit more, and then I'm gonna finish this area with a bigger rock. That looks nice. What do we want to do here? Maybe this guy. Yeah, that looks good. Like that. That's a little bit of randomness to design. One, rotate. And bring it in. Down. There. Nice. Small rock here. Small rock there. Add this one as well. Okay. Nice. The walls here look pretty good. I am happy with them. Do the outer walls look good? That's a different question. They look okay. We're gonna change it up a bit though. Just make sure, or not change it up. We're gonna add some thickness to them so they do look a little bit more like they belong. This one especially, I need to make sure it looks like it blends in. Oh no, I deleted an important piece. I deleted an important piece. Dang it. Okay, here we go again. Put that there. Okay, you'll never know. You'll never know. You'll never know. What did I just do? Okay. So I need to rotate, and then I need to bring you up. And can I, yeah, just blend this in somehow? That looks fine. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Here's a different story. We'll need to continue going forward. So I think next episode, or next section of the video, I'll be doing, probably continuing on to this area, and then kind of moving in to this harder area. This will be the last hard area we'll need to do. And, yeah, that'll be nice to have that finished. It'll be nice to have this track finished, because this track has taken a long time to make. Very long time. Oh, I deleted something that was, like, here before, wasn't it? Oh, darn. Okay. Yeah, the track has taken a while to make, but I'm happy with how it's turned out, because I think it's just a nice track. It looks visually appealing when it's, takes a lot of input to do that, or effort.
Is it the best track? That's debatable, but
I think it would be cool if this track was, you know, tested and played by many people. I think that'd be kind of fun. Yeah. I think there'll be a certain point where I stop making tracks, but I'll be glad to have contributed a few to the community, so that people can play. Just gives, you know, people more fun tracks to play and enjoy. Even though this is like a 40-second track. Let's test it before we finish the episode. This is where we are currently at. Looking cool so far. Definitely some spots I'd like to edit and adjust. Oh god. Tunnel's awesome. Oh, that's a bad checkpoint. Okay. There is definitely a spot there I need to fix, because there's clipping on the road, I noticed. Right there. Clipping. Okay, stuck. But okay, yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Let's fix that clipping and we'll call it a day. Right here. Right here. I think that's from the piece I just added in. So, not a big deal to change. Great. Okay. Yeah, if you've been watching or checking it, enjoying the track building process, this is where we're at. This has been episode 4. I think we're like 6 or 8 hours in. I'm not sure. This is where we're at. We probably are like a third of the way done this this rock that we're building around the track, so still quite a bit left to do, but we're getting there. Not a whole lot more is done, just this area here. The hardest part's done. This area will be a little bit more challenging as well, but shouldn't be too bad. Looking forward to having it finished. Okay, we are back with what I believe is part 5 of building No Man's Land inside of Apex Rush. I don't even know if I'm going to include this part 5 stuff. But yeah, we're back, and right at the start, I'm just going to tell you I don't expect to finish it in this episode, considering how long it has actually been taking me to do this rock face. I think that will be the longest and most difficult part of this challenge to finish this project. But once that's done, I don't know what extra scenery I will add, if I will add any, and that will be kind of the wrap up for this map. Even though it's an incredibly small map, it's not a very big one. But I wanted to do something that was kind of scenery focused here and just had like a cool vibe to it. And the idea behind the track time had less to do with tricking and more to do with how good of a line could you run on the track to get as good a time as possible. So I think that is my intention for this one, and so far it's been going pretty good. You know, we started with this section here, got the curve done. I'm sure there's more detail that we could put in there. We might do some touch-ups later. After that, we moved into the first jump into the landing and started building out this cave. The cave is pretty well, like, I think, decently made. It, you know, obviously, like any project, could be better. Ooh, are we clipping here? No, we're good. All right. And after the cave, we ended on the second jump, more or less. Yeah, I could probably put a few more rocks right here. That would probably look nice if I did. It would probably look better, actually, if I just put rocks and you couldn't see out this window here. I think that would probably look a little bit better. Yeah, so I was thinking it would be kind of cool to have like lava here. You know, and I could flip these tracks upside down to add lava. What I've done on a previous track with the Mario Kart baby track, I forget what you call it. Mario Kart Double Dash, I think it's called Baby Track. Or Baby Race. I can't remember. It's from Mario Kart Double Dash. I used track pieces flipped upside down. So let me show you an example. I would use this part of the track as grass. I basically colored the track green and used this as grass. And so I'm thinking, oh, I could use the same thing, like a red track as lava, which could look kind of cool. Put some lava down here. In which case that would kind of distract from these little red gnome huts. So it might look better if instead of lava, I turned the track blue and made this water, which could look nice. I mean, I don't know about nice, but it could be a vibe. I could also put water, like a water kind of idea in here as well. So that might be something I do later, which would be further detail into making the track. So yeah, is this going to be the last episode? Probably not. And I only have like 50 minutes to record today. So we're just going to be basically doing the rock face. And am I going to be talking a lot about doing the rock face as we do the rock face? Probably. I might be talking about the channel a little bit too. Who knows? I mean, if you're watching and you're this far in and you're still watching, I'm going to just say I am shocked because my channel has not been performing well lately. Not at all. No sir. No sirree Bob. I posted the last 4 videos. I posted 4 videos today and they did not do very well. They did not. No. Most of my videos lately have not been doing very good. Okay, are we on the grid? Okay, grid there. They have missed the mark, so to speak. Not been doing that great, but that's okay. You know, that's life. Sometimes you do things, it doesn't work out. Doesn't mean I'm not grateful that I still made them. I still like making videos. I'm still going to keep making videos, and I still hope to make better videos as time goes on. I'm thinking that this actually would work better if I turned it around the other way here, because there's this curve. If you notice in this piece, there's a curve in this. And I think it could work better if the curve almost matches the track a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe it's not going to be that great, but maybe. Because this one piece kind of juts out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, unless, hold on. Unless I bring this down, then bring it in. That actually works pretty good. You bring that down a little bit more. Bring it in over a bit more. Look at that. And that's almost perfect, actually. Again, a few more rocks there, but that makes that section a little bit easier to make. Okay, cool. This one, we'll do this one next. Yeah, I was watching one of my videos, one of my older videos, the Capstone 100 video I did today, because I was trying to cheer myself up. After making almost what is now 200 long-form pieces of content on my channel, and more or less a lot of them being failures, and by failures I mean like, you know, making a video and it just doesn't do that well. Like it doesn't get many views, kind of flops at the box office. You know, you kind of try to cheer yourself up a little bit, because being a YouTuber isn't easy, you know? It's it can be a struggle at times. Okay, is this piece going to work here? The real question is, the real answer is I don't know, but we're gonna try to make this one fit. Okay, maybe, yeah, that's not bad. There is this little gap here, but it's pretty not noticeable. This wall will likely be a little bit higher, obviously, than other walls, and I'm okay with that. Like, you are driving in up the bank. That's cool. And then down. Yep, that's fine. Not every wall needs to be, like, perfectly just above the rail. Okay, is it looking okay? There's this gap here. We'll probably, like, include some more rock there. This is just the initial outline to get us started. And then, yeah, so here, I don't want it to be, like, this is pretty, oops. This is pretty tall here. I don't know if I need it to be that tall. Like here, this could be fine at this height. That is fine at that height. Not clipping or anything, but then there's this huge jump. And, where did this come from? I feel like we should move this down a bit. Here seems more reasonable. But in that case, I need to move this down as well. This just means we're going to be adding more pieces to shape the track. Yeah, that's a decent step up. That's not wild. Just add another one or two. Oh god, where'd that come from? Yeah, I've been trying to think about how I'm going to edit this video, and I really don't know. I really don't know. It's going to be a tricky one to edit, because I have a ton of content here. Do I just like stitch it all together or just post it as one big uploaded video? Probably not, because then no one will watch it because it'll just be so long. And like, what am I talking about? Block placement. There's not a whole lot of like super interesting things happening as I build this track. So, you know, I don't know. It's hard to know what kind of video is going to do well. It's hard to know, like, is your content going to do well? Is it good content? What is good content? Especially when you have a gaming channel, I think it's a challenge to know, like, what do people actually want to see, or what will they enjoy watching? I've been struggling with that a lot. Have and still do. And I mean, maybe that's something that some YouTubers continue to struggle with. Like, will somebody even watch this? Like, is it worth their time? It's hard to know, like, is it for entertainment value? Is it for maybe learning something? Why do people watch YouTube videos? Why do people watch gaming videos? I don't know. I don't quite know. I mean, I watch occasionally some, but I don't watch them always all the way through. Usually I'm like actually quite sporadic in how much content I watch on this platform. If I look at my own watching habits, I guess in a way that would give me some indication of why some people watch certain videos and to what degree or extent they watch those videos. Oh wow, this is a big chunky... It's a big chunky block. I always find this one difficult to place, and it also looks like a turd. Like, see? This is the turd block. You gotta make it blend in so it looks less turd-like, but it's actually a very useful piece. I like this piece. It's just, yeah, if you wanted to make it look nice, you gotta get a little bit fancy with how you clip it into the environment. Move that a little bit. Okay, now our rotation tool is still not fixed yet, so we're kind of just dealing with that element of the game. Okay, that looks okay. It just gives it some detail, whatever. I don't know. I might add a few more rocks there so it doesn't look so whack. Yeah. Maybe here. Sure. Maybe I'll just take it out. I don't know. I think it looks that looks better. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Okay. Yeah, I haven't, actually, it's been like at least 4 days since I've worked on this project. So it's, coming back into it, I kind of get back into the flow. I've been looking at some of the other maps people have been making on this game inside the Discord server. It's been pretty impressive. Really kind of fun to watch, other people get into the game and start, creating their own tracks. There's a lot of creativity that can be had in this game, and it's actually pretty rewarding experience building something that other people can play. I really do enjoy that. I mean, not everyone's going to like your track. Not every track is going to be suited for every player. But I do like that there is a variety of tracks that can be had out there for different playstyles. And that's actually a really good reason to build a track. If you you don't have to worry about everyone playing it. If even like 1 or 2 people play it and they enjoyed it, then you did a good job, you know? They liked it, and that's good enough. Okay, okie dokie, let's do this here. Ooh, that almost looks just good enough as it is right there. I'm just gonna leave that piece. I expect that to work out. Thinking, for some reason, Pokemon XD just popped in my head. I don't know why. I'd like to play that game again. I should make a video about it on the channel. I used to really enjoy playing that game as a kid. That was a fun game. I was never a huge Pokemon fan. I liked Pokemon. I really wanted it, actually, a lot when I was younger. And I never had a Game Boy. I got a Nintendo DS when I was like 12. So my very first Pokemon game was Pokemon Diamond. I really enjoyed Diamond. Diamond was a blast. I mean, it's not completely true. Probably the first Pokemon game I ever played would have been Pokemon Red, but that was at my friend's house. He had either red or blue, and playing it was cool. I remember he had the bike. I remember he didn't have the bike, and then one day he had the bike, and he was telling me about how he got the bike, and I was like, that's so cool. But then he was telling me how expensive the bike was. And I'm like, that's a crazy price for a bike. Where am I going with the story? At any rate, I did play Pokemon Red or Blue at his house, and then the next version of Pokemon I played was, I believe, Pokemon Yellow. And that was at my dentist's office. And that was a fun experience. I did enjoy that. I actually spent enough time at the dentist's office to play a significant amount of Pokemon Yellow, and I obviously didn't complete it, but I would have got a few hours on it, and I really enjoyed playing it. I never owned a Game Boy. I still haven't owned a Game Boy, but I wouldn't mind getting one now. I just don't think I would use it that much. And I don't think there's any capture cards on Game Boys. You probably have to use an emulator for that. But that could be kind of fun to do some Nintendo capture card footage. I feel like there should be a piece here. I feel like this area just is asking for backdrop piece like this. That looks pretty nice. Put that in a little bit. Like that depth to it. I think I'm getting a little bit better at this rock scenery as I make it. Not fantastic, mind you, but I think like having this staircase of depth as you go into the rock, and then the outline on the other side doesn't matter so much. You can kind of just muddle your way through it like so. And that works. That looks pretty good. Okay, so now we'll just do the outside quickly here. This area is... Honestly, let's see. So we're going to be driving this way. This piece I'm not totally crazy on being so out there. Let's move it back a little bit. This looks pretty good, to be honest. I don't want to get too fussy about it. Perfect is the enemy of good, after all. Okay, so now we'll just kind of cover up our, like, errors here by using the outer pieces. And this is kind of we're just masking the rocks that we just placed down. And this doesn't have to be perfect either. Sometimes the more imperfect something looks, the better it looks. Not always, but sometimes. Okay, that looks not too bad, not too shabby. I feel like there should be one piece here. Yeah, we'll do this one. This one's kind of a smooth one. There's a step down here. Step down and bring it out a little bit. Good enough. I like it. Okay. So we just added this wall. Wall looks pretty nice. I like it. We're gonna add the inner wall here. Playing with making some of these pieces more blended. We probably might need to blend areas over here a bit more. We kind of didn't spend a whole lot of time there. This, honestly, right here could use one of these step down pieces. Just one, I think. Not like a whole bunch, just enough that it's kind of showcasing that we're kind of blending into the next step. That's too big. Good enough. Okay. This one's a little bit wacky. We have a big gap here. But we were kind of doing that because we had the window, so we'll have to be putting another block here. This is for later. We'll leave that for now. We're going to come back and finish this. This one is kind of low. I mean, we could bring this up a little bit. If we do, probably bring that over. Might want to add some more, like, pieces to stack up here. Okay. This one is also kind of a tricky part section to put down. How we're going to do that, I'm not sure. Okay, definitely not that way. We're going to have to just do this in stepped stages. And that looks all right. Probably bring it over a little bit. And we'll just start stepping it up as we go. We are... Okay. I have more. We have more. Well, yes, we, because you're still watching, so is we. We have done this corner, and it is complete now, sort of. Complete-ish. It's good enough. And good enough is kind of where we're rocking things lately. And, yeah. I like it. It's good. Could be better, of course, but so could a lot of things. And this is a pretty decent place to be for now. Okay, so I'm going to take this one down and kind of make it a little bit lower here. This will be kind of the entry level jump. Okay. We have finished that section. It is, well, that area, that's finished. It feels great. It feels really good. We're making progress. We're making progress. So where do we go from here? Well, to really finish, we should probably finish it right here. Around this area and kind of come up to here. This is kind of like the section area finish. So kind of come over here and start adding some more pieces. I think I'll probably add, hopefully this area is not so difficult to do. Oops. I'm gonna find out shortly enough. Okay. This is pretty close. Looks not too bad. I don't mind it. And we're going to need to do it right here as well. This one I need to spin around. This is a kind of, this one's a bit of a weird piece. It's kind of actually hard to make it look very good. I don't like that piece so much. This one's probably a little bit easier to work with. Move this farther in. Okay. Doing all right so far. So we're going to move down. And then we're going to add this guy. The other side of this. Oh, this is actually going to stick out too much. We need probably this one. Maybe we'll add another block here. Looks not too bad. Bring this in. Ooh. Like that. Okay. Add this guy. A lot of this is just so much just trying to figure out if it'll work. And just placing it at will at random. Hoping for the best. You never really know if your placement's gonna look that good or not. You're just gonna pretty much just winging it. Okay, this is decent. Good stuff. We have a wall here and a wall here. This one's less detailed. So maybe we can bring in some details there. And there we go. That looks pretty good. And then take off for the jump. Here, we're probably going to want to wrap this rock around, actually. I think that'll look a little bit better if we do. How's that going to look, though? Maybe a little bit tricky. This is probably our piece we're going to be using. Don't want it to stick out too much. It's got to stick out a little bit. Okay, and then that kind of solves that problem. Okay, great. Obviously a little bit chunky here, so what we're going to do is try to make this kind of blend a little bit better. And we'll probably be bringing this one out a little bit more as like a layer. Oops, that's a little bit too much. Again, doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to look smooth enough that it's a believable rock cliff face. Nice. This is kind of a square rock, but that's okay. That is okay. How are we looking? So I think this section here, pretty good, at least roughly complete. We might go like over some polishing later, but just want to get like the most of it kind of outlined. Here, I guess we can keep going down this road. Question is, do we want rock here? I don't know if we can have rock there. Maybe we can. We could do this. This would look interesting. Actually, now that we have this here, we should probably put one of those, what do you call it? Whatchamacallits? These. Pipe. We should put a pipe here, because we were doing it everywhere else. We might as well do it here as well. That looks pretty good. Is it, it's gonna affect the car? I don't think so. I'm gonna make this, like, come down a little bit so it doesn't, you don't see that, crazy clipping. We'll just leave it. Hold on, maybe I can bring it out? No. Maybe by adjusting it and just like bring it out a little bit. Nah, you're still gonna see the clipping no matter what. Ah, it's okay. It's fine. Because if I do that, well, you can see the seams a little bit more. It's clipping or seams. Let's just go with clipping. Okay. So that piece is done. We have this. Oh, we were missing it here. Had to double check. Looks good. We need to worry about that one. Okay, we continue. You know, I wonder if I could just take this checkpoint out now that I have this in here, but like you're gonna come off this ramp and then you're gonna go in here. I don't know, you might be able to cut it. You'd have to come up here, take this checkpoint, turn around, and then go up here, which would probably still cut out a significant amount of time because you would instead be going here, maintaining speed, going to the checkpoint. Honestly, if you did do that shortcut, you're not going to save that much time, but you might end up saving just enough time that becomes the new route. So let's just leave the ring. Forget about it. Okay. We continue forth with rocks. So I'm going to do this curved part because I think this is going to be the most difficult. This is actually going to be one of the more difficult sections is right here. It shouldn't be too bad, but it'll be enough that it'll be kind of a pain in the butt. A little bit of a pain in the butt. Not a major one though. Just enough. I'll need to do the rocks underneath first. And the rocks on the side. Good news is, it will not be as hard as the previous one. But yeah, let's keep going here. This one's got a little curve to it, so it makes it a little bit easier to place this piece. Okie dokie. Bring that down, bring this over. Down. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to bring it back. Or, let's do this. That doesn't clip so much. And bring it down. Okay, that looks good. Let that do some fill in there. Not that piece. This one should work. This is where things might get a little dicey here. Gotta be careful that I don't clip where I shouldn't clip, especially when I'm getting too close to these towers. That should be okay though. So far, so good. Nice. Ooh, we forgot another one. We've got another landing. Here we go. Pipe. I keep noticing them, and I thought I had gotten them all by now. Okay. Nice. Looks good. Gotten that one. It's basically wherever there's a disconnect. So there's here and here, I got it. And there was here and here. This one's not round, actually. This one is, interestingly enough, square, but it does work. Doesn't need to be round, that one. And then there was these two here. Okay, we got them. Okay, we're good. Alright, 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 alright. Okay. And let's continue. Okay, oops, uh-oh. Push you in a little bit. Oh, we're starting to clip on the inside. Oh, yeah, we're starting to clip there. Ooh, we gotta change that. Okay, this is where it gets tricky. We gotta make sure we don't clip in multiple locations at once. This should be fine though. It's kind of high here, but it's not too bad. I could bring it down a little bit. Nice. Rock ball is forming. So in this case, we're good here. I could bring this over, but what I should do first actually is build out the rock on the inside of this track, because then it'll be a little bit easier to figure out like how I'm going to place the pieces that connect to it. Do the hard part first, which is underneath. Here, simple enough. We can just do this and just bring you down and push you in. And that looks decent for that piece layout anyway. But yeah, where it's difficult is not on the outside, but on the inside, and that is where we need to focus putting some rocks down, is right here, which is now more difficult because there's a bunch of other rocks in the way, but shouldn't be too bad. I think we should be able to figure this out. Okay, I'm gonna bring this down in a little bit more. Ooh, so that looks a little strange, but okay. Strange, but okay. Might want to push it in a little bit more and rotate it, actually. Rotate it a little bit more. Okay, now we're going to bring it in a bit more. Okay, so I just kind of want there to be like a little bit of a gap here. Might as well bring this up so you can't even see out there. How tall should this be? It's supposed to be like right about here. Like that's kind of roughly. That actually looks a little bit better anyway. Okay, we'll leave it there. And we'll add the detail after. Add the detail after the big pieces are done. Okay. So I don't know if this piece is going to work. We're going to find out. Might not. So far it's looking like it's not. Yeah, it's not. So we're going to have to start placing more things by hand. Not that we weren't placing them by hand before. We're just going to have to start placing smaller blocks by hand here. Oh no. That was an accident. I think that was a slope. I think that was a medium slope. It was a medium slope. Okay, we're okay. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to start working on with these 3 blocks, because these are going to be a little bit easier to place and move around. And we'll just have to adjust them and rotate them. It's partially because the corner is so tight. Oh, I didn't mean to rotate you that way. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, please go back to normal. Okay. Okay, you're not going back to normal. Okay. Okay, there. Nope. And bring you over a little bit. You down. There. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Tricky. Right. It's over. Bring it down a little bit. Yes, so far, so good. Where we meet up here is with the hard parts. It's usually just kind of the underneath section that is really time consuming more than anything else. what I'm probably going to do here is I'm just going to like I'm going to replace these two little blocks because it's starting to get late, and I'm probably going to call it a day on this episode. We delved into some crazy stuff today. I might be clipping that out of the episode. I don't really know if I'm going to put that in there. But what did we do today? Well, what did we do today? We finished this corner. We touched up this area here by adding a little bit more of a base to this section, and added some blocks here, as well as one block there. And we started on this section. So that's where we are. I think it's possible that in the next episode we finish all of this, but this will take some time to do. Especially these two, this corner and this corner. This cave area will actually be the most time consuming. Once that's done, this corner shouldn't be too bad, nor should this one. But this cave area will be the most time consuming. And then once that's done, I don't really know if I'm going to add like lava or like just keep it grass. Probably just keep it grass. What does this look like when the sun is set? Kind of like a nice gold on the track. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking I'll do for the track. So you're going to be able to see the white outline as you drive through it, and just a nice sunset shadow on the track. But we'll set it here when we're actually finished. I might also alternatively go night, which would also be quite interesting. Like this. This is almost a little too dark, though. I think the sunset looks nice. Yeah, this is a little too dark. So yeah, for now, oh my god, that's bright. Okay, for now, we're just going to go back to where we're at the brightness setting so we can finish the track first. There should be some rock here. I didn't realize this, but there should be some rock here. Doesn't need to be. We can do it later. I'm pretty happy with how this track has turned out so far. Definitely not my... Maybe it is my best track. Who knows? I think it'll be my most time spent on a track, building it to completion. And by the time it's done, I think I'll be pretty happy with that. I think it looks kind of cool. Very time consuming though to build, and definitely need to add more detail over here. We'll be doing that later. Happy with it though. Oh, I could just take out the saturation. Oh, interesting. That actually does look kind of cool because it's kind of like a white track. And then you can take out the brightness. Oh, you can make it black. Ooh, black could look cool, honestly. We can make it gray. Same color as the rock. That's kind of interesting. I like that, actually. Then all that pops is the red. Ooh. Okay, well, what we're going to do is we might do that later. We're going to keep it red for now so we can see where we're putting the rock pieces. Okay, welcome back to part 6 of building No Man's Land inside of Apex Rush. We left off finishing this area here. I shouldn't say finishing, starting to work on this area here. We had finished in the last episode this area and this turn as well. Excuse me, by finished I mean basically roughed out the edges, and we'll need to come back over once more for polishing, but for the most part that is mostly done. So where we're continuing here is this last hard section, which is coming underneath the turn here, which we'll need to make into another cave. Which shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully it'll be relatively straightforward. And yeah, we're going to get working on that, and hopefully we can get a significant chunk of this done in this episode. I'm starting this at 6:30 right now PM, so I guess we'll see how much time we end up working on this one today. This is a definite work in progress when it comes to the scenery here. It has taken a lot longer to do the scenery than I had initially anticipated or thought. I am kind of glad I decided not to ever make a cave map. I feel like a cave map would have been so time consuming in so many ways. I'm so glad I did not do a cave map. I know there's a couple cave maps out there, and respect to the guys who did do cave maps, because cave maps are not easy to make. Like, there's a lot that goes into making a cave map when it comes to the scenery. There's just so much cave that needs to be put down that it's rather overwhelming, the sheer amount of cave that one can populate into a map, and which we do not currently have yet. Okay, hold up. Does that work? Okay, I think that looks good. Okay, so this is going to need to extend to the top here, so I'm just kind of putting these blocks down here so I know that they're on the line. They're not clipping the white outline here, which we want to leave open so you can see the highlight of the track as you move through it. So this one is currently clipping the track. We do not want to do that. There we go. That will fix that for now. Yeah, I want to see this highlight all the way, because we're going to turn the time of day down to like the nighttime, and I want this to glow as you drive it, which I think will look nice. And if we clip that, then you're not going to be able to see that glow. In here it's different, that's fine, but on the track itself, normally I don't want to clip it. Okay, that's why this is probably taking way longer to build, is because I want that glow. And if I had decided to not bother with that glow and just, you know, allow rocks to be kind of chunky and hang over it more often, we definitely would have completed this track much faster. Much faster. That I can guarantee you. But that's okay. Excuse me. I am drinking a carbonated beverage, so I currently have some belching that happens occasionally. I'm trying not to do on the microphone. Oh well. Yeah, this has got to be like 8 hours into the recording now. Multiple days I have spent building this track, and we are getting close to the finish line. We're getting close. I am excited. I'm excited about that. Okay, I'll put that there. So it's covering that section. So here, this is tricky. I should probably put a piece like this down, but we don't want it to clip. I don't like that one. That one's kind of, it's got that piece that sticks out. This one should be a bit better. So we're going to put this down just to kind of get the general sense of where the rock should be. And I think this is the one. This is the one that had the weird piece. Yeah. Okay. Put that one down. Just move it back a little bit. There's a gap there, but I can close that in with some other rocks. Not a big deal. Okay, looking good. Oh, it's overhanging here a little bit, so we're going to push it back just a bit more. It's fine. Bring that one up. Okay, so, and then this isn't eating into where it should be. Okay, we're good. I might need to put another one right here, but I think we could probably get by just using these guys. We don't need to go with the big giant piece here. Yeah, in the last episode I got into some heavy stuff. I ended up talking about a story of an old friend. And I was considering cutting it out, but I might leave it in. I don't know, like honestly, I doubt anyone's gonna even end up watching this video. Truth be told, I don't expect anyone to watch this video because it's just so... I'm going to stitch it together. It's just going to be so long. No one may ever even hear that story. And if anyone did stick this video out through all the way, I'll leave that in there if that's something they actually might enjoy hearing. Because if they are here to watch that much video, that much content, then I think that'd be the kind of person that would enjoy hearing a story like that. Okay, so here's the tricky part. We got to figure out how to do the rocks underneath here. The nice thing is I don't need to worry about it too much. I just need I should also just do some rock here first. I think that'd be the... Doesn't really matter too much which order I do it in, but I would like to have some rock there. This is just a little bit tricky to kind of get right. I'm not going to get too fancy with it. Just going to bring this down so it doesn't clip. Okay, great. That looks good. I just want it to be clear that there is rock there. Excuse me. Okay. Yes, there's rock there. I might put another small rock right here. If I can fit it in there. Yes, okay. Looks fine. And then we're going to have rock coming out on the other edge here. So this is probably going to be a big piece. There was one that's curved. There was one that's curved. Is it this one? Yes, this one is curved. Okay. So we're going to try to curve this into the track here and then move it along and then up. Up enough so I don't want it to clip. I got to be careful not to let it clip. And then I still want it to be basically covering all of this if I can. That looks pretty good, honestly. That almost looks perfect. Okay, there's a little gap there, but we can fix that. No problemo. Should actually use this piece. Yeah, I mean, like this part of the video, like how interesting can it be? I'm talking about placing a block as I'm placing it down. Is somebody going to watch that? Probably not. So will this video just be an empty video on the channel? Probably. Another failure? Probably. But, you know, I'm going to do it anyway because I'm struggling to make content right now. I don't really know what I should be making, and I'm just trying to figure my way through this lately, and I think partly is just keep posting even though you don't know what you're supposed to be making or what you should make next, because having posted something is better than nothing. In terms of like trying to get closer to your goal of realizing what you want to realize. So yeah, that's why I'm still going, even when I make videos that kind of suck. So not all my videos suck, but I think some of them suck, and I like to make them better. I like to get better at making videos, and I think the best way to do that is just keep making videos. And hopefully you learn from some of them. Hopefully. I know I certainly haven't learned from all of them. I made a lot of the same mistakes over and over again. I'm trying not to do that so much, but it's easier said than done, unfortunately. Okay, so this area, oops, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna overhang here, and then I'm gonna kind of stagger it down. So hopefully it looks all right. Hopefully. This is a different piece, I think. It'll add some like blockiness to make it kind of staircase down to the next section. Trying to add some depth here. So far, so good. Ooh, I don't like how that one was placed. Better. Okay. So the cave is actually coming along a little bit better than I thought it would. We're doing okay. gonna put that there. Hopefully it doesn't clip into the road. I don't think it does. Okay. Doing all right. That one's not clipping in, thankfully. And then this one is not either. Okay. So far, so good. I do want to draw some rock over here across this line to connect the two. I also like to put this here. This is going to be a little bit tricky to get right. Hopefully, it's not too bad. Maybe it won't be too bad. Maybe I can just get it right the first time. It actually looks pretty good. Not perfect, but good. Okay. Not bad. I like it. Okay. So yeah, the rock across is going to be, so far has almost always been the most challenging element to do for the cave section. I'll have to do it here as well. And yeah, there's no, because this pillar is here, could just take this pillar out. You wouldn't know there and just put rock on the side here. Honestly, I might do that. If I just remove this, I can just no one's gonna know, for one, and I think it'll look way better if I just take it out. Because then I can just blend it more nicely. My Baldur's Gate just finished downloading. I decided to make a video on Dungeons and Dragons. I had a story about that I kind of wanted to share, and I thought that'd be kind of a fun video to do. So I recorded the audio for that, and I will be planning on posting that later, hopefully. I don't know if you guys have ever played Dungeons and Dragons. It's a really fantastic game. I really like D&D. Okay, this looks good enough for me. Now I need to make the rock go across, and we're going to do that with the smaller rock pieces here. However, because they're of this size, we have to be a little bit careful about how we place them so it still looks good. That is not always easy to do. Okay. Oh, this is a big chunky one. This one's fine. It's just large. And then trying to make it blend in is the hard part. Also large. This one, maybe not as large. And also the car has to pass underneath here without it looking silly, so yeah. Easier said than done. However, we can add a few more rocks here, kind of tilt them and move them around, so hopefully we can make it look, give it enough variety that it's, it doesn't look like there's a pattern emerging. Ooh. Okay, let's push this one in a little bit. Bring it up a bit. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty good. Not perfect, but I'm not striving for perfect here. I'm just striving for good enough. If I add this here, this should look supportive enough of that section. Maybe I could add like an angled one in here as well. Oh, what did I just delete? Good God. I definitely just deleted something I probably shouldn't have deleted. I'm probably going to find out later. It wasn't a track piece, though. It was probably just a piece of scenery. Dang it. Yeah, I'll move this. I'm going to angle this one so it kind of looks a little bit more natural as you come into the cave. Kind of supports it a little bit more. Okay, am I going to put anything more in here? I probably don't need to, but you know, maybe we will for fun. Okay. This piece here. Okay. This piece would go pretty well right there. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So we're also going to need to do the same thing on this side. Trying to make it blend in. So far underneath it's looking good. This part shouldn't be too hard. This section ended up being way easier than this section because this section was a curved turn, and on top of that, there was a lot more work that had to be done underneath here and on the other side. So this one, thankfully, because it's straight, it's so much more easier to place the pieces and to line them up. Okay, so big chunky rock here. This could work actually, not a big deal. And then we could probably do another one like that on this side. Just a little bit earlier, but this one is huge, so I'm gonna make sure we're facing it on the right angle. If we use this one, we can, but we just need to make sure it's tilted upwards so it's not clipping too much of the track before we use it. So we're coming out here and we don't clip, or the car doesn't hit it. We actually could maybe go up a little bit more. Yeah, okay, that looks good. This section. So I also don't want this to overhang below too much. So far, this is not a problem yet. We have this big guy. Honestly, we could probably do this the whole way through. I'm thinking that we... Let's see how that looks. That, honestly, that looks pretty good. That was way faster than I thought it would be. On the outside here, not perfect, but we can kind of blend it in as we keep going. Not super worried about that. You know, just add a square block there or something like that, and we'll make it look good. Voila. I mean, this section is obviously a lot more rounded, so because of that, we might want to change it up a little bit and add some more, like, blocks in here. I don't know if we can without it, like, messing up underneath. Yeah. Hold on, if I bring it up. That's fine. This is going to be pretty tall. Yeah, that's definitely not going to work. I could do this. That kind of okay. I mean, it's not amazing. Maybe the rounded pieces were a mistake. Yeah, maybe I'll just stack it upwards and that should work. Like this, like so. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. That kind of solves the problem. And then underneath, yeah, it's still rounded. It's okay. So, better. Problem somewhat coming towards a solution. And here, push that in a little bit. That would look pretty good. So much of this is going off feel, you know, you never really know. Sometimes you can over decorate as well. You put in a little bit too much work in a certain area. Okay. Here, I think it would look good if I had a little bit more depth there. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. This is, but this is fine. Honestly, I could bring it out higher. It should be higher. Like, I should have more blocks here. And as well as right. Oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong piece. Trying to add some depth as well. This section. I do want that to be high enough that it looks all right. This section here needs some gap filler. This is a little bit earlier on. We just didn't mess around with it. We kind of slapped it down and just kept moving. It's a little bit better. Sometimes when you're in a rush, you forget to do stuff. Okay. Perfect, no. Solving a problem? Yes. Okay. So... this looks okay. Could bring that down a little bit. Might want to add more blockiness to this area here, just to make it look a little bit more in line with some of the other sections we've been doing. That looks alright. I don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. Okay, here... don't want to bring this forward at all. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe right there. Right there. Right there would work. Oh, no, it wouldn't. That would not work. That will not work. Okay, well, the cave is done. Is it perfect? No. But is it cavey enough? Yes. Okay, that's the start, and we could just wrap it around here, the start. Honestly, I'm not opposed to just hiding these in rock at this point. Because there's just... I think it almost looks a little bit better if you do. I can just push this out a little bit so it's not completely wrapped in rock and you can kind of see around it. I think this is the piece we need for this side. So this piece is kind of coming out a little bit too much for my liking. Push it in just a little bit more. It overhangs a lot here, so maybe instead we're going to use this piece as a outliner. Wrap around. But that doesn't look too great, either. hard to get this right. It's hard to get this right. But I could just, you know, honestly, like, do more rock on the edge and kind of round it out and not worry about it too much. I could, I can eventually just, you know, I could put enough down here so that it's, it blends in and you don't even notice, like that. Like, that's, you don't even know anymore. That's definitely going to intersect with the track. Yeah, not that beast. But, yeah, it's looking good. Okay. So let's do this section here. Let's finish on this side. I do want to keep the window open here. I definitely want to keep that open. I don't want to close that off too much. So we're going to move this down. And then we'll probably be doing another piece. So I'll just end up overlapping that piece anyway. So this one is curved, and we'll try to match this one to the track. Push it in a little bit. Make sure it doesn't clip on the white line. We don't want that. That's close. That's clipping a little bit. There we go. Okay. And then here, what I'll do is just kind of like step it down with the this piece. There you go. Okay, that looks fine. Okay. And you can see out the window there, and there's a little bit of rock. And then here, this is looking pretty good. I can obviously add more rock for more detail. Bring it up a little bit higher if I want to. Okay. Now for this joining piece. This one should do the trick. I'm gonna set you this way, move you over, bring you in, then bring you down. And it is not clipping. There we go. Have a little couple gaps to fill. Not a big deal. Oh, that's clipping a little bit. There we go. Oh, no. No, that was fine. I could bring that back. Here, I could probably bring this one in a little bit more. Okay. Nice. I'll just add another feature here. Another rock. Close that gap. Bring this down. Nice. And that hole I don't really need to worry about there. Just kind of whatever hole. On the outside, we can make it look a little bit easy. We can make it look better, quicker, very easily. On the top, we kind of need to do a little bit of work here. So this rock is like great for detail on the tops of things. I really like it. Just adds some depth. I would love to see more rocks in this game. But, you know, honestly, the variety you have right now is still manageable. It's like, it's plenty enough to create enough of a variety, but having a few more would give you some, make it a little bit easier just so you didn't see any repeated sequences of rocks popping up consistently. Okay. I do want to put one there. This one I want to angle. Angle this one like this. Oh, nope. Not like that. Not like that either. The rotation tool has still not been fixed yet. There's still a lot of things that need to be fixed in this game. It's not totally there yet, but we're getting there. I hope we see a developer update or like a patch or an update, bug update soon. That'd be nice. Okay, that looks good enough. Yes. Okay. Nice. Maybe I'll add a little bit of added detail here, not that one. Ooh, this one's nice. I like that. Cool. Okay. Cave area almost complete. We have this little section here. Can I add some detail here, or is this going to be too tight? I think it's going to be too tight. We have the small little rocks here. Okay. Not bad. So as we come in with the car, you can see there's a little bit of a light there. Should be able to drive through into the zone here, and we have this wrapped around with rock. Let's just do a quick test. Just see how it looks. Ooh, this looks pretty good. I like it. Oh, that looks really good. Looks a lot better than I thought, actually. Nice. Oops. Yeah, we gotta do that again. Well, we're not trying to test for time here, but yeah, I really love the start. I think the start looks awesome. I'm happy with it. I was interested in this one tower here, though, because the upside down of this tower looks a little bit strange with those rocks in there. I feel like I should take the rocks out of that. But you're right there. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm crazy on those rocks there. I'm gonna take that out. Just notice that while driving it. But, yeah, the rocks, I mean, you are supposed to see the white there. I think if I remove that one and that one, that should be okay. And I'm just push this one back a little bit. That looks a bit better. Not perfect, but better. I want to be able to see the red there. I think that looks better. Okay. Rocks down there are fine. What's left? Okay, so we did this area. We did this a lot faster than I thought we would. The outside here is not super polished. We could add a few more blocks like this on the outside. Tilt this one. Okay, but yeah, that looks fine. Okay, so here, this section is not finished. We need to finish this. And then we need to finish this end. And about this tower, I think what I'll do is I might end up doing like rock around the bottom of the tower here as you jump into it. Because all the other towers are covered in rock anyway. Like, you don't even see the insides of the tower. That was just kind of there for support reasons. You see a little bit of red here. But for the most part, you usually don't see that. And I'm kind of cool with that. I'm kind of cool with that feature. That looks fine to me. So rock on the inside. Where should we do the rock first? I think we should do the rock here because it's almost finished anyway. This is the tight junction here. And completing this section will be the most tricky. Probably. Maybe not. Maybe it won't be that bad. I want to do this so I can kind of do this in only a couple steps if I can avoid doing too much. This looks okay. Angling this here is tricky. So this one, I need to make sure that we can definitely clear that. Looks like we can. This rock in the middle here is kind of annoying, but the gaps here I can fill in. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. Now this corner is really tight, so this might be the block we need here. We're probably going to just need to fill this in with the small custom blocks. I don't think we're going to be filling this in with any of these big blocks. Nah. Yeah, this one's kind of starting to overhang. Yeah, okay, we'll put that there for now. This one should come down a bit. Well, it doesn't really matter. I can just cover that later. I did not mean to delete that. It's fine, I can replace it later. Not a major deal. Okay, put this guy down. Rotate him. Give him some depth. Same with this one. Oh, that's the same one. Let's do this instead. Rotate him. Bring him in. Nice. And that guy there. Okay, great. That solves that problem. Here, you can just put this here. I should be able to put this here. Nice. Looks good. Not fancy, but looks good. Rotate this one over, bring it in, over, up a oops, not that one. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get this guy up. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Okay, I like that. There's some depth there. Add some depth to this. And I think that looks dandy. Look away from the screen for a second. My eyes are starting to burn. Question is, will anybody play this map? I don't know. But, I hope so. I think it'd be so cool if one of my maps got featured on Hazardous' YouTube channel. That'd be dope. That would give this channel a tiny little shout out, but it's not necessary. It'd be nice. You know, if he does that, I'd be very grateful, but also not expected. Okay. We continue. So I'm probably gonna... Oh yeah, that works. Yeah, that works. Is that clipping here at all? It is. There we go. Oh. Down a little bit more. Down a little bit more. Okay. So the last difficult one. Ooh, we gotta fill that gap in. This one's easy enough to do. Thankfully, because you just lower it enough and the clipping doesn't matter. Or it shouldn't anyway. Ooh, there's a gap there. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Push that in a little bit and down and over and in and over and back. Nice. In over there, and then maybe this one. Ah. Okay, I don't like that one actually. Okay, good enough for now. Definitely want to put one right here, though. Push you in. There, nice. You know, I don't know if anyone's going to even be paying that much attention to the detail of the scenery, but whatever. I like it, and I think it looks good, so good enough for me. Okay. So we need to do this section. This one's got a weird block there. I don't love how that looks. This section actually is a little bit easier to place down because it's curved. So I do want it to kind of bite into the window there a little bit, but not too much, and then over the track. Yeah. Yeah, question is, do I want you to be able to see out the window? I would like maybe say, let's say halfway. And then this piece is the one that will be the other side, and I'll put it right there and push it in like so. This piece is always difficult to place down. It always bites into the track a little too hard. But for now, it is doing all right. Nice. Okay. Doing good. Doing good. Look at that, guys. We are almost finished. Almost. Oh man, I had a heart attack there. I thought I forgot to press record. Okay. Continue. I think, honestly, having spent so much time on this track, I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out so far. I think it looks pretty nice. It's not like the most technical track by far, especially for a stunting game. This is kind of like a very like boring track because there's not a lot happening. But that's kind of what I was going for. Like, not to make the track boring by any means, but to make it a little bit more chill. And the challenge is not in trying to land difficult jumps for the best time. It's to get the smoothest line inside this track that is not that long to get the best time, which I kind of like that play style a little bit more. I mean, that does lean into a bit more of the Trackmania play style, probably a little bit more than the Apex Rush style, but I'm okay with that. You gotta have some variety, you know? It's not all stunting all the time. You don't need to always be stunting. Okay. I'm gonna rotate this one. Bring it forward. A little bit down, a little bit forward. Nice. Okay. Pretty much not clipping anywhere significantly. Just want to make sure there's no gaps. Okay, that looks good. I'm happy with that. Great. I'm gonna just rotate this one. And bring it down a little bit. Okay. Good, now we can just do the outside. Land it in. And you're gonna land in here. And it looks pretty good. Okay, now let's do the inside here, and that's the last section we need to connect to be done in this area, more or less. The finishing touch-ups will be done later, but for now, all that's left is this little microcosm, which we should be able to finish relatively quickly. Hopefully. This is a big chunky piece. I don't know if this is going to work here. I'm going to try. But I'm going to bet you anything this is going to clip. Oh, it's not clipping. Not clipping yet. But look how difficult this is to place. Like, how are we going to place this? I don't think that's going to work. I think it would be better if we just did the old-fashioned handmade rock placement way. This rock leans in a little bit, actually. Makes it interesting. This one in. Not bad. Here we could do it. Here might work. Maybe not. Ooh, that is really large. Yeah, I don't know about that, champ. Okay. It's a bit of a gap. We can fix that. Not a major issue. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. Digging it. Maybe one right here. I don't mind this being open here. That's fine. No problems there. We'll just have to make sure that we have rock here. So it looks good. Great. Fantastic. Aha. Okay. Looking pretty good. That's the whole track covered in rock. entirely, except for this area right here, which I'm not sure, like I could do, yeah, we could do the rock area. We'll do the rock there. So I can't say it's all the entire track covered in rock yet. Almost, but man, considering where we started, I think we've done a pretty awesome track so far.
That's been a lot of work though.
Like this is like what, 10 hours to make No Man's Land? I'm ballparking. I don't really know how far into this video we are. Let's do this section. Get this done. Okay, so this will be the starter section here. I'm going to definitely be covering this in more rocks. I'm not worried about placing this one down. Let's just kind of hide the first layer. Or try this layer. Okay, and then the final rock piece there. Maybe I'll bring it down a little bit more even. Like this is kind of like a pyramid style rock layout. It doesn't got to be perfect. Just got to be good enough. Digging it. Yeah. Maybe one more here. That looks pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. I think we're gonna bring this one down more. So with this one. Cool. Very cool. Okay. Outside here, it doesn't matter so much, like if it's not detailed enough. Not really. But we'll do it anyway. Nice. Okay. Solid. Okay. Looks good. Go on the side. Ah! Just accidentally deleted a rock I didn't need to delete. Okay, cool. Looks good. Don't want to overdo it. Don't need to overdo it either. At a glance, like everything looks pretty snazzy. Honestly, I'm like almost at the point where I'm like, we could just like finish the track here. Do we want to do more scenery? Like I could add some trees in here. What would this look like? These trees are so small. You know, I could add a few trees in there. It looks kind of silly though. I think it'd almost be better without the trees. To be honest, they just look a little strange. I think it looked better with just the grass. They're just too small. Could add other pieces of environment or scenery. Not really. It's nothing really I want to add in here. Honestly, like I'm pretty much at the point where I'm like, I'm good. But let's just test it. Let's test it before we like confirm, before we decide to like publish it. Maybe today will be the last episode. Okay, is my controller not completely functioning? I can't turn the car? Okay, there we go. What is going on? I think my mouse is... Are we good? Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay, we're good now. Okay. Testing commences. Okay. Oops. That jump is still a little tricky. Same with this one. It's not like an easy track for time. Like there's 3 jumps total. 4 jumps total. And not all the jumps are easy to land, but like they're smooth. They're just not easy to land. Honestly, I think this track is done. I'm happy with it. I'm sure there's more detail I could go into, more things I could do, but like I think it looks really good. Honestly, this was kind of the vision I had. And now it's realized, more or less. I could add a few more pieces there, but honestly, I think it's okay. Just leaving it as it is. Doesn't have to be perfect. There's no other scenery pieces I really want to add. I considered adding lava or water, but I don't know if I really want to. Like, one, it's super time consuming to do that, which isn't the problem. It's not the time. It's just, I don't think it's going to look that great. I'm almost happy with the green grass. Because like if I add the water, where do I stop adding the water? Like I could add more like I could add more rocks as like blocks for the water, but I don't know. Like it doesn't feel like it's gonna change how the track looks that much. I guess it could be a nice touch. I will say that. Like, let's see what it looks like. Okay, let's not knock it before we try it. This is what water, more or less, would look like. So you're gonna have a track piece here, and I'm gonna place a whole bunch of them. But to do this, we gotta change the track color to blue. Okay, blue. And then let's say the time of day is like sunset evening. So you would see a lot of these. And they'd all be like beside each other, plus the blue you're going to see on the track as well. So would it look nice? Maybe. It's a gamble. It's honestly a gamble. But could do it. Could do it. Just kind of like this. Just put the water, like this would be water. I could also do lava. I could make it red. Like that. Lava could be cool. But because this is red here, I feel like just a nice blue that matches the sunset color. And actually, the blue going along the track looks pretty nice as a contrast to the red. And honestly, that blue looks pretty nice. Maybe we should do the water like that. Okay, so if we do that though, where do we begin the water and where do we end the water? Because I don't want to be doing water, obviously, all the way out here. I have to decide where the water begins and ends. So I think I would put a block here. Like scenery, like so. Not up high like this, obviously, but like this. And then the water will end there. And so that's like the definitive end of the track there. So we can just add the water inside and here as well. But then where does the water end here? Well, I think it would end maybe like we draw a line like right here. And then a line right there. That would be the end, like right there and there. I think that would be fair. So we'll rotate you. Okay, this will be my final scenery piece then, I think, because I don't want to keep adding more and more and more scenery. Ooh, wait a minute. Maybe, actually, it would be better if this was raised a bit, because then, if it is, it would just look a little bit more natural, like that's the end of the track. You know, and anything further out is, like, beyond. Honestly, that actually is not too bad. And we just kind of do the same idea as before. Just complete it. Okay, hold on. Let's push that back a bit so it doesn't clip into the wall. But yeah, okay. So yeah, we could do water there. I mean, no one's going to see the water here. So I could very well just end the track right there. But yeah. Honestly, I'm not opposed to this. Okay. Kind of like that. Actually, I didn't expect to. I didn't expect to like that. And I can move this up a little bit. That jump becomes a little bit more interesting now. There's a wall here. I move it back a little bit. So it's not so obtusely in the way. And I could put the water down. Then you do this like a little water jump. Okay. Let's try it. We'll try it, okay? Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. If you've watched how I built Mario Kart Double Dash's Baby Park, you will see that I went into a much more elaborate way of making grass, which I will not be doing in this video. That was so time consuming. The amount of pieces I put down to get the grass like water effect was crazy. I'm not going to be doing that again. But because this is flat, I should be able to do this and it should look pretty good. I mean, you'll be able to see some grass poking up, I'm sure. But for the most part, I think it looks halfway decent. And I mean, you know, we don't really have the ability to add water effects right now, so this might go down as one of those tracks that was in Apex Rush history as the ones before they added water. But like, not bad. Yeah, you can see the grass poking through a little bit, but like, that's okay. And thankfully, this won't take as long if I do it this way. Like, I just gotta line it up relatively nicely. Not even perfectly, just decently. And it should look alright. Halfway decent. Okay. at this guy. I don't think I'll know how this will fully look until I have done at least this area. And then I think I'll decide if I want to keep doing it throughout the whole way after I completed this area, and seeing what it looks like with the car as well. So we'll go to like right here, and then we'll decide. It looks all right. It looks all right. You know, I think it is actually in a way a welcome design, because the game so far only has so many scenery options, and if you've been playing this game at all for like however long you have, you'll know that you've seen most of the scenery there is to see. So I think this will be kind of like a new way of just adding some flavor to the game. Not the prettiest rendition of scenery, but some sort of water effect. Which this is. Question is, do we do sundown or night? I think sundown is the prettiest so far that I've seen. I like sundown. Honestly, this part has been way easier than doing the rock. This is just place it down, try to line it up as best you can, and then move on. It looks like Wii Golf Water. I don't know if you ever played Wii Sports, but I'm getting Wii Sports Golf Water vibes. I think it's fun being creative this way, like trying to find a solution to a problem. You don't have water, make your own water. Even if it's painstaking. Okay, bring that there. Bring you over a little bit, and then bring you back. Decently lined up. Good enough. Thankfully, this method is way faster than the method I was using for Mario Kart, the Mario Kart Double Dash track I made. That one took me forever to put all the pieces down because I was using curved banked pieces for grass because I wanted to give the grass like depth and texture instead of just making the grass, you know, like flat like this, which would have been way faster if I had just done it this way instead, but that's okay. Okay, so when you're driving that, yeah, let's finish it first. Let's finish it first. Oh, thankfully, oh, I don't even need to put 2 pieces down here. Oh, that's sweet. Okay. Dope. Just put them next to each other. Honestly, not bad. Obviously, it wouldn't look as real as other water, but like actual water. But I don't have the ability to put water down. maybe Hazardous will add that later. I don't know. That'd be nice though. I would like some water effects. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's already even being laid over here. Okay. Let's see what that looks. Honestly, pretty good. Better than I thought it would. Let's see what it looks like from the car's perspective. So you have the blue lines on the track. Are you even going to see that? Oh, well, I guess if you crash. It looks okay. Honestly, I don't even know if you're going to really even notice it while you're driving. You might. Well, you drive sideways here, maybe. When you jump here, you'll notice it for sure. But it'll be brief. And I think it's brief enough that you're not going to pay too much attention to it. Your brain will pick up, oh, that's water. I hope. It'd be like, what is that weird blue-shaped object on the ground? Why is it there? Yeah, you're going to see the grass in the distance. That jump is tricky. Ah. Okay. Oh my god, that post. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, this track has a few hazards that are actually kind of like annoying. Like to get like a really good time on, like you got to know where some of the obstacles are overhanging the track. That cave looks cool. I don't know if I have enough speed here. I do. Okay. So will you see the water from here? I think you will a little bit. No, maybe not. Yeah, right there you'll see the water. So, is it a welcome addition? It's just a nice added touch. I think it'll be the final added touch that I will do. I don't think I'm going to go too crazy after this. It's just, it wouldn't be worth it. But I like it. I'm going to add it. I'm going to keep it. It gives it its added flair. Okay, and then one more piece here. This one, I gotta move over a little bit and then bring you down. Okay. I don't think many people will be paying attention to that piece of water specifically in that location, but I should move it back so it's hidden. I don't want it to overhang outside the rock, that's for sure. What I'll probably end up doing is using the smaller pieces here just to match these up so they don't overhang. Nice. Okay, bring you down, bring you over. You are overhanging. Some parts are going to look a little bit more wonky than others. I'm not too worried about it. You're not going to be paying attention that closely. And if you are, well then, okay. Too bad. Okay, bring that there. It's not overhanging. Great. Nice. Looks good. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed by how easy this is to lay down and how fast it's going by. I should have this done relatively quickly. Well, I don't know about relatively quickly, but it shouldn't take that long. But yeah, I think after adding this water, I think this will be the final detail. I don't really want to add anything more, anything more crazier than this. The track is complete as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't need more detail. More detail isn't really going to serve it either. Like, it'll be like, ooh, nice and shiny, but that doesn't mean anybody will play it, not necessarily. But it does mean I put effort into it, so, and that's good enough for me. Ooh. Oh, it just needs enough for another piece here. Need 2 pieces. Oh, was the grass raised there or something? I'm confused. Oh, or did I just put it down a different piece accidentally? I think I did. That rock there, I don't know if I even need to put any more water there. This is where I'm starting to get a little bit lazy. Okay, what I will do though, oh man, never mind. I'll just keep going. It don't matter. No need to fuss over it. Check that out. Yeah, it's like a little cove. A dig. Water is turning out way better than I thought. I like it. So I think what I want to do here is I kind of want to make the water kind of roughly around this edge here so I can kind of match it up with the pieces over there. I think I'm going to just do this for now, and then I can just sync them all up after. That way I can keep the pattern going. Yeah, you see a little bit of grass sometimes, but that's no biggie. Yeah. No, I guess this is a good place to just vent about, like, how the channel's going. Oh no, I didn't mean to change that. Oh well. I think I just have to keep going, make more videos, keep making videos, even though they don't perform. Stop looking at the analytics, stop fussing about analytics and how videos perform one versus the other. Because, honestly, at the end of the day, you just don't really know how a video's going to do. You just don't know. Some videos you think will do great and they don't. And some videos you think will do bad and they do great. It's super weird. I know some people feel like they have like a read and beat on YouTube. I don't. I mean, even after 200 videos, I don't know what the hell I'm doing still. I hoped I would have. I hoped I would have had a clearer picture, but that has not been the case. And that's okay. I mean, you know, you live and you learn. Yeah, I want to put this one in the back here. It's kind of a little tricky to do, but okay, these ones are overhanging. Do this. Hide you a little bit. Oh no, what did I just do? Did I just delete the piece of... What did I just delete? Oh, I deleted that rock. Not a big deal. Somehow those almost perfectly placed. Okay. Back to the road. Straight. Bring this over. Bring you down. Bring you back. And just make sure you're hidden by the rock. Yeah, okay, you are. Good. Yeah, I wish it was more clear to me what I should be doing. I wish it was more clear, like, how to proceed forward. You know, everyone will give you advice, but sometimes people just give you the wrong advice for your channel. It's hard to know what will or will not work. A lot of it is experimentation, trying to just figure it out best you can. Hope it works, and if it doesn't, oh well. Just try again. Oh, okay. Alrighty then. How long will it take me to finish this? I don't know. I mean, I think I can get this done tonight. It's 8 o'clock now. We start at 6:30. I can just have this done today and just like be able to stitch the video together tomorrow, post it, leave it as is. Be good with that. This video is probably not going to be seen by anybody. If anyone does click it, they're going to watch like a minute of it at best. There's no way anyone's going to sit through 8 hours of this. I mean, maybe, but I'm not counting on it. I am not counting on it. I don't know why I'm making these videos anyway. Like, I didn't expect them to perform in the first place. I never thought they would. I just wanted to make tracks, and then thought, well, I might as well record myself making tracks because maybe somebody will want to watch that. I always consider the possibility that I can be wrong. Pretty much about anything. And that has helped me a lot through life, because you consider yourself wrong, or consider yourself that you could be wrong. Well, I think you get a lot farther ahead in figuring out some things. Not all things, but some things. Even still, you end up finding out that what you thought worked doesn't work often enough. Okay, I could probably just use these pieces here. Oh my gosh. Thankfully, this is working. Will I keep making Apex Rush tracks? I don't know. This channel has always been about taking me wherever the wind takes me. And if I wanted to make Apex Rush tracks for a while, I do that. If I want to make Trackmania tracks for a while, I do that. If I want to maybe upload footage of me making music, maybe I do that. I don't know. I kind of want to do that. I actually kind of like the idea of having creative freedom instead of just doing everything about video games. Though I do like video games, I do have other interests in my life outside of just, you know, video games. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, fine. I will just move that in there because I can see that the gap. I can see the crack of grass. Okay, good enough. Look at that. Coming along. Coming along. Will I have this finished by 10 p.m.? Maybe. Maybe. Ineffective action is still action in the face of inaction. Okay. Onwards we press to creating more water. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, we're missing a post. Or did our post get moved? It got moved. Oh, wait a minute. No. We're missing a post. Maybe that's what we deleted earlier. That must have been what we deleted earlier. Like an hour ago. Or 2 hours ago. And I was like, what like when I knew I deleted something, I just couldn't remember what it was. It must have been that piece. Okay. Okay, back to water. Continue from here. Yeah, making a map like this makes me wonder, like, just how much time went into, like, creating a game like The Legend of Zelda, you know? Like, just the mapping alone, let alone the game functionality and how the game played and all that stuff. Like, it's pretty amazing what human beings can accomplish. Just in general, it's blows my mind. I kind of wanted to have a YouTube channel where I could just make anything, post anything, and still be successful, which is kind of a tall order. Sometimes that conflicts with itself. You know, maybe it'll work out if I just keep going. Maybe I'll get there. I mean, no guarantee, but maybe. I hope so. I don't know if I will, but I really want to. But so do a lot of other people. So, you know. Some people give up early. I don't want to give up early. But I also want this indication that, like, it's going to work. But I don't know if there's any way to know that for sure. I don't think that's necessarily possible to know for sure. I think you just don't know, and you just gotta take a chance. And hopefully by sticking through with it long enough and doing it long enough, it turns out that it does work. You basically force it to work through volume. Then again, I could be wrong. But this is something I hope I'm not wrong on. It's definitely a gamble, that's for sure. Looking good. Definitely grassier over there, but that's okay. I mean, I could raise this up a bit. Try to get rid of some of that grass. But yeah, it's fine. For some reason, I started thinking of Far Cry 3. That was a pretty good game. What is that, that saying from Far Cry 3? Keep doing what you've always done. It's like the definition of insanity, or something like that. Like, if you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, it's the definition of insanity. However, I wouldn't call this insane because I already have had signs that this channel does work. Because there's 466 people who decided to hit subscribe when I never asked them to. So, while those 466 people are definitely not watching all of my videos, and they may have only subbed for a specific style of video that I made, it is still evidence enough that this might work. I just have to keep going. So, yeah. I think that's where we're at. Oops. Okay. Getting somewhere. Even if I don't know where that is. We're getting somewhere. I think this is the biggest section, so once this is done, I mean, the rest should be pretty quick. Ideally. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to see, like, someone play this track, you know, on YouTube or something. Maybe I'll see that someday. That'd be cool. That would be pretty cool. I hope that doesn't conflict there. No, I don't think it does. Okay. Will I validate today? Possibly. I might validate today if we get this done fast enough. If it's not done quick enough, like, I don't know. I haven't done the review yet. I haven't really done a track review. Like, going over, like, doing polishing and added touches. I don't know if I really want to polish it more than I've already have. I mean, I'm sure there's some spots I could make better. No doubt. Like, if I went back over here, just kind of looked at where I laid out rocks, but, you know, I'm okay with it. Like, it got the vibe I wanted. And even though it's not perfect, like, it's pretty close. So, yeah, I might just end up validating tonight. If I can get this done before 10 p.m. I have 2 hours left, and so far I think we're on track to get that done. So I guess we'll see how long the water takes. Maybe the water will take longer than I thought, but so far it's been going pretty quick. It's just laying these out and lining them up, so it's not super hard. You over here and make you run down the line. Yep, bring you down. Cha-ching. Ooh. Also, probably will like dial in the correct lighting for this map. Over there a little bit more. Here we go. Bring that down. Nice. Look at that. Oh, that looks good. I like it. This is such a jank way to do water, but I mean, what else are you gonna do? Limited options requires creativity. Creative solutions. I mean, the water was unnecessary, but I kind of thought it'd be kind of cool because there's just so much grass, you know, like there's all this grass, and now it feels like a cohesive, like honestly, like I might take the snapshot like this, like when I do the thumbnail, I might do the thumbnail like this, because then you'll see this blue and you'll be like, oh, it's water, and you might want to play it just because there's water. You know, I don't know. It's a track. It's not a big one. It's a small one. I like it. It's good enough for me. Yeah, I think about streaming too, and streaming's been around for a while. I never really got into streaming. And I've thought about doing it lately because my videos just haven't been doing that well, and I'm like, maybe I should just try something new. Maybe I should try streaming. You know, just break out of the mold. Sometimes you get stuck doing the same things, or you know, you want to try something new to just kind of get a feel for something different. Yeah, that looks fine. This part right here should go pretty quick because I just gotta slap these ones in, and the down there I have to do some lining up, but right here should be a little bit less lining up, and just gonna get it in there. Ooh, look at that. That was right on the money. I mean, not completely on the money, but relatively on the money. Track building is pretty therapeutic. I gotta say that. I think just like level design in general is pretty relaxing. It's nice. I enjoy it. I always wanted to do that when I was a kid. I always wanted to design worlds. I just thought worlds were so cool. Just like that you could make something someone could play. That was always the element of video game design that interested me the most. I never really cared about gameplay loops or any of that stuff, like making a specific style of video game. I didn't care about that. I just cared about, like, can I make a world that makes you really interested, that you really want to play in. I think Elden Ring, for example, is such a cool world. Like, so cool. Like, anything Dark Souls, I think is some of the coolest level design I've ever seen in video gaming. However, I do not love the difficulty of those games. I am not someone who likes to grind through very difficult bosses. It's just doesn't interest me. But I do love the design behind the levels and the worlds. I just think they're so cool. I would love to just be able to walk through them in general. I think that would be super fire. I would enjoy that a lot. Okay, I think what we're going to do here is I'm just going to try to line these up roughly around the same spot, so I can get the other pieces lined up around there too, so it, like, if there is a issue, it doesn't look super jank. There's 4 pieces here, and I think they might stretch the whole way. They do. They do. That is awesome. Okay. Yeah, I liked building in Roblox. When I was a kid, I really wanted to get into this club called the Elite Builders of Robloxia. I wanted to get in so bad. Like, I just wanted to be in that club so bad. It was the coolest club to me, cooler than any other club. And I applied to get in so many times, and I got denied so many times. And the funny thing about it was, that wasn't a bad thing, because every time I was denied, the next project I would make to try to get in was like 10 times better than my last one. And I just kept getting better and better at building, and I kept getting denied and denied and denied again and again and again. And I got my skill set for building in Roblox like skyrocketed. Did I ever deserve to get in there? Hard to say, but did I get better at building? Absolutely. And I remember making some creations in Roblox that I was super proud of, that I really, really liked, even though I never got into EBR. I was really happy about that. Okay, this looks awesome. I love this. I ended up loving this way more than I thought I would. The water is sick, and it just adds a nice contrast to the red in the gnome huts. Oh man, this is great. Okay, fastest way to finish this, probably going this way and then finishing left. Does this cover the whole area? No. So what I'll do is start from here, probably. I like that you can see this, how this looks from, I think I'm going to do halfway here and then not worry about it, because like the seam, because then I can just easily line it up because I can visually see it instead of having to push it all the way to the left there. Yeah, I wanted EBR into EBR so bad. I remember applying, and there would be some like snarky, pretty much equivalent to a Reddit mod guy that'd be evaluating my build, and I would always get like criticism, and never got anywhere, according to them anyway, never got anywhere close to getting approved. And the funny thing was, it was like only one guy that I could actually apply through. Like no one else would like look at my creation or even bother to run me through the application process. I think this guy just really got off on like not letting me into this like prestigious club that I really wanted to have access to and be inside of. I just thought it was cool to be inside the EBR. To me, the EBR was like the creme de la creme of like cool Roblox groups you could be in back in the day. This was like back in, geez, 2008, 2009, 2010, I can't remember, somewhere in that era of maybe early 2010s or late aughties Roblox. I can't remember. Back in the OG Roblox days, and I actually, this is making me kind of want to go back to play Roblox again, because I really enjoyed that time period. I don't know if I could really relive those experiences as they were. Those old games that I really loved to play are probably not around anymore. And so were the friends I had on the site back then, but you know, it was a good time. It was a really, really good time, even though I never made it in. One of my builds, I tried to model off one of my favorite games, which was Tales of Vesperia, which I thought has the coolest world design out of any video game I have ever played. I love Tales of Vesperia so much. It's such a great game in general, just like the RPG. My first Japanese role-playing game, and Tales was just, man, it slapped so hard. Tales was amazing, man. I wish I could play it over for the first time again and just experience it for the first time. I'm jealous of people who get to do that, because it was awesome. I love Tales of Vesperia. I never played the other Tales games. They never really drew me in as much as Vesperia did. Vesperia just hit different for some reason. I think it was just the world design and the lore and all that, but yeah, it was good. It was good. Okay, so that pool's done. We only have one pool left, and then we've completed this map. One left. One left. I think it'll probably be easiest. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what the best way to go about this is. I think I'm just going to start from here and just work my way around it. This one will have to line up after. Excuse me, we'll do this one first. And line this one up beside it. yeah, then it's kind of funny how like people can be so you know, you're not allowed in my group, you're not allowed in my club, you know, about things. And like you can actually end up getting in the club and find out it's like it isn't nowhere near cracked up to be what you actually thought it was. It's like a joke. Be like, wow, this is like, this sucks. Why did I want in this club so bad? I had to learn that lesson the hard way multiple times, where I really clued in that like just because someone isn't allowing you into their club doesn't mean it's worth being in the first place. I mean, I broke into some social clubs I really wanted to be in, and then when I was there, I'm just like, y'all suck. I want to be here. Bye. I'd leave. And I worked so hard to get in it. It's kind of funny. Okay. We are crushing it. Ooh, this piece is a little bit hovering a bit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I hope I'm gonna try to take some good photos of this this map and hopefully market it as best I can on the Steam Workshop, and hopefully it gets some downloads and people play it. So it is disheartening when you make something and no one plays it or, you know, sees it. Pretty much a lot of my YouTube videos, but you know, granted, do many of my YouTube videos deserve a lot of views? Probably not. Like, if I'm going to be honest here, I made a lot of videos that I don't think are very good. But you know, some of them do. I think some of them are good. Okay, move you there. Huh. These two pieces are kind of low. I mean, I could raise them up a bit. Okay. Down, bring you over, down. Over again, down a bit. This lining up part takes the longest. I mean, thankfully we are like, I think like 75% done. Ooh. Yeah, there's going to be some seams that are just kind of too hard to bother with. Honestly, as long as the user, the player, can get the general idea that there is water there, I think that's good enough. Especially when it comes to modding or like building things as a community member. Like the expectations set out for you are actually, the bar is quite low. You don't need to meet like some ridiculous bar. As a developer, on the other hand, that's a different story. The bar is set so damn high for video game developers. I actually feel bad for them because it's making video games is really hard. This is not easy. This is not easy at all. Okay. I want to bring this over here. Okay. Nice. And then nice. Okay, I want to do the same thing with this one. Dope. You're nearly finished, like 90% of the way finished. I can taste the finish line. I don't know about taste it, but I can feel it. It's almost there. We're almost there. This one, honestly, I might not even need to, like, I can just clip into both sides, I think. Oh, again, hell yeah. Okay, that'll go by fast. 95% of the way there. Yeah, like the jumps you're going to be going by so fast, I don't even think you're going to notice the blue water that I put down, but like, that's fine. I know it's there. That's all that matters. I think that's it. That's the last piece. Oh my god, we're done. Well, hold on. I'm going to put some rock there just so you don't see that. It's hidden. Hide it. Bring it down a little bit more. Okay. Wow. Look at that. That water looks awesome. It feels like a little island in the middle of the green grass. That looks so good. Gotta save that. Yes, override. Okay. Let's test it. Are you going to notice the water? Doubtful. Oh, maybe a little bit. Oh yeah, you can notice. Ooh, oh my god. I'm paying too much attention to the water, not driving the track. Okay, still paying attention to the water and not driving the track. Alright. Okay, I messed up there. Okay, trying to get the top speed here is kind of weird. So you gotta gas, let go of gas, keep traction, hit the gas again. Here you lose a little bit. Trying to keep the speed is tricky. Oh god, okay. That was a mistake. Okay, that's fine. We're still driving. Oh yeah, you see the water there for sure. That's sick. Okay, dope. I think we're ready to validate. All we need to do here is just set the time so we like the shade of the sun where the sun's at in the sky, and then after that I think we run for the diamond time and call it a day. That looks cool. Yep, love that, love it. It looks great. Hell yeah. Oh man. So it takes 40 seconds to do the run, and I think it looks fantastic. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna save it like this for the thumbnail. Okay, I'm gonna move in a little bit more. Okay, saved. And then now... Okay, let's do the time. So we're like in the evening here. We do a morning time. So basically, we just gotta kind of fiddle with the sun here until we get the sun kind of in a nice spot. "6:06. This is like a morning sun. Not bad. I think like evening sun might be better than morning sun. This is trying to get the time right. It's going to be a little bit trickier. Ooh, 6:02. Well, that's where we just were, but that for some reason looks a little bit better. Hold on, let's try that again. Honestly, I don't mind this. I do want to see a little bit more sun on the rocks, though. I want to see a little bit more sun on the rocks. So maybe a little bit earlier, between like 6... like that. Yeah, a little bit burn. 6:10. Yes. Oh my god. The question is, where should we see the sun, and will we get the most burn on the rocks? Like, what would look the best? Would an evening sun work better than a morning sun? It's hard to say. Okay. So 6:10 in the morning. Remember that one. Let's see what's... over here we have... "5:45. This looks actually quite nice. You turn in here, you see a lot of burn on some of these rocks here. And then you come off into here. Little sunset no man's land ride. I like that. I think 5:45 is the time we're gonna go with. Okay. Let's save this puppy. We should take some pictures. But yeah, let's save. Okay, so come up here, take a photo. And we're gonna go into here and start taking photos. So gotta find some nice photo spot locations. This one's pretty good. I like that one. It's good. What about right here? Oh yeah, this is sick. Gotta get one of the cave for sure. This isn't the best one. I think the cave over here is a little bit better to get a photo for. This is nice. Like here, yeah, no. This way. This could work. Ooh, maybe it like facing this direction. Oh yeah, I like that. I don't like having that in the picture. Yes. Yeah, I think I've got some pretty solid photos so far. Do I want to put one here? No. Here. Oh, this one's actually not too bad. Okay, we got some pretty good photos. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's do the validation. So, validate track. And so now we need a good photo for this. I think the best photo I took was like right here, maybe, but... Oh, we had this photo too. Oh, we had the photo from here I liked. Also, there was the one here. I think a photo, like a perspective photo like this is going to look way better than photo that is like just a zoomed out of the track itself. That isn't going to look as cool. I think, yeah, we need to find a good, cool perspective here that sells the track. That one feels a little bit too like gold finishy. This one looks pretty sick, actually, but you don't see the track at all. And this one I think looks cool, and you see the track. It kind of gives you a picture of what kind of track you're looking at, but it's only that as a thumbnail. But you know what? This itself, not too bad. I think that's our thumbnail. I think that's our thumbnail. Yeah, let's start the validation. So I gotta get a good time on this. Okay, my alarm's going off. I gotta redo that. Here we go again. Okay, this might take a few attempts to get a good run. I think track building, or the validation, is the bane of every track builder's existence, is because you want to get like a good run on your time so people don't beat it right away. And that's easier said than done. We will skid there, but not major deal. I don't mind the skid too much. That was smooth ass landing. Nice. 44.26. Honestly, pretty good. Pretty good validation. Select about high speed. No, tech, no checkpoints, stunts, endurance. Casual for sure. I'll just say casual map. Casual track. Casual track for racing or casual track. Can you get the world record time? Yeah. I don't really know what to put for the description. Small track with smooth jumps and fun turns. Small track with smooth jumps and fun turns. Yes. Publish map. That's descriptive enough. Okay. Upload complete. It is on the workshop. It is on the workshop. We finished it. Oh my god. Files you posted. No Man's Land is there. I see it. Oh my god. It's there. Okay. I'm going to add the additional pictures. And I'm going to include the link to the track in the description below. Obviously, that will be in the video. If you want to check the video out, or if you want to check the track out, play it, you can play it now. It is published. It is live. I hope you enjoy it. And thank you for watching this video. If you watch this whole video, you are a real one. So thank you. You rock. And I'll catch you in the next one. Zen out.